The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Dubious novelties and sensational saves ruled the day at the Superbet Chess Classic in Romania. With both leaders drawing their games, local hero Bogdan Deac stole the spotlight in front of delighted fans. But the happiest man in the hall was Aronian, who was able to save his game against Firouzja in a dramatic stalemate. The clocks are set and the pieces placed. Day 4 of exciting chess coming up next.
Welcome everybody to day 4 of the 2022 Superbet Chess Classic, the inaugural stop of the Grand Chess Tour. Behind me is the Royal Palace, a monumental building situated in the heart of Bucharest. While that was the home of ancient kings of history, we have the present kings of the board ready to battle it all out. Let's go to the studio and start today's action with Yasser, Peter, and Alejandro.
Beautiful springtime shots of Bucharest, Romania, as we welcome you to our coverage of the Superbet Chess Classic, the first event of the 2022 Grand Chess Tour. Hi, I'm Peter Svidler, and with me is Yasser Seirawan. How are you doing?
I'm doing fine, Peter. It's a pleasure, as always, to be with you here, as well as Alejandro. Hello, everyone, and welcome to our live coverage of the Bucharest Superbet Grand Chess Tour tournament. The first 2 rounds will go down as being thrilling rounds with high-quality games, but round 3 had 2 incredible spills, specifically Richard Rapport on move 40 and Alireza Firouzja, who failed to win what were winning games. Take us through our standings after 3 rounds of play, Peter.
Absolutely. The standings are still fairly straightforward, with only 1 decisive game per round so far. There are 3 people at the top, Nepomniachtchi, Wesley So, and Bogdan Deac, the local player, who is having a fantastic tournament.
Absolutely.
Up until this point. 4 players on 3 draws so far, and then there are 3 players who have lost 1 and drew 2, including two of the candidates, which is quite surprising.
Remarkable indeed. And our format, Peter.
The format is a 10-player round robin with 90 minutes for the first 40 moves and then 30 minutes for the rest of the game, with an increment of 30 seconds starting from move 1. No draw offers are allowed at all, and there is 1 point for a win, half a point for a draw, and no points for loss, a standard scoring system.
With 3 rounds under our belt, what is our remaining schedule?
We have 2 more rounds to go, including today, until the rest day, and after the rest day there will be 4 more rounds, all starting at the same time, and playoffs, if necessary, on Saturday.
Thank you, Peter. And Alejandro, as always, good to see you, my friend.
Pleasure to be here with you guys bright and early in St. Louis, but ready to get started in Bucharest. And remember, this is our inaugural event of the 2022 season of the Grand Chess Tour. This is a part of a series of events. But let's take a look at what happened in previous year. We started the tour in 2015 with only classical events, and it was the world champion Magnus Carlsen that won in dominant fashion. Second place was Anish Giri, and third place was Aronian. Let's not forget, in that year, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave had a very good showing, but didn't quite make it due to some tiebreak regulations. Meanwhile, 2016, it was all about Wesley So. In that year, it seemed like Wesley was just winning everything outside of the World Championship match, which he didn't qualify for. And Magnus, of course, took that year off to play against Karyak. In second place was Hikaru Nakamura, and third place, Fabiano Caruana made the American trifecta in 2016. Meanwhile, in 2017, we had the return of the champion. Magnus Carlsen claimed first place in that one. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave took advantage of the fact that we added Rapid and Blitz to the mix, and he got a very deserving second place that year, 3 points behind Magnus. Third place went to Levon Aronian, that has played every single tour so far and is still playing it this year. In 2018, we added a new twist. Yes, you accumulated GCT points, but you were doing so to qualify into a final event. The London Chess Classic served as a semifinal and a final for the tour. In that one, Hikaru Nakamura prevailed over Maxime Vachier-Lagrave by knocking out Fabiano Caruana in the semifinals. Fabi beat Levon in the third, fourth place matchup. 2019, it was again a final in London, and this one, it was won by Ding Liren. Ding Liren had a great year, won the Singfield Cup, qualified to London, but it was MVL actually that knocked out Magnus in the semifinals, and then it was Ding that beat the Frenchman. You can see that MVL has actually done great throughout the years in the Grand Chess Tour, even though he has not claimed one for himself. In 2020, of course, we had the pandemic. We couldn't have the Grand Chess Tour as scheduled, and we returned in 2021 with some difficulties, of course. It is a global event, a series of events, and we just didn't get around all of the pandemic restrictions. We still had a tour, but we had a ton of wildcards, 19 to be precise, and 3 players that were able to participate in the tour fully took advantage of that. Wesley is, of course, the reigning champion of the Grand Chess Tour. He won in 2021, and he has a big matchup today in Romania. And to take a look at it, let's go with our friends in Bucharest, Anastasiya and Cristian.
Thank you, Alejandro, and welcome back, everybody, to day 4 of the 2022 Superbet Chess Classic. From location here in Bucharest, Romania, I will be your host, Grandmaster Cristian Chirila, joined by my brilliant co-host, woman, Grandmaster Anastasiya Karlovich. Anastasiya, welcome back. Great to see you. Tell us a bit about the atmosphere here in Bucharest.
Hello, everyone. Good morning, St. Louis. It's actually a great atmosphere here. Since we have weekend, many people came to the playing venue. It's very crowded today, same as yesterday. And actually, many spectators came not only to watch the games, but also gain some autographs from the players and take some selfies with them, some photos. Bogdan had his moment of glory signing dozens of autographs yesterday after his crazy victory against Richard. So it's been a really great day. So what do you think?
Definitely a lot of fun so far here in Bucharest for the spectators as well. How about the games, Anastasiya? We had a lot of very exciting matchups, but what do you have your eyes set on for today?
Of course, I'm looking forward to watch the game between Alireza Firouzja and Richard Rapport. Even though they're not doing so well so far, both of them literally motivated, to show their best today. And both of the games finished with decisive results so far. So I'm hoping we're going to have another decisive result today. What do you think, Cristian?
Well, that one is definitely going to be a barn burner, the big matchup between the two youngsters. But I do have my eyes set on the game between the two leaders. That is the American Wesley So facing Jan Nepomniachtchi. Well, this one is a great matchup. But I have to say, it is Wesley So who has the upper hand in this direct matchup. 5 wins for Wesley, only 1 loss and 4 draws. But these players right now are at very different stages in their career. At least this is the way I see it. Jan Nepomniachtchi just finished his World Championship match against Magnus Carlsen. He has a lot of unused preparation that he's definitely going to unleash in this event, as well as the following candidates. Wesley So, on the other hand, well, he's been playing a lot recently, and we know he likes to use his preparation. Right now, unfortunately, I don't know how much of that preparation is still available because he has been using it in so many tournaments in the last few months. Nevertheless, this one is going to be a very, very exciting matchups. How about you guys?
Well, thank you, Cristian. Thank you, Anastasiya. Agreed. 2 very mouth-watering matchups to be sure. But Peter, let's take a look at all of them.
I'd say 5. Yeah,
I'll say 5. I'll say 3.
5.
Okay. And what do you have for us?
The pairings for today are Mamedyarov, who's had a very quiet and frankly lackluster event so far, is white against Bogdan Deac, who's been playing very well, but still, if you have to look for a mark in this tournament, there won't be any, but as close as you can get is probably white against Deac. So Shahryar probably will be very much out for blood today. Yeah, the game between Firouzja and Rapport, two candidates, two players who are on -1 so far. Both of them obviously desperate to improve their situation in the tournament.
Exactly.
Then the clash between Linier and Livon. And then obviously that pairing of our tournament leaders, Wesley So against Jan Nepomniachtchi. And apart from being 5-1 up, I want to slightly add to that stat. I think, because it didn't go like 1-0, 1-1 and then 4 in a row. I think up until very, very recently, it was a dry score in favor of Wesley. It was an incredibly annoying matchup for Jan, which has improved somewhat by the fact that he did win one eventually.
He did, as we see.
And there we see him arrive at the board with. I haven't seen him do that.
Shopping bag?
Yeah, I haven't seen him do that very much, but I guess he is now on some kind of a supplement regime or something, because I'm sure they're being fed well in the players' lounge. So I don't think you necessarily need to bring in food to the round, but.
Right, and of course I also like the very heavyweight matchup between MVL and Fabi to round out our pairings. For me, MVL, as Alejandro said, really successful in this tour, except in the first 3 rounds, Alejandro, rather quiet.
A little quiet, but as we were talking among us ourselves in the break, as we wait for the first move to be played here.
Oh, and I just want to interrupt you to say we have a very special lady making the first move.
It is Ana Maria Popescu, who is the Romanian fencing champion.
That would be a disservice. She is European. She has been a former European fencing champion.
Wow. And I would let her play anything she wants, but I think Shaq told her to play D4.
That's true.
I mean, anybody who's a fencing champion, Peter, is all right with me. I want them on my side. And quick question, Peter, what are they playing for?
There's plenty of moolah at stake. Yeah, there's a 6-figure first prize there, and
nice.
the GCT points column might be slightly confusing, but you get more GCT points if you win the event outright, and slightly fewer if you have to play tie breaks. 65 for second, 48 for third, and going all the way down to 10.5 for the last place. Very, very nice prizes in the GCT as per usual.
Yeah, a total prize fund of $350,000 for this, our first inaugural event. And as we get started, we were talking about the 3 matchups that we especially like, and there was our matchup between the 2.
Is that a shark on his shirt? That's a lot of sharks on his shirt.
Is it Shark Week?
Yeah, I was about to say. Well, the ever dapper, let's put it that way. Levon Aronian fashion plate that he is.
The
Knight
dapperest.
F3. Knight F3 by
Yeah, Wesley definitely does that. He does everything.
Right.
He is an extremely well-rounded player when it comes to opening prep, and is the author of a very, very influential 1E4 course. I say that without, any semblance of jest. We've seen it being used at the highest level. I think Magnus once struggled, potentially against Wesley himself, when he actually went into a line that was covered in depth in the Wesley course, and for some reason was not aware of what the Wesley course recommended there.
That's a weird game because Wesley ended up losing it, right? I think he made a mistake almost straight out of the opening.
No, there was definitely a game that Magnus, in some C3, D4 Italian, I want to say.
Yes. I'm thinking about this like Knight G5 fried liver stuff. But we have straight into a Catalan between these two.
Yeah, I was just recalling yesterday's game where Wesley So was black against Fabiano, and we did see the same defense. Bishop E7 also chosen by Jan. I mean, again, there are many, many ways of playing against the Catalan, and I just find it interesting that Wesley happens to have the very same position as he did yesterday, except from the other side. Now, yesterday, Wesley has played D5 takes C4, and then we saw Queen A4, and guess what? D5 takes C4.
Well, Jan did have, a reason to look at the Catalan quite in depth, because that was one of the things that Magnus definitely tried against him in their World Championship match. And actually, the Catalan games were, I suppose, the liveliest of all the Magnus tries with the white pieces.
Exactly.
So yeah, clearly both of them will know what they're on about there.
Now, because we were looking at these lines yesterday, Queen C2 and B5, and the differences between Queen A4 and A6, there is a third try that was from, I guess, ages ago, Viktor Korchnoi and Anatoly Karpov, World Championships, Knight E5, and Knight C6 was played. I think today.
I think it's supposed to be actually a solved forest draw pretty much.
Really?
It still exists, but it mainly exists as a way to either to just briefly check if your opponent remembers, or to just
Check the line.
or to just straight up, kind of ask, would you mind a draw, and get that draw, because there are some repetitions even I remember, and I play this with no colors. Like I don't play this with white, I play this with black, and even I can name a couple of repetitions that occur there fairly frequently.
Well, Queen C2, and we get to answer the question that I wanted for the World Championship. If he just goes into the straight mainline Catalans, what was Nepo's prep? And
we're about to get the answer.
A lot
B5.
of people thought it was going to be this B5, A4, Bishop B7 line we were talking about yesterday, because it was so in vogue just by the time that the World Championship match came around. And I'm curious if that's what we're going to see. I believe the move A4 is more or less
I think Magnus played 95.
95
there?
before. He played like an earlier 95, right? Oh, 95 here, right?
I think it was here, yeah. But I remember I made mistakes on this topic while I was actually casting the game, and I'm probably wrong again, but I have a feeling it was here, because if you play A4, you will no longer play 95, because black will play Bishop B7 most likely.
Right.
In the current meta, so to speak.
Just out of curiosity, there is a
24 is definitely,
a
but I think Jan
line too.
chose 95, and then it
I
went,
do too.
A4, C6, and then something. A4, C6, Knight C3, I think, F6, Knight F3, and Queen D7, no?
Yep, that is correct.
This is what I seem to recall. But
Yeah. And it was it was a
really,
very enjoyable game.
really
rich,
crazy game.
Rich game too.
Where
lots of content.
Yeah, White probably were doing quite well at some point, and then Jan was borderline winning round about move 30, but missed a couple of opportunities to push, and then defended quite well, and it was a draw.
All right.
Yeah, 95 C6 first.
Oh, yes.
95 C6, A4, 95.
A4, 94. Yeah,
yes.
that's the way. Yeah.
That was the move order. 95, C6, A4 from the World Championship match in Dubai with Knight D5.
95, and now Knight C3, F6, and we transpose back to what we were just discussing. So yeah, we'll see. B5 has been played. Yeah. None of this should be a surprise, obviously, to Wesley, because this is the World Championship game.
and the most in vogue line against the Catalan. So yeah.
I just saw Wesley kind of staring off into space there as just recalling the files.
Yeah, and also I want to say that. Considering that I think you have a very heavy expectation of A4 being met with Bishop B7, and those lines are absolutely risk-free for White, but probably are a forced draw. And we have been talking a little bit. It seems like we're criticizing Wesley, but I mean, he's been winning tours with this strategy, so I don't know how much criticism needs to be applied to it.
For me, it's not a criticism. It's just the way he handles things.
Yeah. It wouldn't be a shock for him to just play this AB5, A6, B takes A6. Perhaps ask one slightly newer question somewhere, have it probably answered, because Jan has decent memory and generally can solve problems over the board as well. And the game just ends in a draw because both players played well, and the theory here just black stands well according to the current state of theory in this line. So that's one choice. Or he could go for something much more adventurous, starting perhaps with Knight E5 to disallow Bishop B7.
Definitely. As we keep our eye on this matchup between our two leaders, what other games have you kept your eye on, Alejandro?
Well, we have a lot of heavy theoretical duels potentially in this tournament. One of them you can kind of expect is going to be between MVL and Fabiano Caruana. Of course, they had an opening duel for a little bit over a year, as Fabiano Caruana prepared that Najdorf famously in the candidates against MVL in 2021. But here we have another straight into theory, deep stuff kind of variations. Let's take a look how we got there. Fabi's black, MVL is white. We have the Spanish, everybody knows about this. And knight takes e4, the open Spanish. It's a rare guest in Fabi's repertoire. He actually uses it mostly with the white pieces. He's better known for his archangels or anti-marshals. But knight takes e4, he's employed once in a while. D4, B5, and we go straight down deep into theory. D takes e5, bishop e6, c3, and this is more or less the main line of the open Spanish. Knight bd2 is certainly the most common move throughout the years. The move c3 is the second most common, and it's been seen more and more recently. Bishop c5, knight bd2. Castles, bishop c2, and we go deep into this line that's been essayed many times before. There is the possibility of keeping the center tension with the move bishop f5 or something like this. I've seen the move f5 played as well to maintain this knight on e4. But another way to solve your problems, knight takes f2. This is what we tell beginners not to do. You don't give up two minor pieces for a rook. But it comes with very specific compensation in this kind of positions. Let's take a look at what's happening. Knight takes, rook takes, this is forced. Bishop takes, of course. King takes f2, f6. The idea is to rip apart the position while these guys on the queen side are sleeping and this king is on f2. But this is all theory. Knight f1, f takes e5, king g1, and queen d7 played. Queen d7 must have caught Maxime off guard because the move bishop g4 has been seen before in some top-level games, including Maxime with the white pieces against Mamedyarov. Carlsen also played it against Mamedyarov. Queen d7, I don't have any great games with the database except for a very recent one. In 2021, Grandelius used this with the black pieces against a very young and talented player, Jonas Bier. Queen d7 is not common. Queen d6 and bishop g4 are the moves, and I believe that Fabi has stood up from the board, not expecting his opponent to reply immediately after this long string of theory. Queen d7, I don't quite see immediately why you would prefer the d7 square over d6, but I'm sure that as the game transpires and I analyze this a little bit more with the engines, we'll have an idea of why the queen is on d7 and not what seems like a more aggressive spot on d6 where you're threatening sometimes to go e4 and control the diagonal.
While they're just into theory, the first question I think I would ask, and most people watching our show will ask the same, what about knight g5?
I'm guessing bishop f5 is a reasonably comfortable reply here, and having that f5 square covered by more than one piece is perhaps useful here with the queen on d7. I do want to point out, well, not point out, but direct our viewers, that game that Alejandro mentioned a bit earlier between MVL and Shahryar Mamedyarov, that was a very, very interesting game, and it also featured one of the more remarkable quote-unquote blunders in recent top-level history, because I think Shah at some point missed what amounts to a forced win, but the forced win suggested by the machine there is so outlandish that perhaps at some point later in the show, if I encourage the viewers to have a look, and perhaps Alejandro could track this down for me, because there's a specific moment in that game which I think sort of bears putting on the board and showing to the viewers. It's very, very spectacular. But that's all in the past now, because bishop g4 has not actually been played.
Once again, Peter, in this position after
queen
bishop
b3 kind of annoyed me there.
Yeah, knight g5, tickling the bishop, tickling the h7 pawn.
Yeah.
Bishop f5 looks fine. I mean,
bishop b3 looks very, very threatening with knight e3 coming up.
Yeah, that was my question.
But maybe we go knight e7 and c6.
Ah, knight e7. I actually tried rook d8 a second ago.
Maybe we go knight e7, knight e3, c6. I'm not very happy about giving up the bishop on a f5, but I would be even less happy about blundering the d5 pawns.
That is a good point indeed. Here we could just see maybe
I don't know, queen g6, knight f5 or something, and
two bishops.
These positions are incredibly baffling to me because they look like I vacillate wildly between liking black because of the wonderful pawn center, and also I generally just very much like the positions with a couple of bishops and minor pieces against rooks. So, you know, in my mind there's this constant
battling between what you like more.
Those two instincts, because it is a wonderful, wonderful pawn center, completely unchallenged for the time being. But on the other hand, white simply has more pieces on the board.
Exactly.
So if some kind of an attack against the black king starts, for instance, it often just becomes instantly decisive due to the fact that white has more forces. And by that point, it doesn't matter what the forces are called. Like, yes, it's a rook and I have a knight, but if I have more of them,
it's very good.
Yeah, it will just become more important.
For me, one of the absolutely great classical games was this game between Vasily Smyslov and Sammy Reshevsky. I think it was in this USSR versus USA match, and it was this variation. And Smyslov played absolutely flawless game and won it with the two pieces. And I think that kind of discouraged a generation of Americans. But I saw a generation of Russians, including Artur Yusupov, who love to play the open Spanish. What else do you have for us, Alejandro?
A little bit of chess fashion making their way here in one of our marquee matchups. Alireza Firouzja against Richard Rapport. They're playing a Sicilian, and it's a crazy Sicilian. It's a crazy Sicilian that I think we're going to see more and more at the top level of chess, because this Sveshnikov, it's becoming incredibly popular. It's making a comeback for one reason or another. But the traditional way to get to the Sveshnikov allows two things. A, the Rossolimo, the bishop b5 variations, and B, this knight d5 ideas that we're seeing in the 2018 World Championship match between Magnus Carlsen with the black pieces and Fabiano Caruana with white. So one way to get rid of both of these problems is to use this move order, the 4-knight Sicilian move order, to try to get to the Sveshnikov. The idea is that if you go knight db5, d6, bishop f4, e5, we get to the Sveshnikov in a funny move order because you're both down one tempo, which equalizes the tempo. This is exactly how we got to the Sveshnikov when Fabi played it in this tournament. But we're going to see the other variation here. It does give white the possibility of taking on c6, and that just starts craziness. B takes c6 is more or less forced. D takes c6 goes into a bad endgame. e5, knight d5, and knight e4. This is one of the ways that white can fight for an initiative. Knight takes d5 has also been played, but knight e4 is definitely the main move. And the idea for white is pretty simple. You go c4, you kick out that knight, you establish a strong pawn center, huge amounts of space. However, the specifics of the position give black some resources. Queen c7 attacks this weak pawn. You have to defend it. f4 is pretty much the only move. And then queen b6. And the idea is that you're getting control over this diagonal, and it's not so easy for white to counter-challenge it. Theory goes like this. c4, you hit the knight. The knight doesn't have a great spot to move on right now, so you start with a check. The king, it needs to move. If you interpose on d2, either queen e3 or even knight takes f4 just picks up a pawn. So king e2 is played, and now the move f5. Bishop a6 was considered for some time, a long time ago, like the only move on the main line, but people realized that after bishop a6, king f3, you were just helping the white king reach a better destination, and your bishop on a6, not exactly the best piece. Instead, the counterattack, f5, you hit the knight. Do you want to en passant? Because if you en passant in this position, I take back with the knight, I save my knight and challenge your knight on e4. The more the center gets open, the more unhappy you are going to be about that king on e2. So what happened? Knight f2 was played, bishop a6. The king went to f3 anyway, but at least black got in the move f5, knight e7, and the players blitzed out pretty much to this position that has been seen before in a couple of, not in a couple of games, in over 80 games of chess. Despite the fact that we are still really deep down in theory, move 16, we've had tons of top-level games in this position. MVL has played this against Dominguez, Karyakin against Vidit, Adams against Ivanchuk. This goes down all the way back to the late 90s. We even have games between Alexei Shirov and Michael Krasenkov. So a lot of top-level chess has been seen from this position. It's just that theory hasn't really settled on whether white really has an advantage due to the position here on d6, or if this is really all just mirrors and smokes, and truly black is doing okay, can hold on to the pawn on d7 without issues, and start counterattacking both the king on f3 with a move like g5, or in the queen side where you're going to have to dedicate some resources to eventual breaks and potential attacks like the one with the b2 square. And this is their lifetime score. It's a very young matchup. Firouzja is just entering the elite. And that's why he has so few games against most of these players against Richard. It's just 1 win, 1 loss, and 0 draws.
Wow. King e2, king f3, Peter. Echoes of a game we saw yesterday of Levon Aronian.
That
didn't work out very well for white.
This one is slightly more sound, I'll say. Yeah, the theory very much continues. I feel like there has been a number of recent games where basically play doesn't actually start until maybe 10 moves from here, where Black is aiming for some endgames where Black drops a pawn on d7, I think in particular, in order to force White to trade on b6, and then they try to establish some kind of a clamp on the queen side. So depends on how well. I think Richie has to be expected to be quite well booked up for today, because it clearly is his choice. I don't think the Sveshnikov and/or this move order of the Sveshnikov is necessarily his repertoire in general.
Right.
So it's his choice for today. He must have looked at it prior to playing it. I don't think Alireza expected this to happen. Which means that it's now a question of just how well he remembers. He clearly has looked at it, because he went for the absolute main line, the most principled reply he chose.
Right.
But still, there's still plenty of theory here to discuss, and yeah, we're being informed that actually that there's almost 200 games played starting from here.
Wow.
I'm guessing including engine games, because I think this line is a
topic among computers.
It's a favorite one to give machines to chew on.
And I'm assuming that the move Queen D6, this invitation to
has
go
already
into
been
this,
declined. Yeah.
Yeah, is actually pretty good for White. Once this knight gets chased, I'm not sure where I should. That's
if it goes
probably
to
the
C8,
worst.
it probably
where-
doesn't make a move anymore. In this
Yeah.
Right. So it has to go to G6 or G8 maybe even. You can
And
maybe.
this would be just a lights out
Yeah.
horror show for Black, which is why we saw the move Queen B6. And
Yeah.
as Alejandro was saying, you kind of tickle B2. Maybe in some positions you give up D7 by playing C5 and Bishop B7. Do you personally have any experience
No, I've
on
been
either side?
I've been staying away from this for like, I don't play the Sveshnikov with Black, so no reason for me to study from that side. And from the White side, I tended to kind of steer away from this as well. I've had some recent experiences in general in the line after knight 6 b6 e5 knight d5, but people I think started trying out some slightly more random move orders, and I think I lost a game to Christopher Yu recently.
America's Christopher Yu.
Yeah, so online I did something wrong and just got mated, but it definitely wasn't this kind of a tabia. It was something else. And I mixed up some move orders and won a piece somewhere in the center and promptly got mated, which is
Nice.
Which is what often happens in this line, to be honest.
But I like the fact that you were a piece ahead. How about yourself, Alejandro? Any experience, first-hand experience for you in what may be a very topical position these days?
Yes and no. I actually ended up playing the 4 knights for my qualifier for the World Cup last year with the black pieces. So I did study these variations, but I used here after knight d5, knight d4. Queen c7 is actually not the only line. There's been a little bit of a resurgence of the move bishop b7 in this position and the move c5. I think bishop b7 is a bit more accurate. It also goes into some crazy long lines. There's a bunch of games in that variation, but it handles completely different than the Queen C7 line. So kind of a yes and no in that.
Those I actually
regard.
played with White.
All right, there you go.
Yeah,
There we go. And this current position after Bishop E2, as Peter, you were mentioning, close to 200 games. Is that the, pardon me, Alejandro, is that the most popular move in this particular position?
I'm sorry, did you say Bishop E2?
I think I have Bishop
E2,
E2 on the board, yes.
Yeah, that
Bishop
move doesn't exist.
Aha, we have a novelty.
It's not a novelty. It has been played 4 times, but not. It's a novelty in Grandmaster chess.
This is very,
Yeah,
very
what
interesting
does-
to me. Yeah.
What does that mean, Graham?
Like-
No Grandmaster.
No Grandmaster has ever played.
Amateurs have played Bishop E2 or
I wouldn't.
correspondents.
2300s and
Okay.
some strong 2300s. I wouldn't go as far as amateurs, but
Okay.
but I've never seen Bishop E2 and I don't know the move.
It's a decent practical choice. Yeah, it's a decent practical choice
I'm-
against against somebody who.
I've been told that Gukesh played this. I don't have that on my database, but judging from my experience of the previous American Cup, I'm not sure how much I trust the van on this one.
Okay, well, there you go.
Shots-
The
shots
gauntlet has been thrown down, Peter. I mean,
Shots very much fired at.
I don't know how our producers are going to respond to this type of a challenge.
There's a general strike going on.
I understand that Alejandro is having trouble with his microphone. Somehow we're not picking up your audio anymore. What happened? Bishop e2. Okay, explain the strengths and maybe drawbacks of this move.
Well, the drawback is we've just blundered the pawn on b2, haven't we? I'm kidding. It's obviously not a blunder, and I'm not sure if queen takes b2 is particularly great either. But
it might just walk into a lot of trouble, right?
I don't know about knight d3 specifically, but maybe even knight
d3. Tempo.
Yeah, and then knight c5. Yeah, knight d3 does sound interesting. Yeah. My instant reaction would not be to take on b2, even if I didn't suspect Alireza being of only faking being unprepared here.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's not such an important pawn, and spending so many tempi on just taking it, feels kind of irrelevant. I mean, the plan generally involves playing c6, c5, going bishop b7, bishop c6. And also a very important plan, part of the plan here for black is to perhaps, if allowed, try to undermine the white structure with g7, g5. Probably not until we've put our bishop on a long diagonal, but definitely afterwards. The idea of playing g5, even as a pawn sacrifice, just to break apart the white structure in the center, if it gets accepted, and then perhaps playing h6 or knight g6 or something along those lines, just to open files for your pieces. Because black, apart from being somewhat cramped, is definitely one thing that black would like here to achieve is to get some open space for their pieces, the rooks in particular. Bishop e2 is, I'm guessing, an attempt to save a tempo on b3. If you expect you have to take on b6 anyway sometime later, perhaps b3 is unnecessary, and perhaps you can use it sort of more productively, and this is, I guess, what this move is about.
So I did look it up, what the producers told us about Gukesh playing this variation. Surprisingly, it's true.
Whoa, eating his words on live television. My goodness.
It's a very recent game, actually. It's played in a tournament that's still going on, some way in Spain. And Gukesh played this against Alina Sab, an upcoming female player from Iran. I believe she's something along the lines of 18 years old and well above 2,300. But Gukesh played Bishop e2 and absolutely destroyed her. So clearly something that players around the world are looking at.
Wow, spoken like the coach of a major university, as you know these youngsters, and probably in line for scholarships. Maybe,
that's the plan.
Maybe that's the plan. Bishop e2, I understand Firouzja, he's completing development, and on a good day that knight will swing to c5, and the king will, in any queen trades, will take care of itself. So bishop e2, connecting the rooks, and very much as black, what are you going to do with your king? You can't.
Well, the king goes to f7 and chills. I don't think black pretty much never cares about the d7 pawn. Even like here, it's clearly untakeable because the queen immediately gets captured.
Right.
And as I say all these things, Richie goes rook d8, seemingly trying to protect it. I'm very confused by life, so not a surprise.
The quality of your life just went down.
Not necessarily.
With this move, rook d8, like
it's
what?
Interesting though, because the only reason I could see for this move is that Richie perhaps is actually intending to go knight c8 and then d5 or d6. Because
that makes a lot of sense.
The d7 pawn really does not need protecting. It is almost never hanging, and if it is hanging, black does very often just sacrifice it for tempi. So to go rook d8 here, I think the only way to but after rook hd1, how happy are you continuing with that plan? You probably.
Well, I was thinking if you do play knight c8.
Queen a3, right?
Yes, precisely. I was going to stay on this diagonal. Obviously, I've got a
okay, let's continue this line. Let's go c5 here.
Exactly, c5. Now, I kind of want to, well, quite frankly, move my king, but
bishop takes c4 exists here, right? So I don't know how happy you are about that.
Exactly. That was like kind of a weirdness, right? Maybe I'm not happy about this?
Yeah, it's very unclear because I thought I'd be very happy with it. I think I still
there is
a
check.
Yeah, I give a check from c6.
I apologize. Yeah, that is one of the reasons why b3.
But I want to say it bodes well for Richie that he replied so quickly, because it clearly means that he's looked at Bishop E2. I mean, or at least it hints that he's looked at Bishop E2, which is a rare move. And if it's a game which is potentially not, let's say, in Tweak or the Mega Update, you can actually miss live games played at the same time as you.
There's just so many. I remember that there was a point where if there was a novelty played at the top level of chess, I would know it because there's not that many tournaments. You can follow all the good ones.
Right.
But now all these 2600s, they have all these strong engines and they have all these ideas. And there's ideas everywhere and you just can't keep up, right?
Exactly.
It's almost impossible. You got the Magnus Tour, you got the Grand Chess Tour.
Siegerman is going on right now.
Siegerman's going on. Candidates is next month. And like, there's a tournament in Spain somewhere where a close tournament, always a tournament in Spain somewhere.
Always.
And there's a 2600 playing against a 2400. You have to watch that game too. It's hard being a chess professional nowadays. You have to keep up with so many different things. And even Magnus, apparently, you know, he has trouble. He didn't know Wesley So's chessable course. And you can see just how much dedication it takes. The move Bishop E2, extremely rare. Rook D8 seems to be a good reply. It's not the engine's top move, but I'm not using a top-of-the-line engine. But Rook D8, it seems like Richie still either is in prep or understands the positions.
Yeah, and since we haven't touched a few of the other games, I just want to bring up the game between Shahryar and Bogdan Deac, because this has just become a lot more interesting in the last 3 seconds.
Did we just see G2, G4? Yes, we did.
It's a move they often play in these positions, but
right.
still.
I think it was a game of Levon Aronian played here in St. Louis, where it was like student body right. He shifted everything towards an attack. It was against Fabiano, I believe. It was like an amazing game.
Which he ended up losing?
This is
That was a candidate.
Yeah, that was a candidate.
Yeah. Candidates, yeah.
Yeah. This is a very, very topical line on which I feel I would really hope to pass the
baton,
the responsibility of giving a lecture on the intricacies of move orders here to somebody else. I just know that it's extremely topical and often leads to very, very exciting, very sharp positions. But mainly, it's a kind of a topical way to play the Ragozin / Vienna systems, which has gained a lot of popularity over the last 5 years, I would say maybe, and. People started off by, naively winning the d4 pawn back. Or perhaps not even sacrificing it stupidly.
Right.
Who does that these days? But these days you see exactly what you're watching on your screens right now, very, very often. White just plays around the fact that they're pawn down here and it's a central pawn on d4, pretends it doesn't exist. In fact, you could maybe make an argument even that it's useful for white to have it there because it prevents black from potentially trading some pieces. And white just goes all out trying to give mate on the king side, using the fact that they're much better developed. This is the first and the most important, I would guess, of the facets of the impending attack on the king side. Black has still all of their queen side on their starting positions. And secondly, using the pawn on e5 as a very nice a divide in the position, which prevents black from comfortably bringing pieces over to the king side.
Right.
Whereas black, pretty much at every single point, will be extremely happy just to, as you can see on your screen, knight d7 instantly chosen over knight c6. Nobody cares about the d4 pawn from either side of the board. Right. Black wants to bring pieces closer to their king, which is why knight d7, knight f8 is a very, very typical maneuver here.
If I can, I just show one idea as to why black may not actually want to necessarily put his knight on c6.
Something like this is extremely dangerous, followed by queen e4, h4, h5, yeah.
Exactly.
You just get mated incredibly quickly.
Exactly.
Much quicker than you would think.
Which is what knight d7, as you were mentioning, is all about. You put your knight on f8, and as Ben Larson would say, you don't get mated.
And now you have to ask yourself, has g4 been played with the intention of following it up with h4, or are we all ready to go g5? hg, let's say knight takes g5, and queen e4 is a threat, bishop d3 always is a very useful follow-up. I'm somewhat worried about queen c7 here, but on the other hand, maybe I'm just stumbling into some kind of bishop takes c6 madness or knight takes c6 madness.
Exactly.
No, it's all been played before. The main move here is rook ac1. And it has been played in a game between Gukesh. This name is going to pop up a lot, guys.
No,
if you guys
you're
don't know who Gukesh is, and you've been watching the Grand Chess Tour forever, and he's like, who on earth is that guy?
Right.
He's a young, promising player from India. We've been having his eyes on him for many years. Now he's established Grandmaster well over 2,600, and he's making his leaps and bounds in opening theory. He played Rook AC1 against a certain Wesley So. That game ended in a draw.
Wow.
But
I'm guessing you mean after 97, not after G5, right?
after 97, yes.
Yeah. In the current position, yes.
In the current position, Rook C1.
Instead of G5.
Because G5 doesn't quite work. You need to make some kind of tempo move. Rook AC1 also avoids this Queen C7 ideas, which can be quite annoying, hitting both the pawn on E5 and the bishop on C4. And it just asks Black, what's your next move?
Exactly.
Because you would want to go Knight F8, but even though it's a nice defensive move, you do give up the pressure on E5. So it makes G5 a little bit more comfortable to execute.
Yeah, and the other way to go would be to play A5, but once again, it does feel like we're sort of grabbing pawns as our house burns on the other side of the board. Like you might get mated winning the second pawn on B4, because I think white just doesn't react. I'm pretty sure BA doesn't happen, B5 doesn't happen, it just stays on B4 and gets captured.
Yeah, and then you're G5,
yeah,
and
H4,
you just
H4
sacrifice
G5 and let's go. Yeah.
Sacrifice the queen side, get on with business on the king side. By the way, from Shaq's point of view, yesterday in the interview, Alejandro, he said, I got to win some games, which I thought was very perceptive. I mean,
that's how you win tournament, Yasser.
Exactly. Well, he is the defending champion in
right.
this Bucharest event, and he needs to win some games. And as Peter was mentioning, there aren't too many targets. And the local boy is actually quite strong.
Yeah, it feels extremely offensive, honestly. He's on +1 and leading the tournament. He's not the mark here.
No.
But with two blacks, by the way.
But you have
Yes.
to target some games, and
Right.
the white game against him does sound like perhaps a better option to go all in.
And the lifetime score between these two guys
That's
is
easy.
one draw.
That's easy. They played last year. And
that was it.
That was it.
That was it. Not too many clashes between them. I would just like to go to the MVL game for a second because I'm more than curious. And actually, there was no knight G5.
Yeah.
There was bishop G5.
MVL, he played it reasonably quickly. MVL is extremely capable of tanking for like half an hour in a position like this if he's unfamiliar with the move that his opponent played. So bishop G5 played with, no, hang on a second, it updated just now on my screen. So he did spend quite some time there.
Oh, really?
And he's still thinking after Rook A8. So he's perhaps
But
not.
Fabi has been playing
Yeah.
bang, 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 bang. I mean, as you can see, Fabi's got more time than when he started. Sorry.
Yeah,
Sorry,
but
Peter.
I mean, this is an incredibly topical line. There's been a lot of developments here recently, and MVL has played this game against Mamedyarov that I first Alejandro and then myself brought up earlier. So you could expect to get this on the board if you play the open Spanish against him. So for Fabi to still be very much in his prep is not a shock whatsoever. But
Right.
Bishop G5, I think, probably indicates that MVL would, first of all, it doesn't stop 97, but perhaps slightly discourage 97. But also I think it's just kind of aiming for the G3 square. You want to continue with bishop H4, bishop G3, perhaps pressuring the center slightly more, and also just developing this piece without committing it to any kind of a square where it might get in the way of our knight on F1. Very unclear position. As I said, every time I see this structure and this particular material balance, I get dizzy. I have no idea who to root for, and like what do I prefer here? I have
You like
no
the
clue.
center and you like the pieces.
Yeah.
You can't have both sides. Alejandro, what do you like?
I like the pieces.
I like the
It's that
pieces.
simple. I hate black's position. I've tried playing it with white, and it just seems like the pawns roll over me every time I try.
Right.
I love the pieces, but I can't handle them. The pawns always turn out to be too strong. I want to draw your attention to this game between Wesley and Nepo, because they're going zoom through theory, and I get to make a nice shout out. So let's go first on where we left it off. We did expect this variation with bishop b7 and knight a6. This was Nepo's choice, after all, in this position. And they kind of zoomed through theory. This is all well known. This sacrifice of the pawn for black. You can see they're down a pawn, but they get in the move c5, they get in the move knight e4, white hasn't finished development, and with a little bit of an initiative, black is trying to get enough compensation for the missing peshki. So knight e4 has been played. This is all theory, queen e1. There's a couple of games, oops, I did not mean to do that, but I can show it because it's the same game. There's a couple of games between Leighton Jie and Christopher Yu that we brought up earlier. I get to make a shout out about Andre Harding. He is a teacher for chess in schools in New York City. He's been really influential there, done great things for the community, but he's also a great correspondence player. And we know that we learn a lot of theory from correspondence games. And they're going through his game pretty quickly. Knight b4, rook takes a8, queen takes a8. This has all been played before. Knight c3, knight c2 with the double attack. The queen has to go to c1.
Slightly different move order, but it's the same position.
It's the same position, right? Here, queen c1, takes, and we ended up getting...
I know, that's why they changed the move order, because Jan today took on c3 prior to playing knight c2, which...
I apologize. Queen takes a8, knight c3 in this position, and he took first, right?
He took on c3 first, which is...
Pawn takes c3.
Yep.
Yeah, knight c2 now.
Right.
And then queen d2, knight takes c3, queen takes c3. We have this position, right?
Mm-hmm. No, if c5 takes d4, yeah.
Yeah, takes and rook d8 has been added in the meantime. Yeah.
Exactly.
And I guess rook d8 is the novelty. So we get this endgame in which black has the pair of bishops, is down a pawn. I don't know how much you can consider this to be suffering, but it is a two-way solved game if you put it that way.
Right.
Although at this level, I suspect it's more like a draw 95% of the time. 5% of the time you lose it with black.
No, I think the point here is not really, it's not a 5 against 4 sort of legitimately, because the biggest issue in this, as Yasser is, you can't see it just right. Yeah, now you will be able to see it. It's the spino on the bishop on g2 that is the major point here. If white were allowed to play 91,
95 or 90,
I mean 95 is a blunder, but
but if there wasn't the pressure.
But even 91 is not really possible, because if you play, I mean it's possible, but it doesn't do the job it's supposed to, because I will play bishop f6, and with the pieces where they are, if you do trade the bishops on d5, you will do it while also losing your extra pawn on d4.
Exactly.
You're just not in time. But if you work, like if you play h6 here instead of bishop takes d4 and white goes rook d1, I would suggest it's probably closer to loss than to a draw. This particular 5 against 4, I think, is extremely bad.
Taking the light square bishops off the board, solving the problems on the pressure, and just having, again, if e4, if e6, e5 doesn't somehow magically make a draw, I would like this. I would love this.
Absolutely, but it just doesn't happen because you can't really unpin yourself very comfortably. You would like to, and the queen on e3, it's sort of in the way of us playing e2, e3 and stabilizing. But you can't really play e2, e3 without sort of blundering the knight on f3. And if you start searching for squares for this queen to go to, which would solve this problem, I mean, queen f4 does exist. I was wondering about queen f4. Perhaps, I mean, you can play...
What is wrong with queen f4?
Nothing. I think it's a very decent first try. Because if you play bishop d6, yeah, bishop f6, I think I can go e3. Because g5, queen takes f6 does not work for black, yeah? And I'm one move away from playing knight e1. And if I get to play knight e1, as I've been pointing out, if I get to play knight e1, this is suddenly turning into a very large problem for black.
Did Nepo blitz out the whole way?
He's on 120. He's spent some time. But really, that game you were showing us briefly, it does feel a little bit like maybe knight c3, knight c2 was more precise, right?
Both of the engine games, sorry, not engine games, that would be a disservice. The correspondence games have been played h6 instead of c takes d4. Both of them. Yeah. In this position, yes, h6 instead of cd first. I do not know if it makes a huge difference, if Nepo's engine is stronger, but at least my weak engine says queen f4, and it's pretty far from dead equal.
Well, to my eyes, the trading of the pawns on is favorable for white. That is to say, you know,
there's fewer targets.
Yeah,
there's
right,
fewer targets.
exactly.
But also, I just wanted to return it to Alejandro for a second, because I'm very curious about that other move order. If we go knight c2 move, whatever it is, instead of knight takes c3, I'm a bit worried we're blundering knight takes d5, but we probably aren't, right? I don't think. The knight on e7 will get caught, right? You can't really do this.
I'm not sure. Maybe that was...
Knight e1, knight e7, king h8, maybe knight takes e1, actually.
Yeah, you're kind of maybe bringing this bishop to life, unless there's...
Does this work?
According to the engine, yes. Actually, after knight takes d5, you just want to take back on d5.
Yeah, that's a whole other topic. Of course, you can be a boring person
With the pawn.
With the pawn, probably. Yeah, you can be a boring person and equalize instead of losing spectacularly. But
You'll still be a pawn down.
yeah,
Yeah, it continues, right? Queen c1 is the best move because you have to take on e3 with the queen, but you don't take on e3 with black. And the little twist is that you play rook c8 here.
whoa.
Too fancy.
FPS, but sometimes it's if you have an engine, it works.
Yeah.
And rook c8 is supposed to be close to equality.
Wow.
Okay, that's interesting because if white just blithely continues along the similar path that we were showing, knight c2, queen c1 instead of knight takes d5, I think this is a much better version because we go knight takes e3, queen takes e3, and here, of course, we don't take on c3 yet. We take on d4 first. Knight d4, knight c3 loses a piece for white because g2 is hanging and bishop d5, knight takes d5 allows the knight to escape. So white has to take with the queen.
Which is
And
terrible.
now we go bishop f6, we take on c3, and I'm pretty sure the pawn on c3 will not survive.
No,
It's just a draw.
Now this is a
This is
completely different,
Yeah.
an easy game for black.
So I think very much hinges on knight takes d5 after knight c2. Otherwise, I think knight c2 is just a much cleaner solution than what Jan is doing.
But the crazy part for me is that after knight takes, pawn takes, queen c1, rook c8.
Yeah, this is quite remarkable because there's also
Like,
bishop h3 here, for instance, which would annoy me a great deal if I had to calculate this from scratch.
But is this the 5 versus 4 that we would like, or do we think that this is nothing to shout about?
Well, there's going to be a very strong bishop on c5, putting a lot of pressure on our pawns, I think, right? Queen d3, queen b7 or something. Yeah, but if I play e3 and if I don't lose anything tactically, why am I not much better here?
Exactly. I got the extra pawn.
Yeah.
How do you defend against knight f2? Like, instead of queen b7, you just take on f2?
And then queen a7.
Yeah.
Well, I just blundered it, obviously.
That's very
What kind of
nice.
question is that?
Well, I mean, our readers want to know. I mean, nice, guys. That's quite a variation. And the current position, what's the valuation? I
don't want to throw it to an engine because I don't trust the engine behind me when it comes to analysis of something so deep. But on def 33, this stockfish is saying plus 0.8, which is
it's a lot.
It's pretty significant.
It's a lot.
Yeah.
Exactly. All right, we'll keep our eye.
And queen f4, yeah.
Oops, sorry.
But
Queen f4
it is
was
by
played.
far the most natural move in the position. Yeah, you want to play 3. You want to solve your. You also might currently be threatening 95? Question mark?
No, I think you would. I would be very.
Like if black passes
I'd be elated.
Here,
I'd be elated.
Actually, h6 is not a pass because it gives us the h7 square.
I know. Unfortunately, you're absolutely right. But
It's not exactly a pass. Even though like queen g6 check variation continues. Yeah, if you go king h7.
I mean, this is one of those variations where, again.
That is quite nice. Yeah, that is what you're hoping for.
Exactly.
I think the interesting part about this game comes sort of now.
Yeah. Does he blitz out the next move, or does he sit down and think?
How quick is his next move here? Because if he starts thinking here and shakes his head once or twice, he's in for a bit of an unpleasant defense here. But if he just continue, like kind of nods, plays a move, gets up, that's a different story. Because naked first glance, don't like this for black. I think I'm in for a very, very long and unpleasant day.
It's a move like f6.
Knight e1.
Knight e1.
Knight e1. I mean, I'm just a pawn up here, right? Like it's.
And solving the pressure on the diagonal.
I will still have some slightly awkward pieces, like you take, you go queen d5, I have to play e3, my knight on g2 currently has no squares. The one it wants to go to is occupied by the queen, queen also has no squares and so on. But eventually I will find squares for my queen, and then the knight will come to f4, and then black will resign, kind of, now that f6 is played in particular.
Yeah, I had wanted to do this. What?
x6 played
very quickly.
Very quickly. One of the top engine moves, the other one being bishop d6.
h6 very quickly after queen f4.
Yeah, and the reason the line we have just shown you earlier doesn't work, I suppose, hang on, knight e5, bishop g2, is the existence of the move king h7. Even though, even there, I wanted to continue the line a little bit. Queen g6 check, king h7, queen g6 check. if you go to h8, I can collect a lot of material with checks, and then take on d8 in the end, at least.
Kind of be happy
and if you go
about
to
that.
g8, I can play queen takes e6 and also sort of continue for, but maybe it's a draw. Maybe you just go king h7 here. Because the issue for white is once bishop takes f1 happens, if it happens, you cannot recapture because of queen h1 mate. So let's say if you go queen takes e7, you're a full rook down. You can't really play king takes f1 in response to bishop takes f1. That loses the game. So maybe this holds. And if knight e5 doesn't work, then you have to make a kind of a slower move. I still don't know why, let's say, knight e1 is unplayable. But
once again, knight e5, bishop takes g2, check,
king h7.
king h7, check, king g8,
I think.
yes, check,
King h7.
king h7. Now exactly in this position.
And rook somewhere, yeah. or-
Yeah, it was
but,
just a...
But I will play bishop f6, and I'm not really getting...
Right,
Once I
right.
get bishop f6 in, I'm not really getting mated anymore, and the bishop on g2 is still alive.
I'm just wondering where my queen would be best placed, g6, f7, or where it currently is, when I make a rook luft.
Yeah, you can play something like rook c1, I suppose, bishop f6, f3, because the queen on e6 actually controls the h3 square.
Oops, that was I control the h3.
Meaning
so
that
with
the bishop on
rook,
g2 is kind of captured.
yeah, with the rook moved, I am threatening f2, f3, but I'm also threatening the bishop.
Yeah.
And this is what Peter means, is that by cleverly leaving my queen on e6, I'm covering h3. Wow, I mean, I want to say the level of preparation just feels extreme at this time. I mean, we're in some kind of an ending, and
Yeah, we don't know how well both of them have analyzed this particular line, but yeah, so far move 21, I think safe-ish to assume neither of them has started really playing yet. They're just kind of remembering, trying to recall what the file says.
as we say, sharing the homework.
Yeah.
Well, okay, this is the position for Wesley to dig deep and find
there's,
the answer.
there's actually one game we haven't touched yet at all, and we're
Please.
almost an hour in. So let's take a look at the Linier game against Levon.
Which
And
I think is flying under the radar a little bit.
Very
It is-
interesting game.
It is a funny game. It's an interesting game, and it's a rematch, right? We've seen these guys play
From the American Cup?
From the American Cup, a double rematch, if you will.
Right,
Because Levon did play against Linier Dominguez early in the tournament, and Linier actually knocked Levon down to the elimination bracket by beating him with black in a Petrov, and then holding with the white pieces, holding maybe a strong word. Linier was actually the one pressing in that Caro-Kann. And then they met in the elimination match, and it was Levon that actually took out Linier. So one-on-one on their matchups, and now they're playing again in Bucharest. Here's the head-to-head in classical chess. 2 wins for Dominguez, including that Petrov we just saw in the American Cup, but Levon slightly better of the match here against Dominguez.
And this also feels like a really heavyweight theoretical dispute. We've just seen this move, bishop f5. Even though they've been playing it rather slowly, I've got the feeling that this is still, we're in the trenches of theory.
Possibly, and there was a very interesting little bit around moves 11, 12, where Levon played c3, f6. We could spend half an,
Exactly, trying to understand why f6 was the...
No, I mean, just in general, the Giocopiano move orders are, a topic you can spend basically all the allotted time, whatever the allotted time is. Like, if you give us 2 hours, we can probably fill in 2 hours. If you give us 5 seconds, I can just say, this is Giocopiano, moves have happened, go move on with our lives.
Right.
A5, we're being told, is a novelty on move 8, but Linier, I think by his standards, replied extremely quickly. So you get the feeling he has seen this before, has looked at this before. And this is the sequence I wanted to point out to you, because Queen b3, I was actually looking at this, wondering if Queen b3 is supposed to be met with a5, a4 in this position. I don't know if it's a good move, but it's definitely a move that you can try. And then, I guess Queen b5 wins, though. Like
Queen b5, rook a5.
Rook a5?
Bishop takes c6.
Bishop takes c6.
Pawn takes c6.
It doesn't get captured. Like
It doesn't get... Oh.
You mean-
You have a4. You have a4. Sorry.
Yeah. So
Sorry, we're just...
Queen b5, Queen b5, rook a5, bishop takes c6 might be a refutation of this very fancy idea that I had there while they were playing. So I guess Queen b3 was simply going to be met by knight c7, because importantly, you cannot, like, the most beautiful looking move here is bishop e6. But I think it loses to knight g5 in as much as, or maybe it doesn't. Maybe there's a4 there as well.
But in that case, we understand why he played f7, f6, because he wants to maybe play the beautiful move bishop e6. Maybe he does have
I thought this wins,
nice,
but a5, a4 might be extremely strong here. Yeah.
Kind of throw the gauntlet right back at black.
Yeah. And Linier quite quickly replied to f6 by playing d3, d4, which is a topical reaction to black playing f6. So once the king side is slightly compromised, you open the center, e takes d4. And then he also very quickly played rook e1 prior to playing c takes d4. I think once again, trying to discourage as much as possible the appearance of the bishop on e6.
Exactly. And then the bishop did appear, pardon me, king h8.
Square,
yeah. It has appeared on bishop on f5, and now Linier has gone into his tank and thinking how to respond to this. First impressions are...
What about you?
Yeah, is that I like white. I mean,
interesting, because I think this has to be quite comfortable for black, honestly.
Really? Just because I'm kind of used to Petrov positions, where you might even, for example, have a pawn on c3 in certain Petrovs, but you have your pawn on f7.
Yeah, but it's not as much of a weakening as we're brought up to believe. And shout out to Ben Feingold, who would be very unhappy with Levon today.
Because he played f6.
Because he played f6, obviously.
Never played f6.
Yeah.
How dare?
Don't do that. But
yeah.
But if the bishop, let's say, gets to f7, everything gets very much solidified, and it is sort of on the way. You could. If knight h4 here was a move you could make, maybe you would be a bit more optimistic. But I think bishop takes e4 followed by f5 might be a large problem, potentially. Although queen h5 here might be playable, surprisingly. I thought this just loses a piece, but actually queen h5, knight f6, knight g6 is a very fancy way to lose the game.
Checkmate.
Yeah, and a shout out to my esteemed co-host Jan Gustafsson, whose motto is always show mates in one when you have a chance.
Exactly. Every checkmating pattern should be respected.
Has to be shown on air.
So knight h4, maybe it's a completely playable move.
Maybe it's a playable move, but maybe with the knight on h4 we can drop it back to e6, f7, or we can find a good move in this position.
Drop your bishop? Sorry.
Yeah, just go bishop e6, queen h5, bishop f7, I think solves all of our problems.
I have no...
We have some jumps, but the default pawn is now hanging, right? I think I can reasonably happily take on c5 here, dc5. Rook e6, knight d4, you have to convince me you're not like a pawn grabber in cheap.
Right.
I'm up a pawn here.
I understand. I mean, a lot of what I'm trying to do.
Oh yeah, I mean,
it depends on whether or not I get exactly. If this fails, it's I'll take my moves back here.
But yeah, it's difficult to refute immediately. I mean, I can play knight takes e6. I don't think it loses, but you can go knight g6, knight f8, and I'm struggling to find a very comfortable way to equalize. Bishop d5, I thought queen e8 might be strong, but yeah, you take on f8 first. And perhaps I have to play some kind of an annoying endgame here, if I can find one.
Well,
Good luck.
Yeah, so far I'm not. I mean, I go
not optimistic, but you didn't have to do any of this.
Absolutely
for sure.
No.
Knight h4 definitely one. But you had also mentioned that if you were getting comfortable enough, if you could somehow manage to achieve a bishop on f7, you kind of thought
knight h4 in the current position specifically is interesting because it stops bishop g6. Yeah, if you do it this way, knight g3, bishop g6, knight h4.
Yes,
I get my bishop f7 in. I think I stabilize reasonably comfortably here because knight c7 on even knight d7 on a good day.
Knight c7, knight d e7 without any compromises.
Yeah, start trading some of your attacking pieces. And
exactly.
The pawn on d4 is a legitimate target for later in the game, maybe even not much later.
An isolated queen pawn, an IQP.
An IQP.
Yeah, put that in your lexicon and smoke it. What do you got for us? What's happening in the Firouzja? Oh, sorry, that's the Deac game behind you. Sorry.
I'll update a couple of the games as we have heavy theoretical duels today. I think it's what's shaping today's round. We have, of course, we already saw heavy theoretical duel between Jan Nepomniachtchi with the black piece against Wesley So. This one against Mamedyarov and Bogdan Deac also seems to be going through that direction because Rook AC1 was played by Shak, and in the game between Gukesh and Wesley So we had mentioned earlier, Black played the best move in this position, which is absolute alien chess, the move queen c7. Of course, now that you put your rook on c1, I put my queen on c7, so you have a discovery.
Right.
But the move bishop takes c6 is not considered to be the best move. It has been played all 3 times that this position has been reached, but after queen b6, just returning the queen to where it belongs, the opening of the diagonal seems to be good enough to just shed the pawn on e6. Remember that black is up a pawn for the moment because of the central pawn on d4. And after eventually moving the knight to f8, especially if the bishop retreats on this diagonal, black's counterplay on g4 is actually pretty nice. Remember that despite the fact that we haven't mentioned it, black does have the pair of bishops. The more the position opens up, the better for him. So after queen c7, Mamed wanted nothing to do with this obvious discoveries of bishop takes c6. They simply put the knight back on g3, probably planning something along the lines of bishop d3 and queen e4, targeting immediately on the king side, maybe knight h5 to target g7. And Deac, after a little bit of a think, put the queen back on b8. This is the modern chess maneuvers, queen c7, queen b8. But he understands how important it is to touch base with the pawn on e5. Remind white that he has a weakness there, that he cannot take on d4 willy-nilly whenever he wants to. He does want to get to the pawn on d4, keep the pawn on d4 alive, a little bit artificially. It also gets the queen out of the way from some positions in the queen side. So queen c7, queen b8, engine approved, of course. All of this is correct. In the game between MVL and Favi, we had the move bishop g5 played after queen d7, and of course such a move is not going to surprise Fabiano Caruana. He instantly threw down rook e8, queen d2 played by the Frenchman after a long think, and immediately, of course, with half a minute think, the move d4, best move by the engine. Of course, all of this clearly in Favi's prep. Not the most obvious move, because I'm not sure that you want to play d3. I'm not sure that you actually want to break your structure with the move d takes d3, but it does allow this bishop to come to d5 in variations, put some pressure on the knights, and activate black's own pieces. After some time, knight g3 was played, and finally, Fabi is taking a think. He's finally spending some time just hitting the hour and 30 mark that he started with, while MVL down to 50 minutes. So a 40-minute differential between these two players, just exemplifying Favi's constant hard work on and off the chessboard, finding new ideas, finding new resources in pretty much every opening in existence.
Wow. The move knight g3 does, however, take away some escape squares for the bishop there, Alejandro.
Yeah, but if you go after it,
h6.
Yeah, your position will start.
The engine doesn't like what Maxime is doing, but again, I'm not fully trusting of the engines in complicated positions with such material balance, but h6 is the most logical move. The question is, do you sacrifice on h6? Remember, you have a ton of pieces on the king side, and your rooks, they're not the best defenders. There's two key lines here. You could play bishop h4, and then g5, knight takes g5, go at it that way. You have to worry in this variation, though, that d takes c3 might force some pieces off the board before g5 traps this bishop. This would be beneficial for black, because it keeps the king a little safer to just wipe out the queens off the board. Maybe not a little safer, a lot safer once the queens are not on the board. The other way to do this, just take on h6 directly, and on g takes h6, queen takes h6. Try to get something here. The engine does not believe in it. Thinks that after queen g7, you want to keep the queens on h4 or f5, doesn't really matter. Both of them you can see have some difficulties. Queen h4, for example, you don't want to run into rook f4. I would put it on h5. Honestly, but apparently there's some issue tactically with the move d3, which I have no idea why, but we'll get to it. The thing is, the engines hate it, and Fabi hasn't looked at it. So at the very least, we're going to have a fight over the board. Fabi must know that the evaluation went from 0-0 to a negative, because the move knight g3 is not one of the top moves. There were.
I do want to say that it, from a purely human perspective, I think it is the most obvious move in the
position
board for white here, because d4 has been played clearly with the intention of playing bishop d5, and you want to control the e4 square as much as possible. You want to be able to meet bishop d5 with knight e4 or bishop e4. I expect knight e4 if I'm given that choice. So. Yes, it's probably, quite likely not the first choice of the engines. But I'd be surprised if Fabi actually hasn't looked at it, because even when you're clicking around, even when you're following the engine advice, you still have your instincts and you still understand that.
I think the only reason he might not have looked at it is because we're already kind of far from theory, and even to get to this position, you already had to humanly click around. The move Queen D2 was not one of the top.
But he played D4, as you said, he played D4 instantly.
Yeah.
So this is why, if he spent like 15 minutes on D4, I would be very much agreeing with you. But if D4 is played instantly, I think if you know this position exists, you do look at knight G3 at least for a little bit, because the question has to be, I am committing to the structure change in the center. I think it's actually hugely beneficial for white if there's no tactical drawbacks to the move knight G3. So you have to ask yourself, why is Engine allowing this? Why is Engine so happy about playing D4, allowing knight G3, allowing seemingly white to get a very, very nice clamp on the things in the center? So I think it's possible. I'm not suggesting it's necessarily what's happening. It's possible that he's sort of trying to check what could be missing from the brief glance, at least, that he had at knight G3. I don't think you ignore it entirely because Engine doesn't say it's playable, because it has to be the most, like in Blitz you just play knight G3 there and you just assume that if H6 G5 happens, I have so many pieces on the king side, I will be able to somehow, have a crushing attack in, inverse quotation marks.
Before we jump into our break, I'll just say that a few moves have been played in the Firouzja versus Richie game. When we left it, we just left it at this point. Bishop E2, Rook D8. I was looking at Rook D1 at this moment, but Firouzja had a very clear idea. If you want to play C6, C5, Bishop drop back to B7, I'm going to stop you. I'm going to play the move B4, and after knight C8, please trade queens. Queen takes C5, B takes C5, and I've got a stranglehold over the D6 square.
Not an option, and very understandably, Richard played D5 here.
Exactly.
D6 and D5 have to be very, very similar here, but he opted for D5.
And we catch up with the players.
D6, yeah.
And we catch up with the players.
It doesn't look horrible for black. I probably still pick white ever so slightly, but it feels like this endgame should be. I mean, I assume the queens come off eventually, and then having solved some of our structural problems with black.
The question for me is, can I get away with the move Rook D1?
Can I take on C4 or not?
Exactly, that's the whole question. Oh, taking on C5 first, or taking...
Many different ways of trying to do that. Yeah, I've not really settled on anything in reply.
Because there is maybe a problem here. You have to take
king takes. Yeah, it's annoying. I don't know. Rook D1, king somewhere, king C8 maybe. Like C8 loses.
What happens on Queen E5 in the current position?
Queen E5 as well. Yeah.
Right here, not Rook D1, Queen E5, you say.
Oh yeah.
Ideas of C5.
And Queen takes C6, yeah.
And on a bad day, Queen G7.
As a kind of a backup. Yeah. No immediate answer, to be honest. Looks very, very strong. Yeah. I just assume the queens come off, but maybe they just don't.
So.
How much time has Richie spent?
You're hitting a lot of. That's like a ping, You're just hitting a lot of.
This is just more theory, yeah. You don't go into this variation with such little thought unless you know it. Queen E5, the move is C5.
Obviously.
Obviously, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, what a stunner, yeah?
Wow, and 11-minute thing. But we are going to take a break. First of all, we have to ask ourselves, what's on specials at the Q Boutique?
And today is a good day to ask that question, because today we have a very nice deal for you. Up to 75% off previous year's tournament merchandise with the code SALES75. That's
nice.
7.5. That's quite.
Boy, that beats our 5% families and friends.
I think
discount,
I have this shirt. This is a very, very nice shirt.
That is a good shirt.
I can attest from experience. It's a very good shirt. Yeah. And this one is a 2021 Maroon Grand Chess Tour T-shirt featuring landmarks from all the cities of the tour. And yeah, shop at qboutique.stl.com. Plenty of very, very nice chess-related stuff there, and very, very nice deals available right now.
Excellent. And as we go on break, we ask the players, what's it like playing in Bucharest, Romania? Here are their answers.
We are back in Bucharest, Romania with the first leg of the Grand Chess Tour, the Superbet Chess Classic. What are your thoughts on this event and how does it feel to be playing here in Bucharest?
Yeah, it's going to be exciting. I mean, I'm very glad to be here, to be back here in Romania. I am very grateful to the sponsors for having this. It's a new start, it's a new season. It's a very strong tournament with all the top players. We'll see how it goes.
So yeah, this is for me a new experience. I like visiting new places actually. It's, you know, I always feel like going from tournament to tournament, pretty much playing the same players and everything, it kind of gets boring. You fall into the same pattern, same routine. So I like at least that there's, for me at least, a new environment, and even though the players are pretty much the same, right? This can make it interesting, and yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Of course, it's very nice, very good to back again. I played here in Bucharest only one time, and I played very good tournament. It's not easy tournament. Is every chess player can win this tournament, and for this reason, to play good, it will be not easy, but we all will try.
Yeah, I was always watching it from live from home previous years. I think it's a very well-organized tournament, and it's a very top tournament and also very tough. So I think it's great to be here in Romania. I heard a lot of good things about this country, and I've always wanted to visit here. So I look forward to the tournament, and I try to do my best.
I feel good. I must say that last time I was pretty sick for the whole duration of the event, so that was not a great experience only because of that, because otherwise things have been organized to very high standards, so I was definitely looking forward to be back here, and my shape, at least I'm not feeling sick at all, so it should be very good.
I've been coming to Bucharest since early 90s. Great city, and a city that I love being in. Yeah, and now I have many friends here, so I really enjoy the old town and generally the whole city and its love towards chess.
Well, first time here in Romania, and obviously I'm very happy to be, back on track and play first classical event since November and December.
Yeah, it's my first time visiting Romania. It's always nice to visit new places as a chess player. That's one of the pluses.
The best players in the world come back in Romania. It's very good for Romania and chess in Romania.
And yeah, the playing venue would be empty if not for them pesky kids.
Look at that.
Very, very nice to see young children in the audience. Today being Sunday, no school, I would assume, and yeah, people enjoying a very, very strong tournament. Nice to see. Yeah, very nice to see interest in chess being shown there, and yeah, very, very cute.
Nice little smile.
Yeah.
Can't start and see. Were you like a board boy or anything? You get all of these apocryphal stories of players who become really strong, but they started out as chessboard boys.
I did that job once or twice in my life, and
Really?
also, yeah, but not on any kind of
Grand stage,
Yeah.
Soviet championship, what have you.
I did when I was one of the very, very last Soviet higher leagues was in Leningrad at the time in, I want to say, '88.
Okay.
And they gave me a job in the press center. I obviously had nothing to do with press and like barely knew how to operate a computer. And for me, maybe Alejandro remembers, although probably not. I spent most of my time in that press center playing Commander Keen on one of the computers that were used to produce press bulletins. I enjoyed every second of it. Commander Keen was a good game.
Nice.
Commander King is something I read on text. About.
Nice.
Yeah, but I played some tournaments in the Chigorin Chess Club when the large boards with the sticks to move the pieces were still operational.
Right.
And I would very much enjoy trying to beat the board boys to the stick and make my moves myself on a large board. Yeah. That was my kick. Yeah.
Not necessarily copying the moves of the players, but trying to improve upon their moves.
You don't really touch other players' games, but if I could get to make my own moves on my own board, that was very, very enjoyable.
Very nice. Let's return to our games, and we'll pick up on the game of Firouzja versus Richie. We did see the move Queen E5 when we left, and then came Richie's response, C6, C5. And
it hasn't come yet.
It has not come yet.
Oh, it hasn't come yet. No, we were just discussing this.
We're discussing
And,
C5. I
yeah,
apologize.
if he doesn't know, I mean, I just don't want to even complete that sentence. He's made so many completely outlandish decisions with ease in this tournament that that like trying to make some kind of a intrigue out of will Richie find the best move in this position or not really feels like we're underselling how good of a calculator he is.
Right.
I think he will. It's a bit surprising that he has not done this instantly, because it really, the speed with which he played Rook D8, Knight C8 and D6 would suggest that he is still potentially in his preparation. And then Queen E5 kind of needs to be checked. And C5, I think, according to Alejandro, is not only by far the best, but possibly even maybe the only move that is any good in this position.
Well, because material is being threatened. C4, C5, hitting the queen on B6 as well as the knight on D6. Pawn on E6 is hanging. Pawn on G7 is hanging. I thought that the move C5 was our main move. And let's imagine that Richie does play it. How does it go from here?
Well, the sort of the surface level is, why isn't b takes c5 just instantly winning? In fact, it doesn't equalize, as far as I understand from Alejandro. The black reply is kind of very easy to figure out. You go queen 6 check because
you got to move your queen.
Yeah, your pieces are being attacked. The king goes somewhere. I don't know if e3 or g3 is better, but both really seem uninspiring, because knight f7 drives the queen away from the e5 square. If it drops back to e3, I assume you play g7, g5. Because you do want to be quick. You don't want to allow bishop f3, h4, rook ht1, some kind of consolidation like this. So I'm guessing you play g5 here and start attacking the white setup immediately.
Feels like the initiative is all kind of one-way traffic.
Yeah,
here,
definitely the initiative belongs to black here. And if you take on g7, I think it's even worse, because after a quiet move king e7, the threat of the threat of rook dg8 or rook hg8 is potentially just decisive here, as far as I could tell. There's no real way to prevent it landing with very, very strong effect.
In the words of the great Alejandro, no me gusta. I don't like this. I don't like this, Alejandro. What is White's what is White doing?
So let's take a look at some of the other options. Queen takes e6 check obviously forces king f8.
Yeah, I'll let you guys have a little bit more fun with this before you throw it to the engine.
But then bishop b7 check becomes a very, very strong threat, and it's
By
it's
the
very
way,
awkward to even.
where's my king going after such a check?
It's very awkward to even make a next move, so I don't like this either. I'm kind of wondering if you're supposed to bite the bullet here and take on g7. Or
Immediately?
Or queen takes c5. I guess queen takes c5 is the kind of the fallback position, which should be the safest.
The problem I have with queen g7 is black could always play queen b7 if nothing else.
I think you might have to, but I think it's pretty decent for black.
Yeah,
Queen b7,
and
bishop
then
takes, let's say king e3.
And I've got my
and
pawn
c4,
back.
c5 here. And this is the position I was trying to figure out. And I suspect it ends up being a draw, but like white is definitely not worse here.
Yeah, before too much, instead of c5, keep going. You don't have to switch to me. Keep going. Don't play c5. Just go rook hb1.
Rook h1
and
b1.
According to the engine, black is not surviving.
Really that bad?
It's like 1 something.
Whoa.
Wow. Didn't see that happening. But as we try to figure out the complications, let's jump to Bucharest and check in with Cristian and Anastasiya.
Thank you, Yasser. Yes, we just want to discuss the atmosphere here in Bucharest, as well as the way we see these games, as well as the way we see the players' emotions as we are walking around the playing hall and trying to understand where they stand at this point. Anastasiya, take us through this game, the emotions between Mamedyarov and Bogdan Daniel there.
I think Mamedyarov should be in a very good mood right now. I think it's the type of the position he really likes to play and enjoys to play. So even though maybe computer doesn't like always the evaluation, the position of him, he probably should be in a good mood right now. What do you think, Cristian?
Well, I actually have to, I do understand, of course, Mamedyarov is an attacking genius. He loves to push his pawns in front of his opponent's king. He loves to open up the king and try to checkmate. At the same time, I have to say, this is a clash of styles, because Bogdan Daniel Deac also loves to defend. He never shies away from this type of complications, especially if he has a very healthy pawn structure. And we've seen that yesterday as well against Rapport. He was viciously attacked. Rapport was bringing everything to the table, and he just defended, was actually walking around with like 50 seconds on the clock. He doesn't feel that pressure as much whenever he attacks, and I think he enjoys it as well. So this one is definitely a very, very interesting clash. Now,
but I want to say something. Actually, of course, Bogdan has a lot of supporters at the playing venue, but at the same time, I saw one big fan of Mamedyarov who brought the flag of Azerbaijan today, and he was really rooting for him. So maybe it will help him to be in a good spirit too.
absolutely, I think he is actually one of his friends as well. And let's jump to this game as well. Firouzja versus Rapport. You are giving me some very interesting insight. Tell us a bit about that.
Yeah, I mean, I was of course passing by the. I was in the playing hall, and I think I had a feeling that Firouzja is not really in a good mood today. I don't know how to explain it, but when you take photos of the players day by day, you kind of see some small details, and I thought he was really like he was kind of mad, you know, before the game, and he was not in his best mood. But probably it may help him today to have this extra motivation, and the aggressive mood sometimes actually helps.
Absolutely. Well, actually, I have to say that at this point, after this last move, which was played in the last minute or so, this move c5, very important move to try to keep the tension in the position and actually keep black alive. If he wouldn't have played the move c5, Richie Rapport, then Alireza would have been in pole position to take this one home. But right now, it's a very dangerous moment, in my opinion, for Alireza, because the best move in the position seems to be queen takes c5. But you were mentioning Alireza is not in a great mood. I don't see him looking forward to exchange the queens, because after queen takes c5, knight to b7, it seems like things are getting quite peaceful. As you were mentioning, Alireza is definitely in a fighting mood. If he doesn't do that, if he doesn't take on c5 with a queen, well, the king is always going to be in danger, and I think he's going to have some difficulties, especially against a player like Richie Rapport. And another one that we wanted to look at was this one between MVL and Caruana, because Caruana just essayed how many moves? Blitzed out. I think it was something along the lines of 80 moves. 80 moves blitzed out. by Fabiano.
I saw MVL all the time thinking, and Fabi running around the plane venue, spending time in the restroom. So actually, I don't know. I think MVL has tough time.
How would you say his chances look like right now? After this last move, bishop to h4. Now it's the first time that Fabiano actually thinks about his move.
Yeah, just I don't feel some harmony with pieces on h4 and this knight on g3, the bishop on h4. Something is wrong here. I think, some g5 are coming maybe, but in this case, the king will be open.
Well, we've been having our eyes on these 3 games, but to be honest, all 5 games are extremely interesting. How about you guys? Which ones have drawn your attention?
Well, thank you, Cristian and Anastasiya. Definitely the Firouzja game, and I'm still baffled by it as well. This move, c6, c5, I don't know if Richie has played it yet. He has played it, Peter. But I wasn't drawn to, strangely enough, and I'm a pawn grubber, I wasn't drawn to any of these captures. I was actually drawn to a rather quiet move. Yeah. King g3 setting up for this. Peter, please, what did you imagine would be a good answer?
We discussed it a little bit while we were listening to Cristian and Anastasiya, and I'm not sure what the response is supposed to be here. My initial idea was to play knight f7 and try to sort of drag it back to the lines we've already seen, but I think the inclusion of king g3 and knight f7 is very much in white's favor if you play king takes c5. Yeah, because the knight is supposed to go to b7, not f7, to attack the pawn on c5 immediately.
That's exactly what...
Which probably means knight f7 not the best move in the position, but what the best move in the position is, I'm honestly somewhat struggling to say, because you would like just to castle here and say, fine, now I'm completely safe. But bc5 now I think actually
it's really just a legit
wins a piece.
Yeah, pardon me, that was a mouse slip.
Wins a piece. So
forks, and there's no queen checks as I've moved my king. And
it's a curious option. We kind of know from both Cristian and Alejandro's explanations of what the suggested first line is, that king g3 probably isn't it. Yeah. But I'm still not sure exactly why. There must be a solution, but...
The other reason why I'm kind of like drawn to the move king g3 is because I've got this latent threat of bishop check, which is not going to be... You're not going to be able to meet this check on h5
this is one of the
g6.
reasons why I wanted to go knight f7, to prepare g6 as a reply to h5.
Now, just as Cristian was explaining...
And queen c5 is on the board now.
The immediate queen c5 takes knight b7.
And as we have this shot of the board and the clock, Richie is half an hour up on the clock, which is a very comfortable situation. It's not the most important thing with the reasonably large amount of moves already made, and time travel perhaps will not be such a huge factor, but still, obviously, you have to say that Richie probably won the opening duel in terms of at least time management.
Well, then I've got to ask Alejandro. Alejandro, what would have been Richie's reaction to king g3, because I'm a bit baffled.
There's only one move. After the move king g3 in this position, you have to go knight f7. Everything else just loses. But the thing is that after queen takes, pawn takes, the angels were saying king e7 is fine. You could also even throw in the move rook d2 and claim that the king on g3 is slightly better placed. In some cases against bishop b7, but against rook e3, you would have preferred to have the king on f3, so you can go king e3. The angels are saying pretty much anything black does here is fine. The knight on f7 is good, and the king on g3 can be hunted. Even the move rook g8 is considered to be okay by the engines. You go g5 and try to hunt this guy down. Queen takes c5 was the top engine move. Over king g3, over queen e6, and over queen g7. Even though all of them were playable, none of them were considered to be bad by the engine. Queen c5 seems to be the only one that gave some hope for keeping the advantage. Everything else, the engines were already throwing down zeros. Another engine type of position is this one between Fabi with black and MVL. Now, MVL thought forever in the opening because Fabi was blitzing.
Right.
But Fabi has come full stop. It's been a while since Fabi made a move, and after the move bishop h4, he is stuck. He's deciding between the move g5, immediately capturing a piece, traps that bishop on h4, but encourages MVL to just straight up give up a piece, either with bishop takes or knight takes g5, or to throw the intermediate d takes c3, trying to get some pieces off the board. Now, the engine has a clear preference. It wants to take on c3 first. If you take on d7, bishop takes d7, followed by c5, you do have to pick up the c3 pawn after the trade of queens, should give black a good endgame. It doesn't say it's a decisive advantage for black. It does think white retains compensation, but clearly not enough. And if you take with the queen, you still could throw in g5 and stuff like that, but the engine actually prefers moving the knight to d4, simplifying into the endgame, not capturing this piece on the king side, just saying they're off the mark if you trade off the queens and start rolling the pawns. For example, some endgame like this, I'm just making some bad moves for an example. There are better ways to get to this position. Just to give an example of this position in which, yes, you have two pieces, but they're on this side of the board. They're kind of on each other's toes. G5 is a threat. The idea of bishop c4, d3 is coming very strong. I already developed my rooks. Your rook's still sleeping on a1. And
even simply c5, c4, d3, right?
Even c5, c4, d3 is very strong in this position. So white just doesn't have the time to prevent black's ideas. The pawns start rolling, and by that point, the white pieces are going to run out of space. So this is the very big question that Fabi's answering right now. Do I want to play g5? Do I want to take on c3? And well, we are human, so perhaps he is looking at a third and different option. In the game between Lenier Dominguez and Aronian, not much has happened, but that's because Lenier, in move 14, took a 52-minute think.
52?
5-2.
Whoa.
In this position, played bishop f5. The engine wanted to go a3 pretty badly. It's a hard move to explain. You do know the move exists, but there seem to be so other useful moves in the position. After a 52-minute thing, he played the move knight g3, bishop g6, instantly played by Levon because, well, thank you for the 52 minutes.
What else can I do?
Knight h4, bishop f5, knight gf5. This is currently the situation we have on the board. The engine absolutely hates how Lenier has handled this position with the white pieces, even thinking that after the retreat, knight d5 to e7, too many pieces are coming off the board, and at the end of the day, you do have an isolani on d4 that can be exploited. So knight d5, e7 seems to be the money move here for Levon to actually turn things around from the opening battle and start putting pressure on white.
Well, it's not so easy to get an advantage against Lenier, and to get an advantage against Lenier when he's white, then something crazily bad has gone wrong. Now, talking about advancing the pawns, push him, baby. I mean, look at what Shaq is doing against Deac. As Cristian said, that Deac actually likes seizing the defensive. He's in a pawn up, he's got the two bishops, but he's definitely on the back foot. How good or how bad is it? I would be terrified personally playing against Shaq coming at you with all guns blazing. Sorry.
Knight on f8 means no mate, or
right? Yes, I don't get checkmated with the knight on f8.
It looks very threatening, both in terms of white clearly has made a lot of advances on the king side.
Right.
And there's also the queen b8, rook a8 complex, which is a lot of material stuck, seemingly very, very far from where the actual action, where the action is. Yeah. But it's difficult to. Like, it looks threatening, but what exactly are we doing?
Well, let's try. Let's just give it a shot.
Yeah, we take on g5, I guess.
And let me take with the pawn.
Okay.
And I'm assuming a5.
Bishop d7, c6 is also not without merit, I would
Bishop d7, c6. Wow. You're really tempting me to make a rook lift over to the king side here.
I mean, rook d4 would be rook d4, rook h4 would be, or rook g4 would be a very strong idea. But I think after bishop c6, your center starts
to collapse,
kind of crumbling. So you do have to address the but something like knight h5 or knight e4 with knight f6 check to follow is definitely very topical.
I'm sorry, I made your move for you. Knight c6
but but why are you taking with the pawn? Put it back.
Put it back.
Bishop takes.
And pawn takes.
Bishop f3.
Bishop f3.
Bishop f3, queen e5. This is sort of what I was playing for. I think this is game over.
Yeah.
Obviously, you're by no means forced to do this.
Exactly.
But this is why I prefer bishop d7 to a5, because I think bishop d7 c6 does more to my defensive prospects on the king side compared to winning an irrelevant pawn on b4.
Yeah, I was actually hoping that you were going to go a5, a b4, rook a3, like spend 3 tempi doing absolutely nothing, and let me just simply checkmating you on the king side. Jump right in on this one, Alejandro. It looks good, but how good is it?
You know the evaluation of this, Yasser.
0-0.
It's obviously 0-0. Come on.
gosh.
But let's go through some sample lines if you wish. Let's go through G5 is a very obvious move. You don't have to take it specifically. There are moves like B5, Bishop B7, for example, to gain tempi.
Same ideas that you were mentioning, Peter.
But let's taking actually the engines already hate. They like the move A5, say this is just not working on the king side. We don't play like that. We don't open the H file and then hope there's nothing. I like the move Bishop D7. I thought it was much more natural. And Bishop D3, here's a cunning retreat. Knight H5, the engines didn't think there was too much wrong with it, but after Bishop C6, they thought this is just too much. You have to pull your punches, take on D4 here with the knight. And even though you have all this aggressiveness on the king side, that you've regained your pawn in the center, and that you have pretty much everybody targeting this way, the engine just says A5, thank you for the pair of bishops, black's better.
Wow.
And it's one of these inhuman ways of analyzing chess. But the engines don't believe in the attack, and I've noticed that pretty often, that this setup looks very threatening, but it's actually hard to create threats once you get there. It's, of course, very scary, but if Deac is familiar with the position and he's not particularly scared of the attack psychologically, he just flat out calculates what's going on in the positions, he has good chances to counterattack in many of these variations. Now, Shak is the one that's thought for a long time and played the move Bishop D3. I believe that came with a 14-minute think. Not playing the move G5 immediately, waiting to see how black is going to be developing first. So B6 is possible with the idea of Bishop B7. You could also play Bishop D7 and C6. There are some occasions where you don't want to put the bishop on C6 because you could sacrifice for it, opening up the E4 square for the queen. So perhaps B6 a little bit more stable, but I think Bishop D7 also makes a lot of sense because in many cases the bishop actually retreats to E8 to hold on to the F7 square if necessary.
Thank you, Alejandro. And of course, anybody who would like to be a part of the conversation, you can simply tweet at us, and we have one, Peter.
Yeah, thanks for reaching out. And the tweet today
Nate.
is from Nate. Yeah, if you had to take a guess, what do you think could be a topical opening or line that we will see be explored by several of the players and the candidates? I assume the hope for an answer here is something outlandish is unlikely, but something rare. I think
something that's not like everyday common. You know, you don't answer this with like the Berlin and the Petrov are gonna make an appearance at the candidates. Like, okay, we know that. What else?
I don't think the meta, such as it is, will change dramatically for the candidates. I think it's very likely that people will be playing what they already are playing. The things like, what are the somewhat trendier things that perhaps have become more trendy in the year of our Lord 2022?
You know, before this game happened, I was gonna go with 4-Knight Sicilian. I had a feeling that at least one person was gonna prepare Sveshnikov. This one person would not like the Bishop B5 Rossolymos, and we would see this knight takes C6 for Knight Sicilian, like Rapport is playing today against Firouzja. That would have been my pick, but he just used it here, so I don't think he's using it in the candidates.
That's another topic that we keep on, and once again, we're kind of dodging answering the Nate's question, but I wanted to bring it up a little bit because Cristian, for instance, references it quite a bit, and I think we've also made reference to it. The fact that people might be sort of pulling punches in terms of showing opening ideas 1 month off before the candidates. And I wanted to hear your thoughts on this because I have kind of very sort of set in stone opinion on this particular matter, which might differ from yours. Do you think it's a thing? Do you think people actually don't show important ideas in tournaments like this?
For me, absolutely. But again, it was a different era when I was playing in the candidates. I held on to my novelties until I could play them. But now everybody's playing so much, so frequently. It's sort of like if you get an opportunity to get in your novelty, you play it, and that's all there is to it. But in my day, yeah, you definitely held back.
Yeah, but that's exactly the point that perhaps Alejandro has something dramatically different to say. But I think that's exactly the point that I wanted to make, and the one I've sort of stuck to my guns over the years on this, these days with the volume of chess being played, and also the fact that it's not really teams of people analyzing stuff. It's teams of people plus the same engines for everybody analyzing things.
Right.
That, let's say, if you have an important idea in a topical line, and you say there is a chance I can get it, I don't know, with White against Levon tomorrow in a hugely important, first leg of the GCT. But no, I will wait for perhaps like a 5% chance I will get it against somebody in the candidates next month. I think it's ridiculous. I think first off, most of your opponents are probably aware of it because they were suggested the same idea by the same computer.
Right.
And secondly, somebody else will get it in prior to you being able to. The risk of somebody else showing the ideas that you are holding on to is so high that yes, you don't do it in a random blitz tournament somewhere, but in a classical tournament like this with huge money and GCT points at stake and pride and everything, and an opportunity to score sort of psychological points, you show what you've got. And I don't think, maybe you don't, like, if there's a new opening you've prepared and nobody knows, that is maybe the one bit of info you save. Like, you don't randomly start playing. Let's say you've been an E4 player all your life, and you just decide that in the candidates you will play exclusively 1G4.
Right.
You probably don't show your hand in that way. But in your own openings, if you have an idea that makes sense, you show it the first chance you get, because somebody else will otherwise.
Jump in, Alejandro.
At least from my experience working with Fabi, the way that we saw it is that we had, let's put it like this, bin A novelties and bin B novelties. Novelties that were not exactly in his repertoire, novelties that perhaps, there were a couple that we wanted to say for the World Championship. So we just didn't play the opening at all. For example, the Queen's Gambit decline that we saw with Rook D8, that was actually found very, very early in, we knew we were going to play that, like very early in the cycle, but just to avoid getting into it, Fabi didn't play QGD in the entirety of his career from the moment we found it until he faced Magnus in London. So he just kind of avoided playing his main openings in order to get his ideas in at the World Championship match. But in the other openings, if there was a novelty, he showed it. It didn't matter what opening it was. If he get in a novelty, he would get it in. And I think that it was more saving novelties by playing different openings than he was used to prior to the World Championship match. Even though the players, specifically Fabi against Magnus, did play a Petrov right before the World Championship here in the Singfield Cup.
Exactly. Remember the confession and the
yes. But also interestingly, Fabi didn't play the line that he played at the World Championship match, right? He played a different line, and we had novelties in both, but we knew which one we wanted for London.
Gotcha. Just by the way, thank you for the question, Nate. And again, any of you.
But we didn't answer it.
Well, you came closest. You came closest to actually answering the question. I think you will see very similar things to what you think of the things that you don't often see in the candidates. Like from today's round, I think the Open might actually be in more than one person's
Open Spanish.
Yeah. Because it's been kind of a. I think there's a lot of studying there that needs to be done in the absolutely most topical lines, which I think stops people from adopting it as universally as it could have been adopted. Because I think it stands really rather well right now. I think it's a very nice way of avoiding the mainline Spanish without playing the Berlin.
Yeah.
If you don't want to be playing the Berlin.
Well, one of the things about the Open Spanish is players that I associate with the Open Spanish, Wesley So, Vishy, Anand, Shaq, they're not in the candidates.
That is true.
That's when you put it that way, right?
You're right. I mean, those guys have it. B7, B6 in the game between Shaq and Bogdan. You had mentioned, and with very good reason, you could play Bishop D7, C6. The advantage maybe of such a move like B7, B6 is you kind of maintain a little contact.
You maintain contact with the D4 pawn. And also, if White wanted to go absolutely all in, Bishop D7, you maybe, in some really outlandish scenarios, need to at least ask yourself, do I have a reply to B4, B5? And sort of hard stopping the bishop from reaching the long diagonal. I understand it's a stupid move, most likely. Giving up on A3 with a tempo. But it's a thing.
It is a thing.
It's a thing, and B6 kind of secures black in the knowledge that the bishop will reach the long diagonal. It can be traded off by bishop b4, of course.
Yeah.
But if white starts trading pieces in this position, black is obviously quite happy about that.
Yeah, that's not the way you want to go after you've committed yourself at g4, h4. Another thing that kind of draws me to b7, b6 is oftentimes there's a lot of lateral defenses along the seventh rank in this case, where you might play a5 and discover that your rook is actually doing really good job on the seventh rank.
Yeah.
I mean, essentially, at some point, you got to get going. You've played g4, you've played h4. You can't just sit there and say, I'm not going to play g4, g5, I'm not going to play h5, and you just have to commit yourself. Yeah. Alejandro, I see that you got the Wesley So game on your screen. What developments are going on?
Not much, because we left off the game going into this endgame where Nepo is down a pawn. He has the pair of bishops, but not much has really happened. He's put the bishop on b4. You can see Wesley's queen went from f4 to g4, and that's
via h4 actually. Yeah.
Huh? Via h4.
Yeah.
But not much has happened in the position. But Nepo has starting to think here for a very long time, especially for a Nepo thought. Right? He's this very fast player. He's been thinking here for 30 minutes, and I would just want to make the case of something that comes up pretty often when I talk to people about the World Championship match that happened between Nepo and Magnus in Dubai. And it's that Nepo got a lot of positions where I didn't feel it was a Nepo position. Like if I felt which player at the top will be happy being down a pawn and just suffering a little bit, but you know he's going to make a draw eventually. And I can come up with a lot of names, and I think tons of names can come up there.
Right.
But Nepo would be very bottom of that list. He's not a player that sits down with a passive position down a pawn. Solid enough, you can't really make progress and I'll just defend it. He's always the one that looks for complication. He loves activity, thrives in chaos. His positions go -4, +5, and he wins and loses like that. But it felt like during the World Championship match, he was gearing towards positions that were a lot drier, gearing towards positions that were a lot more solid, more technically correct. And I felt he didn't really swim those waters as well as some other players might have. And in this case, it's the same thing. He's down a pawn. He's living not exactly on razor's edge, but if you don't find your best moves here, you don't know exactly how to draw this position, you're just going to suffer.
No question about it. He didn't get his game.
Yeah,
against
I wanted
Magnus.
to add to this a little bit. I don't disagree with your assessment in general. I sort of disagree with the first part of it. I'm not sure there's a long list of people who hold this comfortably.
Okay.
I think it's a difficult position. I'm not at all assured you just hold it full stop, because I think bishop b4 was a clever idea there by Jan on move 23, which it took us a while to realize what the tactical issue there was, because after knight e1, I was saying instead of queen g4, I thought we take on e1, and then after bishop takes d5, we were discussing what to take on d5 with, where kind of forgetting bishop takes f2 is a very useful inclusion here without.
Check.
Yeah, and it's still a draw, but black is a little bit better. If anyone. But after queen g4 now, basically Wesley is saying, apart from e1, I also have the h4 square to use to trade the light bishops off, and it's fairly impossible to stop, I would say. The engines basically say, I have to now give up and allow knight h4. And that 5 against 4, specifically with the knight against the dark square bishop, most endgames will be extremely difficult to
he took on f3.
Bishop takes f3. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, and this one is also
that's a symptom.
Yeah,
that's not a move. That's a symptom.
And also, like we thanks to our producers for letting all of us watch Jan squirm and sit there for a bit. He really hates what happened here.
Right.
He played this line with the intention of making some kind of a forced draw. And he realizes by this point that the game will be a 5-hour grind where,
he'll be fortunate to save it.
Yeah, Wesley will enjoy every single moment of it. And you are absolutely,
even a good yawn.
You're absolutely not guaranteed to hold this.
It's such a beautiful Wesley tournament situation.
Oh, dream.
+1, opposite color bishops, up a pawn, better position. He's living the dream. This is like Wesley's dream right now.
Yeah, I gotta say, I really don't like this. I'm forcibly reminded of their first World Championship match between the two Ks, Kasparov and Karpov, where there was an opposite color. There wasn't a pawn on f7, but basically,
that was a bishop against knight. Yeah.
Yeah, Gary got done in with a light squared bishop. Here, I would just imagine. Well, what would your odds be in terms of White's winning chances here?
I think it's half-half. It's like half of the games you win with White, half of the games are drawn. At least.
50,
it's extremely dangerous.
I feel the same way, maybe even higher. But
yeah, I think for me it's 50% draw, 49% win for White, and then the one time
you blunder a rook.
You blunder a rook, yes.
But it feels really, really good. Obviously, a dream position from White's point of view is he would like to put his pawn on h5, he'd like to put his bishop on d3, queen on e4, and
another
mangle.
idea here, even though you normally are advised to keep as many pawns on the board as possible, if you can push d5 and provoke black specifically to take, I think the problem with d5 is that black probably actually plays e6, e5,
yeah.
giving you a protected passer just to close the position down and have a blockading d6 square. But if you can get the pawn on d4 to trade for the pawn on e6 and establish the bishop on d5 supported by the pawn on e4, the pawn on f7 becomes such a target.
So what Peter is advising is I'm going to make some bad moves for just a moment. Boy, how am I supposed to get my bishop to? Okay, let's do it in a really awkward way. Sorry.
I'll just put the moves in. Just go bishop e4.
I understand. Just a second.
You are actually allowed to blunder stuff while setting up the position. Right? You don't actually need to. What are you doing?
I'm trying to
put
get
the queen
in
on
d5.
f5. Nobody cares, man.
Sorry.
All right.
This is what you're advising.
Yeah, some kind of a position like this. Once again, maybe the engine just holds it because it never blunders anything. But in practical terms, in a human game of chess, I think you just hate every single moment of it, and you're, I think, a dog.
And therefore, you're advising to me
I'm actually
d5
very
e5.
seriously advocating for e5, bishop d6, and try to hold that one.
Yeah. And I think that Nepo is very quickly trying to play against the bishop on f3, because I've been trying to figure out what on earth the move queen a5 was for a while. And I think it's done against the move h4, because what White also wants to do is clamp down on that king side, right? We've mentioned the diagonal b1, h7, and it's a source of play. And I think he wants to answer h4 with g6, say, I'm threatening h5 on the next move. At least I get the solid structure. And if you go h5, I will take that pawn. And I'm not so sure that this endgame is unholdable.
I wanted to ask a kind of if you're just starting to watch us for and Happy Mother's Day. This is the standings on your screen. Jan Nepomniachtchi is playing Wesley So today, so this is the game we've been discussing. Wesley is very much in the driver's seat there. Bogdan Deac is also doing quite well today, playing against one of the people tied for the last place, and plenty of players on 50%. Interesting developments on many boards, but to continue, if we could just return to this somewhat dry position, I was wondering what you guys think about queen. Like if White passes here, goes, I don't know, rook,
h4,
rook d1,
sure.
h4, rook d1, doesn't matter.
Yep.
Is queen f5 ever something you play?
It is.
Yes.
Yes.
Because, I mean, queens coming off is excellent for black, but this is queens coming off while also somewhat spoiling your structure, right? And opening up the f7 pawn to additional pressure.
Relative to other positions, I wouldn't be so scared here.
This is what I think as well. It's very easy for White to avoid. Like you can go. I think the easiest in the current position is to play something like queen e4, and queen d5 is something you definitely don't do because you immediately lose. You immediately lose the g5 pawn.
I actually, in some ways, think that the move h4 also disincentivizes queen f5.
Because we take play h5 immediately,
yeah.
and
we create a weakness unless you play g6, and I'm not really sure you want to part with the f7 pawn.
Yeah, I think this takes h5 looks very, very dodgy.
Now the F pawn kind of sticks out, doesn't
Yeah,
it?
you will have to play g6, and that creates such a majority in the center once you go hg, fg that you probably aren't very happy about any of this.
No, you can't.
Exactly.
You cannot be happy about that.
Exactly. H4, I agree, is one of those moves that definitely does discourage queen F5, and it's a move I actually think that white likes to play in such positions. H4 definitely would have my vote of approval. I also like your queen E4, frankly.
Queen E4
I
just to be able to meet queen F5 with queen B7. Or queen
exactly.
C6, so.
Just getting ready to free the people, you know, let them spread their wings and fly. It's definitely, as you say, a dream come true for Wesley. What's happening in the game of Richie? Because I've kind of lost my understanding of chess once again. I thought king G3, and there was reasons we were trying to get the knight to F7, and then Cristian absolutely convinced me that queen C5, BC5, knight B7 was playable for black, and maybe black is actually doing fine.
It's actually surprising that we didn't consider bishop takes c4.
I'm sorry, which moment?
Right now.
Right now, yeah.
Yeah. That also looks like a very good move.
It was a good move. The engine says the bishop takes c4 was just as good as queen takes c5. In a human perspective, I like this better because I'm not down a pawn.
And Richie went for box C.
Yeah, right. Curtain C, yes.
But
queen C5, rook C8.
Now you don't have a choice here as white. You have to trade.
And we happily do so.
And you will lose c4. I think this is pretty clear. But I'm not so sure that it's as clear if I fully equalized. Rook HC1 seems to be the top engine move, but in general, the point is here you do have to take on c4. I'm threatening, I think I'm threatening b5, right?
Right.
Yeah. So you have to take on c4 here with the bishop. You could take once. You want to take with the knight because if you take with the rook, rook takes, knight takes, rook c1. It just really, this rook on c1 would really overpower that rook on d8, and there's a couple of moves to be made. Black's position collapses. You have to take with the knight. And after the move a4, it still thinks that, the engine that is, that white is a bit better. You do have the better structure. Your knight is coming to d3, that you have to play the move e5, start simplifying, but you'll have some issues with the passed pawn on the a file eventually, that it is within drawing margins, but that the equality is not exactly there. So it's not as clean as the moves bishop takes c4 or immediately queen takes c5, b takes c5, knight b7 was, according to the engine.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I like bishop c4. I mean, that looks like a very natural move to my eyes. By the way, after some time, Fabi did play the computer-desired move d4 takes c3, queen takes c3 on the board, and we've been...
I think Alejandro was advocating for knight d4 here.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah, knight d4 was a move I was considering, but also the move of the engine, sorry, is b4. But that one I think is hard.
b5, b4?
Yes.
Yeah, that's
not the first move that's very strange.
That is not easy to even consider, honestly, because everything in you screams that, well, I mean, why are we somewhat ruining our structure while giving white such a wide choice of seemingly decent squares for...
Well, first of all, you're pushing the queen to a greater square, right? It would appear that queen c5 is a better place.
Queen c5, queen d6.
Exactly. Maybe. And why would you play b5, b4?
The idea is completely tactical. The problem after knight d4, if we could put that on the board, you don't have to keep up with me. Knight d4 is fine. Yes. And then knight takes e5 is actually playable. And if you throw in the moves b4 and queen c5 on the board.
Then queen d6 will win material.
Queen d6 or queen d5 both win the game. It's just like your position just collapses.
Queen c5, knight d4 here, and yeah, you cannot take on e5 because queen to any of those two squares, just too many things will be hanging after the queen trade.
Right.
That's very clever, actually, yeah.
Yeah. It's hard to come up with the move because it's so counterintuitive. B4 is just such a bad move positionally. But I guess once you spot the knight d4, knight e5 is an issue, you could stumble upon it.
And how about moving the queen to e3 in that case?
And then I play knight d4 anyway, and the problem is that for some reason, oh well, knight takes e5, knight takes e2 just doesn't work, right?
Yeah, that would be very good for black. So basically, we're just sort of improving knight d4.
We're improving knight d4. You really want to get in the move knight d4. I think that's clear from pretty much every angle. It just doesn't do the trick fully tactically. It is playable, The line simply continues, knight d4, knight takes e5, queen d6, knight g6, and it's extremely complex, but...
Not any,
No,
previously, yeah, in the current position, if you go knight d4 here,
yes.
instead of before, yeah.
I'm sorry.
So knight d4, knight d5, we don't have, like, game very much continues after queen d5, knight g6, I guess we take on c2 maybe, or...
Yeah, it's queen d6 according to the engine, so that you don't drop c7 later. But yeah, that's kind of the same point, and knight g6 here. And black still has a ton of moves. Yeah, knight c2 is a move, queen g3 is a move.
Queen g3 is such a beautiful shot here.
Yeah, but it just doesn't do anything.
Yeah,
it just
trades pieces.
Yeah.
Maybe something White would mind, actually, because the result
It still is a very attractive move aesthetically, right?
Yes.
I don't understand why it doesn't lose to queen takes d4, though. Like, why aren't we winning after queen takes d4? What am I missing?
I don't know.
Okay, looks kind of good. Yeah.
Looks good for White.
But yeah, throwing in b4 is just tactically important in some of these variations. Let's see if he finds it. He's been thinking for a long time. But knight d4, the engines do think that black is better anyway.
Okay.
Knight d4, black is better.
And interestingly, we started off by MVL thinking, and Fabi basically only went below the starting time on move 19.
Right.
It is now move 20, and Fabi has 40 minutes left.
Remarkable usage of the time. And I think from Fabi's point of view, for the last 2-3 moves, he has to always consider, should I be playing g5? Should I be trapping the piece?
Clearly not right now, because rook d1 is a huge, big threat. Something needs to be done about the threat of rook d1. I think in this current position, you do know that any move that doesn't stop rook d1 from happening is probably wrong, because of just how forcefully it lands.
Wow, I'm sorry. I'm just maybe it's St. Louis time. Just a second. Rook d1.
Yeah, well,
rook f3.
Whoa.
I want to put my knight on d4.
Yasser,
Yasser.
What is happening?
Who is
here?
this?
Yeah.
Who is this Yasser?
Yeah.
What's going
on? Who are you, and what have you done with Yasser? Like queen takes.
Knight.
I don't believe
queen
it.
h5.
Queen h5, knight e4.
Queen h5.
Queen h5, knight e4 is coming.
You're gonna get upset by this. Yeah. Queen g6 check is.
Hurt my feelings?
Yeah, queen g6 check
but what is the body count after all of this?
Well, right now I'm up a piece as White.
Okay, I'm taking a piece. I'm taking a piece.
Queen g6 check, yeah.
Queen g6 check, and
somewhere around here you will start
realizing the problem.
Unenjoying the position.
Gotcha.
Unenjoying the position.
So that is why b5, b4 is the computer's choice.
It's a computer move, but the idea is knight d4, basically, right? It's just making knight d4 better.
Yeah. And clearly d takes c3 has been played with the intention of playing knight d4 in some shape or form, because otherwise you've ruined your very nice pawn chain in the center.
Right.
Improved White's situation quite a bit. He's just trying to figure out which is the cleanest way to do it. But yeah, he has spent basically an hour on a move and a thought, which has not materialized in a move yet.
When you talk about players who've taken lots of time, let's just check in on the game between Lanier and Levon Aronian, because it seemed to us that Lanier had been playing very, very quickly for quite some time. Went into a 52-minute think, and what has happened since that 52-minute think?
Yeah, I just wanted to show one particular, it's a stupid line, but it's a very beautiful refutation. So after knight gf5, Alejandro was correctly advocating for knight d7 here. But there's a line there that I wanted to show. Let's say knight d7.
Knight d5, e7.
Yeah, like exactly like this. And I don't know which order is correct. Let's go with knight e7 here.
Knight e7.
Yeah, I understand bishop takes e4 is probably strong, but I want to show a specific position. Knight takes e7.
Yep.
Bishop f7, rook f7, queen h5, and many good moves here for black. But if you play queen d5, which looks good,
defending
you get slightly disappointed in life by the move knight g6 check.
Oh no!
Which I thought was quite cute and worth showing on the board.
It's a puzzle rush.
Yeah, you make it into a book.
Yeah. Knight g6 is a
but
visual.
I mean, king g8 here is just simple and strong, and white is probably doing very, very poorly. g6 maybe is playable. None of this is relevant. I just wanted to
knight g6 is a nice
show that particular diagram. Yeah.
But instead of knight d5 e7, Levon took another approach. He said rook e8. There was a trade, queen g4, queen f8.
Yeah, I'm a bit confused by all of this
mate.
because I thought the idea may have been to play g6 here, but I guess bishop h6 is a good reply, yeah?
It's a little scary, no?
Yeah.
Creating some weaknesses over there.
Yeah, queen f8 is a very stable move. I understand why it's being played. It's not committing to any weaknesses. Rook d8 following up that with, further bringing pieces into the game, putting pressure on the d4 pawn, and yeah, probably black is still a little bit better, right?
I would even think maybe a lot.
Well, why
trades
did make some improvements to his position? There's
the
now
queen
pieces in the
g4,
game.
rook on e1 is developed. That is true.
But yeah, the
at
Assolani is hanging simply.
Exactly.
The Assolani is in trouble, and true to style, this is move 20, and Linier left himself 10 minutes for the remaining 20 moves.
It wouldn't be a tournament without Linier playing on increment the second half of the game. I mean,
that's why he is the 2013 World Blitz champion, because he started with 5 minutes per game.
Yeah,
that was very
I played
nice.
in that tournament. Yeah, it was remarkable how he just he would just habitually leave himself like 15 seconds and then just make no mistakes and just be faster than everybody else.
And that playing on the 2-second increment.
I think that was actually a 5-0 tournament.
Even a 5-0?
I think this may have been a 5-0 tournament. I'm not entirely sure. That was, and that tournament featured some strong players, and Linier.
World Championships tend to do that. Yeah, exactly.
He did well there.
In Firouzja's game with Richie, they did go right down that path that you had, Alejandro, and e6, e5 is a potential move for Richie at this moment.
It's white to move. The engine was advocating for the move a4. So
sorry, yes, you're right. A2, A4,
and then E5, which is a little loose, but this is the best move according to the engine. Let's look at another game as I have the game between Shak going for the throat against Bogdan Deac. But Bogdan, as Christians say, his countryman Cristian Chirila said, he is a defensive player. He loves seizing the defensive. He's not afraid of these attacks. Let's take a look at what happened, because we left the game after the move B6. G5, of course, the typical Shak way of playing. Just throw the pawns forward, but no need to take on G5 right now. We did have to take it in the previous iteration of these positions, but with the bishop coming to B7, there's a direct threat on the pawn on E5, and it feels like after a few moves, all of Black's position has harmonized, because now you have this threat on F3, you're attacking E5, and you're finally asking White to show his hand. If you play the move rook e1, it's a little bit slow, and I've harmonized my position. But if you take on h6, I'm not taking back on h6, of course. I'm just going to take on f3, which happened in the game. Queen takes f5, and h takes g7. This is the current position. The body count, exactly even. Opposite color bishops, 3 against 3 on the king side, technically. But of course, at some point, the pawn on g7 will drop. The question is, do you want to take it immediately? You could, but after queen takes g7 or king takes g7, there's always king h1, rook coming to g1, and start harassing this king on g8. The engines actually think black is better in this position, but they think black is even more better. After the move knight d7, simply moving the knight out from the square on f8. Doesn't want to go to these squares because it could get taken. Just put the knight on d7, it'll go to f6 one day. If the king goes to h1, well, rook g1 is not going to set up anything, because I'm going to be using this pawn as a shield for some time. And it challenges White to find a good move. You don't really want to trade queens in the position, even though it's top engine move to play queen e4. I don't think that Shak will ever go into some sort of endgame in this position. So it does think that black is going to eventually be better after getting the knight to f6, comfortably taking the pawn on g7, and saying, look, I'm up a pawn. You haven't really shown any direct attack towards my king quite yet. And the engine's just loving the way that the Romanian player is handling this defense.
Very nice. I like that bishop takes f3 variation.
Knight e7 is a difficult move to make, though, and we bring you news that Fabi has done something unexpected.
Rook takes f3. Surprisingly enough, I mean, I'm sure g5 had been weighing on his mind purposefully for the last 3-4 moves, and rook f3, knight d4, g5.
And it is a piece sacrifice, right? Because yes, it's an exchange sacrifice technically, but remember, there was a position in which White had 2 pieces.
Exactly.
For a rook.
Exactly. So at the end of the day, but
Yeah.
I like the way you handled it, Peter. You put your queen on h5 when I tried
That was
to,
a different line. That was a slightly different line.
with rook d1 and knight d4
Yeah, that was,
included.
yeah.
But how does this work?
No, queen f3 loses to knight d4, and then knight c2, queen d4 check, queen takes h4.
Yeah,
This much we know.
This
So
much
GF is pretty much forced.
Yeah, GF is forced, and he's done it.
Yeah.
But I don't understand how this is. Where's white?
Bless you.
Sorry, bless you. Where's the follow-up? GF3. What's the plan?
I'm struggling to name one.
Assume it has to be related to g5.
But
right?
anytime you play g5, it just doesn't matter what position you play g5 in. I go knight e4. I remind you that knight f6 is a bit of a tickle, and that will give me a full tempo to move my
Bishop f2 even. Yeah.
bishop anywhere.
And you're out of dodge.
I'm out of dodge.
I played g5 to trap the bishop and a knight move. So that
He's gone knight
means
d4 first,
I have to go knight d4.
All right, knight d4 threatens g5, threatens knight takes c2 and queen d4 check.
Threatens knight c2. Yes, very important.
Very
I like
important.
knight. But maybe bishop d5, rook f8, good day, f3. How weak is f3 or not?
All right. What do we play here?
It feels wrong. Just wrong.
The producers, knowing fully
The
well that I have an
producers.
engine behind me and I'm purposely not looking at it, decided to whisper in my ear that bishop d1 is a good move in this position. Thank you,
But
producers.
apparently it's actually the only move. Once again, I have good eyesight. It's the only move that is any good.
Yeah, actually, bishop d1 is the only.
Which is quite remarkable. It
Wow.
also explains why Fabi went for this. Because
But that can make sense, right? Because if you go to e4, g5 traps the bishop, and you don't have the same trick.
yeah, you need to be prepared to meet g5 with knight e4.
Knight e4.
And for that, we need to take e2 under control.
Yeah, you need to get e2 under control, so the bishop needs to go to d1 so that there's no knight e2 check forking the queen and the king. So that actually makes a lot of sense. Bishop d1 defense against knight takes e2, against knight takes f3, and against knight e2. And g5, knight e4 still looks lost to me.
Yeah, so we play in a quieter fashion. You play bishop d5 or rook f8 or something, and you play for positional compensation.
You play down a piece for the comp. Yeah, this is going to be fun. Let me see how fun it is.
We do have two pawns, right?
Oh God, it's not fun at all for Fabi. It's a lot bigger plus than I thought. 1.6, wow.
Yeah, I mean, it's a huge swing in the evaluation. He was doing really well, and now against best play, he appears not to be doing well at all. But it's an interesting idea. I mean, sort of kudos for imagining this, or possibly, less of kudos for blundering bishop d1, which might be a second part of the explanation here for why he went for this.
Well, there was one other reason. I mean, if I can try to get into Fabi's mindset, when you see the move bishop d1, you go, yeah. You're kind of trapping in your own pieces. And if I play the move bishop d5, I
Queen
also
h3,
have
yeah.
ideas of queen h3, and I can easily see how black could be seduced into thinking, wow, bishop d5, rook f8, queen h3. I've got my opponent on the run. Bad things.
I agree with you, Yasser. It's just so surprising how little black has after knight e4, bishop g3.
Knight e4 and just playing the defensive bishop g3.
Yeah. And then what?
Yeah, optically, before you start sort of looking into it more deeply,
Concretely,
optically the
yeah.
position after bishop d5 doesn't really look like a +2 position. We are
Not at all.
we have two pawns for the piece. We have very active pieces. White's pieces,
Right.
as Yasser was saying, White's pieces look discoordinated,
Right.
disjointed, and not really working together at all. But yeah, knight e4 bishop g3 just solves so many of these problems by
The bishop
by
is gonna
solidifying the structure, neutralizing the bishop on d5 to a large degree, and
the bishop on g3 is such
Just
a
a monster, yeah.
marvelous
Piece, yeah.
defensive piece. Oh my gosh. Just a second, hold on. So I go queen h3, bishop g3. I know it looks a little stupid, but bear with me. I do have a threat of mate.
I'm guessing queen e1.
Queen e1 is just, I mean, it's funny that the bishop can't move to defend mate, and you have to defend your mate with your queen, but that's perfectly adequate, right?
Yeah, it might not even be the only move, right?
Isn't? Okay,
And
so
you have knight d2.
We do have
which
knight d2,
It
yeah.
is a tempo.
oh boy.
Yeah, we have
knight d2. That's
Might be stronger actually.
actually much stronger if you
Might
can
be
just
stronger.
play, you defend the f1 square, and yeah. Whew. But as we prepare for a break, we just want to say on the other side, a certain guest of honor, Garry Kasparov, is going to be joining the broadcast in Bucharest.
And this is the only sport where the players watch the screens instead of the live action very often. If you're wondering what everybody's looking at, on the left side, they have the 2D screens with the positions. And of course, it's difficult to see when you're on the chair, all the way in the back side, what's actually happening on the 3D board in the position.
That's a good shot, yeah.
Right. It is a good shot. It's a funny shot, because you're wondering, what is everybody looking at?
They're looking not at the players.
Wow.
Yeah. All right, we'll take a break, and we're going to see you on the other side with Garry Kasparov.
See you then.
When you visit St. Louis, you'll probably want to watch the Cardinals or the Blues. What about after the game? Heading back to the hotel would be a major error. Instead, boogie through the city and discover the music that gave the Blues their name at the National Blues Museum, Broadway Oyster Bar, or even the legendary Blueberry Hill. So whether you love the Cardinals, the Blues, or the Blues, come play with us. Hey, you guys know I can't play this, right? St. Lou is always exploring.
Founded in 1839, the University of Missouri is steeped in tradition. The recently founded Mizzou Chess program is a partnership between the University of Missouri and the St. Louis Chess Club. Collegiate chess has been experiencing a meteoric rise at the national level. Through its tradition of excellence, Mizzou has always strived for the best. Mizzou Chess is working towards raising the bar by bringing our institution's ethos of respect, responsibility, discovery, and excellence to the chessboard.
Can you hear it? It's the sound of hope. And health. And strength. It's the sound of compassion, of open doors, where people and machines are in tune and miracles occur. It's the sound of personalized healthcare and active communities. It sounds like life, and it's what you hear when you really listen. Listening to you, caring for you. We are Ascension.
By now, you guys probably know there's a lot to see and do in St. Louis. But when it comes to the art scene, there's more here than meets the eye. From Laumeier Sculpture Park and the City Garden to the stunning Cathedral Basilica, one of the largest mosaic collections in the entire world. So if art is your thing, St. Louis is on display all year long. Ooh, now that's an exhibit. St. Lou is always exploring.
Hello and welcome back to round 4 of the Superbet Chess Classic, the first stop of the Grand Chess Tour 2022, and very, very exciting round so far.
Exactly. As we are in round 4, what's our current standings coming into today's round?
So this is what we're watching.
Oops,
these are also the standings. It's
true.
all good. Yeah. So we have a very sharp game between Shahryar Mamedyarov, who is on -1 versus one of the leaders, the local player Bogdan Deac, on 2 out of 3. The game between two of the people tied for last, but two of the people who are playing in the candidates and two of the hottest players on the circuit right now. Alireza Firouzja with white against Richard Rapport. Linier is playing against Levon. The Clash of the Leaders features Wesley So torturing Jan Nepomniachtchi in a pawn-up ending. And there's also a very, very sharp and a very swingy game in progress between Maxim Vachilegraf and Fabiano Caruana.
Important games, all up and down the line. And I was going to say, in that game of our two leaders, we saw a decision by Wesley, which was rather unexpected, I must say. One of the last trades that I would want to execute as white would have been the trade of rooks. I would want to keep the rooks on the board, but he did it for a very clear reason.
He wanted to
play d5.
Yeah, and he gets to play d5 in a position where e65, or he takes d5 really, but e65 in particular is just completely unplayable because of queen c8 check winning the game on the spot.
Handily, yeah.
Yeah, but I think the issue here for white is that black can play something like queen b6 or queen a1, queen e5, which I think I like maybe slightly better even.
Queen a1, queen e5.
Yeah,
that kind of makes sure you don't you can't blunder your bishop, right?
Yeah, just get the queen to the center, and d6, queen takes e6, queen takes e6, f takes e6 is a gorgeous, gorgeous position for white. Black's structure completely ruined. Also, immediately a draw.
Enjoy your moral victory of how good it looks, and it is good.
The moral superiority here is very strong in this one, but
the only one.
Yeah, it is also an immediate draw.
Exactly. Even if you were to get everything you want, pawns on f5 and e5, it's just 3 versus 2 with bishops of opposite color.
Remains 4 against 3.
Exactly.
On one side. Queen a1, king g2 played, queen e5 played. Wesley, of course, is by no means obliged to take on e6 here. You can play something like queen c4. And actually, if you take on d5, you might be in trouble. But Jan, I think, can very easily just continue preserving that kind of a balance. Well, I don't know, bishop d6, or maybe g7, g6.
So why are you in trouble at the end? Like queen c7?
Maybe I'm not in as much trouble as I thought, yeah. I thought I was actually kind of losing the f7 pawn.
It's still...
this is not enjoyable.
I mean, I'm not sure I would want this.
It's not a dream, but...
It's not a dream. It's not a dream. But I think queen c4...
But then queen c4 is awkward, because g6 you can go queen c8 check and then d takes e6 and force f takes c, and that one might not be a draw.
That's not
a draw.
Yeah, with the queens on, it actually might just be straight up lost, because your structure is just way, way too broken up. For you to hold, you might just lose by force. Your bishop g4 might actually win material in this particular position.
But I agree.
Queen e4 check exists. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, but as does f3 as well. But yeah, just thinking that this structure is
this should not be allowed. Yeah, so I guess we go bishop d6 probably. Yeah.
And there's Wesley. Wesley really looks like he's enjoying himself. I don't think I've ever seen him so expressively smiling at the board. Something must be going on in his mind. Maybe he's recalling a really funny joke that he can't. Sometimes it loops in your mind. You can't get whatever it is out.
I think he is just kind of happy with how today is going. He knows that the game will last exactly as long as he wants it to last, because he can. Basically, you can't offer a draw, but you can make sure the game ends in a draw at any point.
But let's jump over to Bucharest and visit with Cristian and Anastasiya.
Thank you, Yasser. Yes, we were cracking at Wesley's smile as well. Quite intriguing, yeah? Why is he laughing? Well, he's probably going to be here in the studio later on today to answer all of those questions. But Anastasiya was analyzing a bit the games, and she has some interesting insights. Anastasiya, take us through your ideas.
Yeah, actually, that's cool to start laughing during the game. Have you ever done this, Cristian, before?
Yes, probably because I blundered something, and as Aronian was not very happy yesterday by blundering, I'm usually not very happy, but also sometimes I start laughing just understanding how bad of a chess player I am sometimes.
Yeah, it happens. So I think there are some action. The action is happening now in the game between Dominguez and Levon Aronian. I think with move g6, knight h6, he's provoking his opponent to go into the sharp position, hoping that he can take an advantage of time. That he has this 46 minutes, 48 minutes against 4 only. And actually, we didn't mention that yet, but Levon has a very nice short today, full of sharks. So maybe he started to smell some blood, I don't know, in this position and trying to do something out of it. It was actually one interesting moment after rook e1. Knight e7 have been played, but I was actually looking at this funny move, knight e3, with some crazy ideas after knight e3, rook d4. But unfortunately, it looks really nice, but white has this nice queen e2 move, and this rook is a little bit out of play after that. So Levon decided to play something more safe and played knight e7 here.
Well, one thing about Lanier that I can tell you, because I've been watching his games for so long right now. We looked at his games live during the American Cup as well, which was a couple of weeks ago. Now, pretty much every single game, he's ending in time trouble situation, but he's very comfortable, and he actually makes the best moves for the most part. Very rarely do you see Lanier blunder, even when he's pressed, such as in this game, on time. And I was actually having dinner with him last night, and we were discussing his game against Nepo yesterday when they blitzed out their first 18 moves. And he was telling me, finally, after I blitzed out those 18 moves, I knew that, I hoped that probably I will have a game in which I will not be in time trouble. He ended up in time trouble situation in that one as well. So this is regular stuff for him. Now, let's talk a little bit about this game between Mamedyarov and Bogdan, because we had a slight disagreement about this one. You were saying that Mamedyarov, well, these are his type of positions, and he feels very comfortable. And I was saying that, yes, that is true, but also Bogdan Deac, he really loves to defend this type of positions, tense positions, in which he maintains a chance to actually win with the black pieces.
Yeah, I think it develops, and Bogdan didn't find the best move. I think you were discussing, guys, in the studio, that he had to play knight d7 here. So he went for queen g7, and now after queen f6 proposed to exchange the queens. Of course, Shakir doesn't want the exchange. He still tries to play actively. He played queen g4, but you know, the time, is running, and he doesn't have that much time for this kind of sharp position. I don't know what's going on now, but it feels like Bogdan actually has enough pieces to defend his king. It looks like, even though maybe still the initiative is quite strong. Yes, knight g6 followed.
There is something about Bogdan's confidence in this game after yesterday's big victory against Richie Rapport, because we usually don't see this time differential between Bogdan and his opponents. Usually it's Bogdan who gets in time trouble situations, and also we know Mamedyarov is usually a quite fast player. He almost never gets in time trouble situation. Right now, a 20-minute differential between these two players. Quite an intriguing game, and I have to say, I do like Black's chances in this one. Bogdan's chances. Now,
we'll see.
How about this game, Anastasiya? The one between MVL and Fabiano. What happened in this one?
Yeah, of course I was following commentary from St. Louis, and Bishop d1, the best move which Maxim found. Yeah, this was the big moment. Yes, Bishop d1 was a really nice defensive move, and after that, I wonder what Maxim thinks. But normally he is a good defender, like all these top players, and probably he understands that it's his chance now. So. And it's so important. This bishop is such a tremendous defensive piece, because, for example, if you go bishop to d5, now I have this extra move, which I think Fabiano missed, this move knight to e4, this whole idea of basically this bishop on d1 defends against knight to e2, which would be detrimental to white's, not detrimental, decisive to white's position, but also after take, now queen to g4 would be a problem in certain variations. Of course, bishop takes g4 comes on the board instantaneously. Yes. Bishop to d1, a beautiful placement for that bishop found for Fabiano by MVL, and right now it seems like Fabiano is actually in deep danger. Yeah, but still, it looks a little bit scary if you're just a human being. You don't have a gene. I mean, still, the position doesn't look so safe.
No.
But probably Maxim knows better.
Absolutely not, but a piece is a piece. So this one is definitely going to be quite intriguing. Guys, what do you have?
Well, first of all, thank you for your insights. Absolutely, you're touching all the right levers as far as we're concerned. The move bishop c4, as Cristian, as you were saying, bishop d5 led nowhere. At least with the move bishop c4, Fabi is intimating that there's the potential for bishop e2 and knight takes f3 check a kind of sequence. For example, bishop g3. Whether or not you play queen h3 is a prelude to this move.
I think you play bishop e2 straight away.
Straight away, Peter?
Yeah. I don't like provoking white to make the knight d2 move, which I think is a very, very good connecting move that stabilizes quite well.
Exactly. This is a move I had missed, actually, in a previous iteration.
So did I.
Was going for the checkmate on f1. Suddenly, knight d2 not only defends the mate, it actually hits the bishop, which is why you say bishop e2. And how...
I'm not sure about this. We can still... it doesn't really look like this is going to lead to such a great advantage for black, but it feels to me that maybe we've misplayed a bit with white. I think maybe instead of bishop g3, even though I very much understand why it should be there eventually, maybe we start with king g2, just so that we sidestep some of the forks on the e2 square, giving us a chance to... If bishop e2, I can maybe just take now, which was not an option at all earlier. Exactly. And I do want to give myself an option of just snapping it off if it appears there. It's still not very clear. I think this one is good for me. I will give a check from b3. I will play bishop g3. I think I've more or less completely stabilized by that point.
The extra pawns are terrible now.
Yeah, even if the pawn f3 falls, even let's say after knight d4, if no tactics work for me and I have to give up on f3, I think I'm still better. But I think rook d1, for instance, is very strong here.
And I might like a great move.
Yeah, and I might not end up losing the pawn on f3 at all potentially. But king g2 is interesting. But there is a lot of positions which have completely blown up, including so far I think maybe the driest game in the house, which was the game between Linier and Levon, which I apparently completely misevaluated. I clicked around a little bit in the break because I thought black were kind of safely better. But
let's take a look at the view of his clock. That's what I want to see because it's 30 seconds.
Wow. Oh, okay, maybe we should be watching this.
Actually, it's 14, 13, 12, 11. He's got 15 moves to make.
And 8 seconds, pardon me, 6 seconds before he time forfeits. Linier finally made a move.
And it actually, in this particular game, it will make a very large difference because I thought Levon was safely better throughout, but actually the way he treated it, if Linier had like half an hour, he was the one pushing, even as relatively recently as like 2 moves ago. Instead of queen e6, queen f3, the machine was saying it is white that is pressing for an advantage there, even though the moves that you're supposed to make to get that advantage are not at all obvious. Queen f3, knight takes d5. Rook d1 apparently is extremely strong. I suspect this is what Linier did not see. Knight d5, rook d1 is extremely strong here.
There's a knight f7 check.
Yeah. But now Linier basically, he saw 6 seconds and he panicked with bishop takes before trading off his best piece.
Well, first of all, he didn't go with the queen f3, he went with queen e6.
And after knight g7, maybe there is still some tactics available to white, but he no longer saw a way to continue in a kind of an attacking fashion. And bishop takes before is obviously a huge concession. Black is better now. It's quite clear. The bishop on b6 is a monster. The pawn on d5 is weak. Some move like queen f7 seems logical. There might be something else as well. Like I'm not even sure h7, h5 is completely unplayable. But
I like queen f7.
Just queen f7 is a very nice tidy move. Yeah. I think Lev is now a favorite to win this game, in particular because of the clock situation,
as well as just that he's consolidated everything. A big swing here, don't you feel, on Alejandro?
A swing in black's favor, but not as huge as white was better to black is better. It was it was around equal even with the move Queen F3. Black had enough
Really?
resources, yes, to defend in that
King
position.
G7, I think, is the move.
King G7 is the move. If we go back instead of Queen F3, there was actually a very tempting move that after Knight H6, Queen F8, if we can put it on the board, D5, Knight B4. And actually a cool move here would have been D6. And it starts getting pieces on the E6 square just to start hitting F6, and it didn't become trivial to defend against this possibility. So perhaps Lanier was analyzing so many different variations in so little amount of time, and he just wasn't able to keep up.
I'm sorry, just...
Rook takes D6, Rook E6.
Rook E6,
Rook
Knight
E6.
D5, you take on D6 and you play. I think I saw Bishop D2 in that position. And weirdly, White is actually better here because of how discoordinated the Black position is. Queen E6 is a threat, Queen D7 is a threat. Something like, I don't know, maybe even Queen F3 hitting the B7 pawn in the future. Black probably holds, but White is definitely the side playing for a win here.
Pushing.
Yeah.
Yeah, but at the current position, Queen F7 is a great move. It's a very logical move. It defends pretty much everything, and more importantly, tries to trade queens. Now, when you trade queens, this endgame is really busted for White, right? The pawn on B4 actually super helps Black because you have Rook A8 ideas.
Yeah, my question is, how do we reply to Knight E3? Is there anything better than Bishop takes E3? Which, I mean, it is a healthy...
I don't want to play Bishop takes
Yeah,
E3.
it is a healthy extra pawn, but I think winning that endgame will not be trivial. I wanted to go... Actually, my first thought was I will take on E6 and play King F8. And I think it's an instructive position because it looks like White has a passer on E6, but you have to give it up immediately. Like, if you don't play E7 check here, I think you are busted. But you do have the chance to play E7 check, Knight D5 check, and Knight takes B6, which may or may not be a draw, but I think it's probably closer to a draw than it is to anything else. So yeah, after Knight E3, yeah, it says -2 apparently on.
Yeah, the engine is just more patient. Take on E6, take on E6, and then play Bishop C5. Don't allow this pawn to get to E7. You'll win it one day. You don't have to win it anytime soon. Rook D2 is coming, C6 is coming, Rook A8 is coming. You also want to transfer the king to E7. And this bishop on C5 is just solid. It's just, I don't even think that White has any play, to be honest.
I just wanted to bring up this idea of giving White a passer on the 6th.
Yeah, and it does nothing.
And it's absolutely the best way to progress here. It's much stronger than playing a heavy piece endgame with a healthy pawn up.
Yeah, by play on one goal, I meant a play for Black. White's just absolutely suffering after getting into this ending. I wasn't sure about the Ritchie game because when we got into this ending originally, I thought it was something that White would be pressing. And
I think he still is, no?
I'm not 100% sure. It looks like...
yeah, it looks like he blundered a pawn with check, but obviously Rook takes F4 check, King G3 loses material for Black, so... Actually, it doesn't. You have Rook DD4, but then you will have to play an endgame with a Rook on A8, so you don't probably want... Oh,
but I have 2 pawns.
Knight 6 check. Yeah, I think...
Knight C6 check. Rook takes F4, pardon me. King G3, Rook D... I was seeing the same thing, like...
but honestly, even that Rook ending, how happy are you there, Yaz?
Very.
Really?
Sure.
It's got an extra pawn.
A6, Rook A8, yeah, A7, King F4. Why are you so happy here?
Because I've got 4 versus 2 majority.
Rook A6.
G5. We
King E3. It's probably a draw, but it's Black making it, I'm pretty sure. Rook A5 check, King D4. I mean...
True.
It's Black making it. I think you do make it with E5 check specifically here. I think it's kind of the last moment for you to actually make that draw
before Rook A6 and King E5.
But it's very much Black making it, despite being a pawn up and two connected passers in the center. I'm pretty sure about that.
But there was the King C6 in any case.
Yeah, but there's Knight C6 check after Rook D4, which ends the game on the spot.
Yeah, exactly. We do have this nasty oopsie daisy check. All right. Alejandro, what do you have for us?
All right, we got this position between MVL and Favi. The engine's hating Black's position. They think, yeah, nice sacrifice, but it just doesn't work. Currently,
what a trick, though.
That is a nice
trick.
That's a trick. Rook F4 was played by Favi, attacking the bishop on H4. And we've been harping about this bishop coming to G3. And this would be the time to do it, right? You attack the rook with the tempo, good job, until you find the move Queen H3 check.
Yeah.
It's a pretty funny move.
What a trick.
If you take on
Shades
h3,
of,
that's mate. That's actual checkmate. You cannot take this queen. So white is actually just busted. Bishop g3, queen h3 check. If you go back
mate on
to f2, you have to go this way. But then you start getting hunted down, and white loses. So rook f4, Maxime just has to avoid the tricks. Bishop g3, I think, is easy enough for him. Bishop e1 is the correct move. You have to defend the bishop somewhere, and this keeps the g3
Shockingly,
square.
it still works after bishop f2.
And
it still works after bishop f2 because there's knight f5 mate.
That's actually beautiful, yeah?
That is maybe even more beautiful somehow.
That's definitely more beautiful. Check here and mate on f5. That's actually really cool. So bishop f2 doesn't work, bishop g3 doesn't work. By process of elimination, you put the bishop on e1. But it does say, despite the beautiful tricks, as long as the Frenchman sidesteps them, he has a winning advantage. It is a piece, and the engines are thinking this compensation, these tricks, they're running out. This is not going to last your entire game. You can't make tricks and threats all of the game when you're down a piece. Eventually, this will simplify, and the engines are giving a plus 2.5 advantage to Maxime. It's already pretty huge considering the position on the board where black's pretty active and the fact that you're only down technically one pawn.
I'm too old because I remember this game between Ulf Andersson and Bill Hartston where queen h3 check sank Ulf Andersson in a position that he was actually doing very well, but Bill Hartston went on to win the Hastings tournament in that game. But I must say, queen h3 is a lovely visual.
Yeah, but the unfortunate thing for Fabi here is that it's pretty much impossible to miss simply because rook f4. If bishop g3 is playable, rook f4 is just an absolutely idiotic move you never
Of course
make.
it is, yes.
And he knows he's not playing against an idiot.
Yeah, right.
So
like I want to play bishop g3, and you put your rook there with the tempo.
You're being actively provoked to make the best move in the position. There must be a reason. And,
exactly. Now, if bishop e1, the best move, were to appear, you're basically saying black is running out of tricks, as beautiful as they may be.
And bishop e1 on the board.
And bishop e1 on the board as expected. It feels like there should be some more tricks in the position.
But now we can go bishop g3, right? Now there's no bishop f1 mate. I will play bishop g3 in this position, probably.
And no trickies with rook takes e4 either? Oh, no.
In the meantime, our very exciting Ragozin/Vienna is probably coming to a close there.
Yeah, it seems that, like a lot of attacking games in chess, black defended well. White tried his best to open up the position, but it's simplified, and you can see it on your board. 3 versus 3, knight against bishop. Not much to talk about in this one. The players are simply repeating, finding a draw in a drawn position.
But what a fantastic success, I want to say, for the local player.
Absolutely,
I mean, again, Bogdan comes into this event with a target on his back. He says, "Look, guys, I got 2.5 out of 4. I don't know why you think I'm a weak player."
This is apparently repetition number 6.
They're making sure. They're making sure.
And wow, I mean, great defense.
Yeah, playing really, really well. Really enjoying what he's doing so far.
Speaking of great defense, is Nepo making a great defense here? I mean, it's a grim defense.
Yeah, it's grim, but
not that grim, right?
It's very annoying though, because
annoying.
if white manages to completely tie you down to the protection of the f7 square, like if I get some kind of a setup in which I have queen on c4, bishop on d5, I play e4, and h5 is not hanging. Currently, Wesley is somewhat hamstrung by the necessity of protecting the h5 pawn.
Right.
But let's say we make a couple of bad moves for black, right? We go, I don't know, queen f6, queen c4, queen e7, bishop d5, right?
Right.
And we continue shuffling on the 7th, like queen d7, d4, queen e7, and so on.
Right.
White will play f4, e5. With the bishop on d5, there's never really any serious checks to that king on g2. You can't really launch any kind of counterattack.
Right, your king will
And then the
always
question is, can we actually improve this to the degree that our advantage becomes decisive? I'm not sure, but also I would not like to be the one sitting there in Jan's chair, finding out in practice if there is some way to include the king somehow. Or
yeah, this is very dangerous.
Or isn't there just like some terribly
or maybe white
slow grind where everything just improves itself magically?
Yeah. Or perhaps white finds a way to play e6 in such a way that if the e6 is forced, and then you actually get mated on the light squares, like e6 fe, bishop takes e6, and then I reroute the bishop to the b1 h1 diagonal and create some mating threats. This is going to be very, very annoying for Jan to hold. I suspect it's probably not lost, and this is where I wanted to say even before we went on break that I'm particularly interested in Kasparov's opinion on this, because I have a feeling he will have as close to hard knowledge about this as you can get, because he will have looked at similar stuff over the years, and I would trust his opinion on this very, very much.
And again, the game that he did lose in the World Championship match against Anatoly Karpov would probably also be very stimulative to that. Again, a matchup of our candidates. How do you reckon the game between Firouzja and Richie has developed? We left it just here?
I think it's probably closer to equality than it is to white winning, but it's not that much fun with the outside passer and the rooks behind it. It's the thing with, like, when it's still 4 rooks on the board, very often you come to these weird positions where the pawn gets quite far, sometimes even to the 7th, but definitely to the 6th here. And then it gets blockaded, and in particular, if it gets attacked with 1 rook from the side and 1 rook from in front, like if you put 1 rook on a7 and the other on b6 somehow, those positions are pretty much equal, because white cannot really break that.
I'll have
break
2
that down.
rooks stuck on the A file.
But here it's not clear if Richie will be in time to get the second rook to b6. Like if we continue the line you just shown, like rook d7, a6, rook a7, I go rook b3, for instance. I ask you whether you want to allow rook b7 check, which is probably with the king on e7. The answer probably is no.
No.
So you play rook d4, d7 here. I play rook b6, and
this is a dream setup that you want with the 4 rooks.
I still don't quite know exactly how we win this with white, but
it just feels like it's
rook c1, c6 maybe is one idea, as Yasser is indicating. Yasser took 3 moves to.
Well, somehow you want to defend e5 when you get to c6. But I agree. Rook c1, I mean, if black ends up really seizing somehow the defensive completely,
but then the king starts running up. Then the king starts running up.
Exactly.
And once the king gets to, let's say, the b5 square, you can trade 1 pair somewhere and win.
Exactly.
Pretty much win.
Right.
So this is not going to be a pleasant defense for Richie.
Not a walk in the park. Not at all.
Unless you have some immediate way of not allowing this kind of a bind, which I suspect maybe there is. Yeah.
I do too. I'm not exactly. By the way, we do have rook on d8 to d7 on the board. Maybe we're about to see a6, and why did we need to play rook? That was because we wanted to threaten this one. I was kind of thinking.
But here we go rook d5, I guess, right? And we create counterplay.
That is exactly it.
But yeah, we have the first interview of the day. Cristian Chirila is in Bucharest with Mamedyarov.
Thank you, Peter. Yes, we are indeed here with Mamedyarov after a very tense and combative draw. Even when you make draws, still it seems like the game could go either way. It happened against Richie Rapport, now it happens again against Deac. Tell us a bit about your initial feelings after this game.
Okay, it's problem. I just forget my home preparation, and I start to play just for attack. I want to play for attack, but I think I played good. I mean, almost you played good. It's a more important moment is, I think, his game is when all moves, it was like...
So this seemed to have been some sort of a stem game between Gukesh and Wesley. So also, of course, your game against Wesley as well.
I mean, I just remember here is a more important moment. I don't understand. I remember this move, Bishop B6.
Yes.
I don't understand why Queen B6. I remember this very fantastic line, Bishop F5, Knight F8 or G6, Knight F8. I mean, Knight F8, Knight G3, G6, and the amazing move Rook D3. Maybe not here. Not it's before. Yeah, here. I mean, Bishop
immediately
G6,
after G6.
Bishop G6, Rook D3. Yeah,
Yes.
here.
Yes.
I remember this line. I think it's, it was my home preparation like this. I mean, I think it's good position, or just to play King H1 is very strong for attack. Very, you sacrifice this, yeah, black need to take, but is I think for humans is losing position. I think
once you take the piece, open up the G5.
I remember this line, but I cannot understand how after Queen B8, but now Bishop F7 is made. Again, I forget this. King
like this,
F7,
and
Rook
now it
takes.
seems Rook takes
Yeah, I
D4.
mean it's like Queen B8. For this Queen B8, I not play this Bishop E6. I forget Queen B8, but Bishop F7, of course, taken this.
And what was the main line that you were calculating?
No,
here?
Bishop F7 I miss.
Got it.
For this, if Bishop F7, of course, I need to play take, because I remember this Queen B6 because it's first line in G, and just take Bishop F6, G6, Rook D3. It's amazing move, or King H1. Okay, it was my idea. It's my point to play this chess, to sacrifice Bishop and play a very beautiful position. I don't know. Okay, I finished in this position my home preparation. I think I will play this one. Is a very nice position. Yeah, no.
Very difficult to defend from a practical perspective.
Practical. Yeah,
for sure.
Of course. And but I don't understand Queen B8. I miss this point. Is Queen B8, Bishop F7. But after, okay, I think better to play H4. And I don't know why.
Were you at all worried that you might just be a pawn down and not be able to recover it?
Yeah, but this problem is it's very strange. You know, it's my mistake is sometimes I sacrifice pawn, and after 2 moves I try to play very solid. It is too late to play very solid. Of course, the Bishop D3 is not bad, but I need to play some G5 move. Why I not play G5? It's really not easy. Take, you like to not maybe take, maybe Bishop D3. Let's to play this position. It's amazing, interesting position. Take Knight H5. Why not to this position? I mean, no 3 pawns. Okay, it's a little bit more. No, 3. Yeah, yes,
3 for the moment.
Yeah, okay, it's no
King
problem.
H1 or King H2, Rook G1. Is
But this I think is winning position for white. This
it looks
position
good.
Yeah,
it looks
but
good.
Again, I play Bishop D3. I think it's okay. First, I will play Bishop D3 after G5. But I miss absolutely B6 move because B6 he cannot not take G5. Of course, first G5. Let's do G5 and this amazing position and take and Bishop D3. This amazing position, yeah, and I think it's very, very interesting, and white is fantastic, strong attack. But sorry, I just missed this idea B6. After B6, okay, I think is okay now. How to play not to lose game. Because
exactly, it did feel at some point that he's defending everything pretty tightly, and I think it was Alejandro that was showing this variation with Knight to D7 right here. Was that a move that you considered?
No. But I understand there is no attack here. I mean, I absolutely understand this black's position is good, but I think also after Queen G7 is good because first I miss is Queen G4 check. Bishop G6, Bishop E4 is very strong idea because it was my point take and just to play Knight H5, but here I miss Knight D7.
Knight D7 and the king escapes.
Yeah, I miss it. I think Knight H5 still is white is okay, but I miss Knight D7 because it's Bishop B5 or Rook C7, Bishop just King F8, King E7, and it's easy to lose this position. Yeah. And
for white?
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's a very good chance because you sacrifice pawn for attack, not for defense. Yeah,
absolutely. And this pawn on D4 is extremely dangerous once it gets free.
And I Queen G4, Knight G6, Bishop E4 is a good move because after Rook B8, maybe Rook C7, but his end game is also not easy to play. I mean, it is very active knight, and it was my point. No 2 pawns, but his knight, everything is good. King G2, Rook G1 idea, and here is no problem. After Bishop E4 is okay, safe position is draw. I mean, just draw. Yes, it was the main point. I forget
your analysis.
Yeah, and after I forget, but I played not bad. It looks good, but after this very important moment, I miss this b6 move. Maybe I need to immediately g5 to think about attack. But I want to just improve my position, bishop, and after next move g5, but it was late.
Shaq, pretty difficult start to the tournament. What do you feel needs to change for you to get back in the groove?
Of course, it's not easy when you start tournament with lose game, but I played interesting games, and the result is not very well, but I deserve it because I played really not very good. Just I try to play good chess, interesting chess. There were more 5 games. Not every year you can play good in Bucharest. Yeah, and sometimes it's also normal to play bad in Bucharest. Yeah, it's very good. I mean, for me, it's absolutely normal. I just try. I enjoy from chess, and every game I try to play for win, but still not win one game. That is okay. But why not? We try.
Shaq, despite the results, still very entertaining chess. Thank you very much for joining us, and we'll see you in the next few rounds.
Thank you very much.
Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Cristian. Thank you, Shaq. And we just have to rejoin the game between Lanier and Levon Aronian. And through the magic of television, he played, that is to say, Lanier, a move with 1 second on his clock. And he did so nicely, so gracefully. Look how he just moved over.
Within the second.
31 second. No issues.
Under control, yeah. Completely under control. Yeah.
But 1 second, 1 second. Unfortunately for Lanier, he may have made that particular move with 1 second on his clock, but his position is not good. He's
still much worse. The question is whether it's not easy to win these types of positions because the king on h8, like with the pawn on f7 and slightly better coordination, you would feel that the win is semi-automatic, but with the king on h8 slightly uncomfortable and potential rook e6 counterplay maybe later is, you can see how you may actually fail to win this with black. But of course it's a reasonably healthy extra pawn for Levon, and a bishop against knight in a reasonably open position. If he consolidates, if white's, I kind of hesitate to call this initiative because there's really not very much initiative here, but if
he has some kind of a grip, let's say, on the
which
light
is why
squares.
I actually kind of prefer bishop c5 to bishop c3. I think the bishop c3 looks like a very nice square, but I think c5 is a more relevant square, and it also pretty much completely stops rook e6 because you can play rook d1 check, and king h2 bishop d6 would be a bit of a mistake. Even though bishop rook e8 check exists, but I will play queen g8 there.
And be very happy that you're getting your queen back.
I am getting a queen back with interest.
Yes. So bishop c5 to forestall rook e6.
Yeah, I want to support it with b7, b6, and then eventually kind of come out of the corner. Perhaps ideally play queen f7, king g7, and then eventually we will start improving with all the entrance squares covered into our position. The bishop on c5 still does a very good job dominating the knight on f3, so I'm expecting this square to be chosen, but we'll see what Levon does.
Very good, and just checking in on the Wesley So game, not much has changed. We wouldn't have expected a lot to be changed, only that Wesley continues to just make life that much more unpleasant for his opponent. Richie, this is the moment where we suspect
the big question about rook b3 is I kind of confidently predicted rook d5 allows rook b7 check. I mean, it does allow it, but maybe we can because there's king d8 there in the end. I thought it was very strong, but I'm not sure. Rook d5, and if the check does happen, we can take, play rook b5, rook a7, king d8. Without king d8, we would be losing on the spot. But king d8 gets our king actually close enough to the b pawn so that it doesn't queen. And then maybe we are not doing that poorly with our counterplay against the e5 pawn. We'll see. But I think it's important for Richie in the current position to be creating counter threats with every move, because as we've described, if you give white time to establish some kind of a control with one rook on b6, the other one potentially all the way to c6, that one you don't like. So you would like to be able to at least ask a question. And rook d5 definitely does ask the question. Notably, rook b3 hasn't been played yet.
Exactly. So, exactly. This is the current position, and Firouzja, how much time? It's hard for me to tell.
Plenty, I think.
Plenty
Considering
of
it's
time.
move 35, I think it's. Although, I mean, it's actually not such a simple endgame. It's
5 minutes. 5 minutes. Okay.
Well, it's more than he normally has for a full chess game. I wanted to say, like for for a vast majority of his.
And well, I mean, you gotta give the guy credit. Fabiano is trying his best to cheapo MVL. And MVL has played about as solidly as he possibly. He sees the defensive, but is there any way for Fabi to increase what looks like?
I don't see it.
Tricks.
I don't see it.
I don't see it either, and the engine doesn't as well. The move Queen F5 was rather cagey because after Queen F5, well, Bishop G3 still doesn't work. But it does try to create threats, Rook takes E4 and Queen F1 being the major source of counterplay. So Maxime stopped for a little bit, played the most accurate move, absolutely necessary to play knight D2, but now you're ready. Now you're ready to put the bishop on G3, F1 has been covered. You're also threatening a bishop on C4. You can take that in many occasions. Where's the counterplay? The bishop's coming to G3. I'm getting that solid position finally, and it seems that black doesn't have enough resources to prevent white from solidifying the position and being up a piece. Up a piece here is just no compensation.
Wow. All right. Well, there you go. That's the problem. We're a piece down.
Yeah, there's very much
Peter.
the crux of our problem there.
Exactly, just putting our finger right on the issues. Again, I find myself drawn to the game of Firouzja because I do believe this is, in many ways, a key moment. If there's something to be said, could I play as a prelude?
Rook A5 first. Yeah, I've been looking at this. Yeah.
To stop Rook D5 and prep all of those ideas of Rook B3 and Rook B6 and Rook C5 and Rook C6. What do you think about them apples? Well, the one thing I'm trying to do.
Yeah, takes Rook C6 here looks winning. Yeah.
Totally right. This would be this would be a dream come true. Don't do that. Do what?
He has played Rook A5. Yeah. So good call. Good call. Yeah.
For first time in 4 rounds, by the way, I get to use my favorite cheapo. These guys are good. They see a lot. Does the computer think it's anything? No. Alejandro just shaking his head.
You know the
engines.
You know the engine. 0-0, 0-0 with every move.
Zeros.
Yeah, Rook A5 was one of the many attempts that Firouzja had in this position, and there's a couple of ways to keep, let's say, equality. Okay. Honestly, white is always going to be the one pressing this position, but the engines are just not afraid of it. One of them is that they see your plans of playing Rook C6, Rook B5, Rook B6. They don't want to allow you to do that. So one way to prevent it, first, you can just bring the king closer to D7 that covers the C6 square. There's no easy way to remaneuver white's pieces. The king can never come in because it's just completely cut off by the rook on D4. You don't have access to the C6 square. If you move the rook further to the B file, I can continue chasing your rook with king c7, and of course this rook is currently stuck to defending the pawn on a6. So there's no progress to be made. Another way to do it, yes, you want to get the b file for your rooks. No. How about my rooks?
Right.
And if you go rook c6, I can start giving you checks. The king is also not very well placed. It doesn't have a lot of hiding spots. In many cases, you can start counterplay with moves like g5, h5, g4. And by the time that you've gotten some kind of setup here, well, I've taken all of your king side.
Right.
So it's not so easy for Firouzja to just create counterplay on the king side that way. So king d7 and rook b4, the engines are saying are both fine. I have the feeling that even a move like, no, g5 just loses to rook h3. This one is important.
Oops.
This one I forgot about. But most moves, does g6 work? Yeah, the problems are actually on the 3rd rank. So you need to be solving those issues. First, rook b4 does it by checking you almost infinitely on this file. The other version, king d7, and once you put your rook here, I'm going to have king c6, the rook on a7 defends the king side. I think king d7 is a more logical move. I like this move because it prevents the rook coming to c6, but the engines think there's more than one way to split this point.
All right, thank you very much for that, Alejandro. We just had kind of a desperado move, I think, by Fabi. He got he's pretty low on time. Yeah. Having about, what, 2 minutes or so for about a dozen moves?
Our screen says somewhat less than 3 minutes. Yeah, e4 played,
E4 on the board
and bishop
just
G3.
Bishop G3.
Yeah, MVL will quite happily give up the pawn on F3 to put his king on F2 and use the F3 pawn as shield.
Excuse me, how do we do that? If we
EF,
take on it?
EF, I think he goes king F2 here.
EF, king F2, because of course I was dreaming about
rook
some
F3,
bishop
yeah.
D5, rook F3 action.
I think
like
we start
this.
with rook F3.
Rook F3,
maybe,
yeah, I do it this way. And
yeah, that would be disastrous
suddenly-
for white. Yeah, that would be absolutely disastrous. But
Exactly.
he's clearly not intending to start blundering here. He's avoided it so far in this game, and I think it is probably plans to continue. Hang on, is Queen H3 here?
That was what I was about to ask.
But
as
I guess
well.
we run, maybe. I think we can run.
We get on our...
E3 and then E4 is what I originally missed. No.
Oh, sorry.
Queen G1 check I thought was mate, but it's not. That was my problem. I thought Queen G1, Queen G2, sorry, Queen G2, Queen G1 is actually giving mate, but I do have the E4 square. And you want to play F2, but F2 is really completely empty because we control the F1 square. I can just take on D4 with the queen or whatever. Yeah.
Exactly. Wow. Okay, that's a little bit crazy, but...
And if the rook has to go somewhere, then I will take on F3, I suppose. Like rook G4, I think I can reasonably safely take on F3 with the knight.
I'm so worried about you taking my bishop.
Or,
as well.
Yeah, or knight takes C4 actually is a better way of
King
going
F2
about
on the board, and what is actually MVL's time?
MVL has enough time. He has 14 minutes.
MVL he's got plenty of time against the 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Against the 2 minutes. King F2. By the way, I mean, it's sort of like Fabi keeps playing all of his cards, Trump, and MVL has just responded the timing really, really well. And
he sees the defensive like a pro.
Yeah, seems to be fizzling. He's running out of things to throw.
Yeah, I mean,
on the pyre here.
Where's the kitchen sink?
Yeah.
I need something else. You turn to your partner, and say, "Dude, I need a rook."
Yeah,
rook is good.
A rook would be great.
Yeah.
Rook G2 jack, and let's go.
Keep the flow. Yeah,
keep the flow.
Yeah. A knight wouldn't be bad here as well. Yeah, many.
Knight,
knight.
I like the knight too.
I'm pretending I'm a Backhouse player. I'm very much not a Backhouse player.
But you kibitz well enough. You kibitz like you've been around.
I can stand next to people playing Backhouse and pretend. Yeah, that's
okay. It's very important
because there's always some refreshment next to the Backhouse table, and this is why I'm there. But I'm not playing actual Backhouse. I'm just using the fridge nearby.
Okay.
We got to keep on this one. 50
Queen
seconds.
H3. One more look, because it's just so much fun to see a king, strutting its stuff up the board.
Isn't that a five?
And here, you still have C5.
Still have C5?
It's lost. But
okay, that's at least fun.
But, you challenge. It's not trivial.
Yeah, I think,
but what
think you do this.
What about knight F5 check for just a sec?
25 seconds for Fabi.
King E4.
Queen. Yeah, but you kind of run out.
Boo.
What?
Boo.
What?
But to be fair, Queen H3. The main problem with Queen H3 is that you just take on F3 and there's absolutely nothing.
Like
even that?
Takes,
yeah.
Knight takes.
That's terrible. So King F2. He has ducked Queen H3, which we think came up empty-handed because of Knight F3.
Yeah, that's just the end of the line. Bishop F3 also works.
But Rook G4. There was a booing.
Yeah, I'm assuming pretty much anything wins here. Like knight C4, B4, Queen C4 check, and then there's just no threats. We can just start developing. Rook C1 next move or something. Yeah.
Precisely so. I mean,
the most obvious move is the winning move, but it is not. It is the only move for some reason.
Knight C4 is the only.
Yeah, pretty much. There's other moves like B3 that keep an advantage, but if you want a winning advantage, you gotta take that bishop.
Right.
That being said, who doesn't take that bishop?
That's the problem. I mean, it's just such an it's that bishop that has been causing all of the conflicts in white setup, and knight takes C4 looks well. I mean,
pretty good for white, yeah.
Yeah.
And we might be, it might be that time in the show when we can, cede ground to somebody who has actually been good at chess for quite some time and is still, master of his domain. But I don't know if it's if it's immediately right now or perhaps slightly later, but that is definitely something to look forward to.
As Gary will join our show before too long. What else do you have for us, Alejandro? Has anything happened in some of the other matches, or are we just going to keep our eye on this one?
I think we just keep an eye on this one because Favi, I mean, if knight takes c4 comes, I assume it'll come relatively quickly.
Knight takes.
Favi will have to come up with a couple of ideas, right? You take on c4, queen takes c4, the king goes somewhere.
Right.
And then...
I really do like rook c1. Just
Me
start
too.
bringing stuff in.
Yeah.
Just because it's just so difficult to create a threat. Knight e2 is very empty because I will have...
but if your rook goes to...
Yeah, I will have
c1.
queen c5 there.
Oh, man.
I will have
Rats.
queen c5 there.
Rook c1, we were just looking at this nice little double attack, but Peter clears the cobwebs with the move queen c5.
It just doesn't feel like we have enough attack. Like the bishop on g3 covers so many important avenues of potential problems that
Exactly.
Just doesn't feel like it's anything.
No. And as we're enjoying our first stop of the Grand Chess Tour in Bucharest, we have 4 more tour stops, Peter.
Absolutely. The one coming right on the heels of this one is a Rapid and Blitz in Warsaw, which will basically see all of these players with a couple of additions travel to Warsaw, Poland, and play 5 days of Rapid and Blitz, starting on the 17th and ending, I believe, on the 23rd. And then we have a Rapid and Blitz in Zagreb, which is in July. And as usual, the tour will get rounded up with the 2 tournaments here in St. Louis. First, the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz, which will go in last week of August. And then immediately after that, there is the Sinquefield Cup, which will run in the first couple of weeks of September.
We'll also have the Fisher Rapid, Fisher Random, I want to say. Thank you.
9LX.
9LX, that's right. Very good, very good. I like it. And Magnus, obviously, as you saw there in the graphic, Magnus joining our tour as a wildcard player for Zagreb.
And interestingly, MVL took on c4 and then took on f3, which is something we did not discuss, but which is also something that looks pretty good.
Let me just refresh my board. I apologize. Knight takes c4, getting rid of that nasty bishop, completely ruining black's pawn structure, and bishop takes f3.
Ugh,
pretty good.
That's it, right?
That's really good. Oh boy, that's
that is
an
also
extra
very
piece.
efficient. Yeah, just getting rid of that pesky pawn on f3, opening up the rook on a1 to come into, let's say, f1 and then king g2. And
somehow this has echoes of their game of last year, where Favi also played a Spanish, also had some kind of crazy novelty, and at some point had good ideas and overextended. He overextended, played the wrong move order.
Right, that was with the queen on the king side getting messed up.
Messed up. And in that game, MVL didn't get quite enough for a winning advantage. The game, I think, fizzled out to a draw. But this time,
this looks like a clean kill.
Just a clean kill, right?
Yeah, he should be able to convert this into a full point.
This is done, I think.
Oh yeah, done and dusted.
I mean, there's still 1 or 2 questions left, because if you don't play queen e2, I will take on b2. It's slightly annoying. And if you do play queen e2, I give a check back from f5.
I go king g2.
Yeah, and then I go h5, h4, and I kind of pretend I have something.
State your
queen takes b2 here.
A case once more. Queen takes b2, rook f1.
Well, let's say rook g6, and I mean, you only have 2 left. In these positions, you don't actually resign, because there's, like, if somehow the a2 pawn gets picked up, which I don't really see how it happens after queen d5 check. Maybe rook g5 is slightly more precise, actually, to stop that from happening. Although you have queen f7. Yeah.
Right, exactly. I'm picking up the c4.
Yeah, I mean, I'm obviously clutching at straws here.
Clear.
We know this is technically winning, but White has few enough pawns to have like a semblance of chance here for black.
Exactly, which is why we rather like to keep our b2 pawn from the very get-go and play the move queen e2, which was something that you
I return to
didn't
f5.
like.
No, I mean, it's still winning, I'm sure, and then wherever the king goes, I want to play h5, h4. But after rook f1, I assume it's never fast enough. We know from experience that these things are just never fast enough.
Exactly.
And we finally do have that segment of the show.
We've been promising.
We've been promising, and the one that I like very much, because I do enjoy listening to Gary talk about chess. Cristian Chirila is with Gary Kasparov.
Let's go to Bucharest.
Thank you guys, promised and always delivered. I am indeed with a legend here, the 13th world champion, Gary Kasparov. Gary, welcome back to the studio. I called you a legend. Also, yesterday we lost a legend. Yuri Averbach passed away. Tell us a little bit about that, your experience and your relationship with him.
Oh, look, it's really a legend. It's 100 years, whole century. So we had a little discussion, just recalling our encounters with Averbach, and I said as the man was the Soviet national champion back in 1954. And I played twice with him, yes. Thank you for having this picture. So March 1974. So I was 10, and it was the match of Baku, Moscow. This is the so-called Grandmaster and Pioneers, when the captain of one team gave a simultaneous to another team, and our captain played against their team. And it was round 3. I lost the first 2 games to Talan Polodayevsky. But here, thanks to Averbach's mistake in the opening, so I grabbed the pawn and managed to keep the pawn without spoiling my position until move 45. Then the game was adjourned, and there was the result was awarded by captains. So and I remember I overlooked Bagirov and Averbach analyzing. Bagirov was our captain, moving the pieces. And now, by the way, when I look at the computer, I just understand this. It's a tricky end game. It's extra pawn, but computer finds it quite difficult for white to win. But I remember when we talked about it, and I just. And Bagirov said, "Come on, here in Lloyd's, it's extra pawns. Do you mind?" So I was awarded this victory. And second time we played in 1982 in the Soviet Team Championship, and I managed to win an end game. So it's interesting because I reached an end game and playing against Averbach. This is the man who was the most recognized authority on end games, and his books, Rook's Endgame.
5 volumes.
Yeah, exactly. It's on endgames. It was something that this was like a mandatory read. So, I put him under pressure. Eventually, I got an extra pawn, and it was an endgame. Rook and Bishop and 5 pawns. Actually, when I looked at the game, saw Nepomniachtchi. So it's same. It's 5 pawns. This is D, E, F, G, H. Versus 4 pawns, E, F, G, H.
We would definitely discuss that.
Rook and Bishop versus Rook and Knight. And I wasn't sure whether it's you can really win, but extra pawn. And I managed, just to improve my position, and I won the game. And of course, he was a referee in my match with
3 of your matches.
Exactly, actually, yes. But one was Karpov. That's I should recall. And we always had very, very good relations. So the man was the last of Mohicans, someone who came from the Soviet Union, but never had the same, like a Soviet stamp on him. So he was, though quiet but independent mind, and it's always, the man just with a little wisdom, but also fairly quiet, and it's not all. Pressing you just to accept his authority, though again his age would make him more demanding in respect to his opinion. But
he was such a universal man as well. He had a different career, but also within chess he wore a lot of hats. In which role would you say he made the biggest impact for Russian chess as well as for the world of chess?
Well, look, it's very difficult to separate, because for me chess is a universal game, so Soviet chess or Russian chess or global chess. So he was a great chess player. He left, his mark in the openings of Averbach system and against King's Indian, and also of course end games. And I think it's less known, but his role as a chess historian. So some of the phenomenal works, and just actually I suggest to for those who are interested to read his research of the ancient chess. So the chess played, Shatranj chess, and the transformation of chess from Shatranj to modern chess. Some really phenomenal works. So I always enjoyed reading it, and because he was very scrupulous and it was meticulous in collecting details, and some of these books, just they can give you an idea so how chess transformed, just from one very slow motion medieval game that was a reflection of the military strategy at the time into some far more dynamic and modern European version.
Absolutely, and you were mentioning this big endgame between Wesley and Nepo, and actually Peter Svidler in the studio wanted your opinion on this, really wanted to know how you feel that his chances look like for Wesley to win this game.
It seems unlikely to me because, if he could have put the bishop on d5 and forced black queen on f6, so then that's
f6 or e7 maybe.
Yes, but then maybe there would be the chance. But the problem is, the pawn on h5 was always hanging. So, yeah.
And he was that pawn on h5 is there for a while, but it wasn't forced to go there. Yeah, maybe this position he had more chances.
Yeah. H5 was very tempting, but the problem is, so how are you going to
improve the position? Maybe e4, f4, e5, something.
That's something that you want to do. So that's the. But again, h5 is a very demanding move. So you play h5, you have to be sure that that's you do next. I mean, in theory, ideally, if you had, let's say, h5 and then to play e4 somehow with the move, and then f4, e5, yes, that'll be good. So it's easy.
And break with e6 and somehow have.
Maybe you had to start with e4. So just to make sure that this is e4, because now it's just an attack.
And now the computer says g5, but that's not a move. Humans usually.
Maybe maybe it's exactly g5. So that's the easy. That's not easy. And so what if I play f4?
F4 first, yeah. That's definitely an option.
But then h5, yes.
H5 now, and then e4. Say I put my pawns like this.
e5, and then e6.
Go hide.
At least I won the pawn. But you go sacrifice queen d8.
You do, yeah. Take king g7 and cover with queen f6.
So that's shows that black has resources. So that's why so played h5, and now maybe if we were to play e4.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be far more dangerous.
Yeah.
Yes, because then sacrificing this pawn on f7 is more dangerous because black king would be problem.
But immediately he played queen f5 to
immediately, yes,
get the bishop out of d5.
It's interesting. Again, speaking about Averbach and endgames, it seems very simple. I mean, but there's so many nuances. So that's because in the endgame, even in such simplistic looking endgame, few pieces, but there's so many details. You see, we try h5 and then e4 and f4, and every time this is the slight change. It requires a new strategy because e4 you play g5, f4 you play h5, h5 you attack the pawn. So it's
a well-timed dance almost.
Yeah, and I think that's probably this is the position.
Currently, this is what we have.
It's unlikely he can do something because it's just again I don't see how bishop can come on d5
with the attack on the pawn on h5. Excellent. So this one, let's say we believe that Nepo can hold it. Now,
by the way, it was another Catalan, yeah.
It was
another Catalan, and it seems that now this is they play Italian with reverse color and then Catalan
with reverse colors.
But Nepo played a line that they prepared, I believe, for the World Championship match.
Yeah.
So
this must be some
exactly
this preparation.
Yeah, I find it a little bit odd that sacrificing the pawn, but it seems that he didn't get what he wanted because it's. It was not his dream, I'm sure. He thought he could make an easy draw, but somehow managed to keep a pawn, and squeeze something. But probably he should try to do something else, because he also had rooks.
So
maybe he could have kept the rook. Maybe
try to keep the rooks as much as possible. Excellent. Let's jump into this game, the one between MVL, because this one actually is about to finish most likely.
There's no more game anymore. Yes.
What happened here was this big point right now.
At first, this is they play very quickly. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
so many games now is played quickly, and that's one of the tabias. So was open Rui Lopez, and that's the Phoenix line, knight f2.
Knight
So
F2,
that's I think they played against Smyslov at 1941. So yeah, and now it's. When I play chess, everybody took on f6 automatically, but now they do something new. So they decided to
Knight
give,
to f1.
Yes, yes. Knight f1, f5, like king g1. Yes. So and queen d7. So it's this and bishop g5.
I think this was the move that surprised MVL. He played bishop
very
g5.
strange. Well, if I prepared for the game, so this is I would then look at queen d7. So it's the natural move because somehow I don't know. Bishop g5, rook e8, queen d2.
Queen d2, another very long thing, and d4 I think was played quite instantaneous.
Yeah, it's natural move, so it's nothing wrong with the move. So, and he played
knight to g3, h6, and bishop to h4.
h4, and dc3, queen c3. And that's critical position, yes?
This was the
and
big
after
move.
knight d4, what happened after knight d4?
It seems like maybe knight takes e5, queen to d6, knight g6, take on c2, and now the rook to f7, the simple rook to f7. Just taking advantage of the awkwardness, let's say, of the placement of white pieces.
It's probably, but
bishop
it's a bit odd, yes, so it's the probably blackest, yeah.
And he thought for a very long time, actually. And he took on f3, 15-minute thing.
15 minutes is it's amazing. G takes f3 and knight d4, and can he miss knight bishop d1?
Probably he calculated bishop to e4. This is what we think, and we're definitely going to ask him about it. Bishop to d5, and now probably black has a lot of compensation for the piece once you exchange knights for bishops.
Why did he sacrifice?
White sacrifice. That is a very good question.
There's no, unless you win by force, and it didn't seem that you win by force, and why this position was so comfortable.
Yeah.
You have rooks, it open, bishop on h4 is very awkward. I don't know, I'm just like, so, and that's
This was the big miss, but also I want to point you to this moment after rook to f4.
Rook to 4 is. But it spent, Emil spent 3 minutes, just not to be caught in the trap. Bishop queen h3 mate, yes.
Right, queen h3, take bishop to f1.
But that's okay. I wouldn't say it's so typical, but still you could find it
understandable.
But yes, we could find it in some chess games or chess studies. But that one I like more. Queen h3, and now. That's more,
all of your pieces.
More unusual. Yes,
that's
but okay. It's the MVL found this
bishop
trap, and then bishop e1, and okay.
And now the last few tries that before the simplification, and it just seems like there's not much left for MVL at this point. Queen to f7 followed by queen to h5 seems to be finishing that game.
And I don't think you'll go. Why should you go? This is why not?
Bishop c3 also.
I would play bishop c3.
A great move.
Yes.
Have
bishop
everything
protected by the pawn. Yes, this is the way to play.
I like it. Yes. Yeah. So this one we are not giving any chances, unfortunately, for Fabiano. This game was quite wild at the beginning. The one between Alireza and Richard.
Quite wild. This is the line that I analyzed it in 1985 before my second match against Karpov, because I already had in mind of playing Sveshnikov.
So for black, you analyzed this for black.
For black, and actually when I had my first professional simo against HSV team in Hamburg in December. I played this, I just had 8-board simo and the reverse colors, so this because I insisted I would play black and white, so this is the as a team. So I played this line against Chandler. Actually, I don't remember the game, but that was our idea actually. Queen b6, and after I think rook d1, we were planning. This is the. Somehow we thought it would be just interesting idea to play the line, because we saw that the idea is c5, g5. So And that's exactly
And
what,
just-
because queen b6, this is the move that...
Just to interrupt you, MVL did win that game. It seems like they're discussing, they're trying to understand what went wrong for Fabiano right now. He seems confused, probably just bishop to d1, but let's get back to our analysis.
Yeah. So, and because it's the queen b6, I think it was quite a new move at the time. So I got a decent position, but it still was the game, though. But because difficult to manage in the simul.
And it did seem like.
But he played bishop e2 here, and again here just it's the what I would do after bishop e2. I would definitely look at
g5.
Yeah, that's what I would, and after fg5. So this is interesting. So because we have now h4 and queen b8. And,
critical move.
Critical move. Yeah. No, win. No, the whole idea we have to just try to win this pawn, and then this is that's what we discussed. This end game. Yeah, it's like a middle game. So this is d5 and
some sort of structural imbalances.
Yes, structural imbalances. Yes, so it's it's probably it's fine. Maybe d5, maybe actually c5 even. I don't know. Maybe c5 also. That's another chance. g4 and castle.
And I do think that Richard actually was aware of these ideas with g5 because he played quite quickly rook to d8. And here again you have the option of playing g5 with the same idea, but he decided quite quickly to play knight c8.
That's I don't. This knight doesn't belong there. So
and then
maybe here
d5.
Very quickly. Oh.
Very quickly, yes. And Alireza seemed to be thinking at this point. And again, c5, critical move, only move in the position.
Wow, but this is interesting. But now he spent time. Just yeah. But he spent time here.
He did. This was the first moment where he spent some.
But how he played this line on the queen e5? This is only move. Yes, c5 only move.
Only move c5, and he found it. And he found it, and then, well, we entered in this endgame in which it didn't seem like any of the sides managed to get anything. And right now we have this position. The a pawn looks very threatening. The problem is you have to face some perpetuals on this side.
Exactly. It's two rooks. Yes.
Two rooks.
But this is still an interesting game.
Very interesting game.
Yeah.
Very interesting game.
But you remember yesterday we called Firouzja's game was Aronian.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Yeah. Yeah.
Study like. There was a study like
at the end.
Defense.
But the fact is that this Aronian survived as far as the position that was study like.
Yeah.
Tells you that Firouzja's endgame technique needs a little bit of refinement.
Are you worried for him and his chances as a candidate based on his first 4 games?
Look, I'm not his coach to worry about him, but he should worry about his performance. And that's the game that he played yesterday. And by the way, day before yesterday. This game demonstrated that he could spend his time more productively than probably studying only openings. Again, it's my educated guess over the last 5 months.
Well, I'm definitely sure that he's watching the broadcast and will take those.
He doesn't have to watch broadcast. He just listening to me. He should look at his games. So that's
true.
Both at the moves he made and the results that he achieved.
Absolutely. And the last game is this one, Dominguez versus Aronian, in which Dominguez actually quite a few times, I think for the last 15 moves before they reached time control, he was playing with 30 seconds on his clock.
It's just lucky that there's not much happening.
Exactly.
That's happening. So so Aronian got an extra pawn, yes?
Extra pawn. How are his chances in this position?
Pawn is always a pawn, but
is the material too limited?
But what they did, okay, let me just see what's happening.
And this was the move that he played with 1 second on the clock. Knight to e5. And now we have this position.
It's a pawn. There you go.
It does seem like he has to find some. And how are we doing on time? Okay, 18 minutes, and he's really pondering his options. Now, how can he go wrong? Knight to e1, we see the engine is saying that we're still within some sort of a balanced situation. But what other tempting plans does White have at this point?
White doesn't have a plan. The only plan they have is to survive.
To survive.
They probably have trying to stay, stay put. So maybe 91, 91, maybe back 99. E1 have free, but it's.
And perhaps something like queen d7, rook f7, rook e7. How will that endgame be?
Here it is.
Yeah, and then rook f7, knight f4, and but knight f4 is not an easy move to make. Yeah, to take with the g pawn.
Yeah, but still, it's you want to survive. So you try to win.
And he's a great defender, linear.
And defender, but pawn is a pawn.
Pawn is a pawn, and there's definitely going to be some pressure on his time as well. Well, Gary.
Okay, well, like 17 minutes.
17 minutes. That's the second time control.
But he hasn't played, is?
No.
I would bet on Levon on this game.
Levon on this game.
Okay.
Perfect. Gary, when are we going to see you next time on the Grand Chess Tour broadcast?
Not live because I'm flying out tomorrow, but I'll be watching it. So thanks to modern technologies, so we can communicate, even without my physical presence in the studio.
Excellent. Looking forward to see you next. Thank you very much, guys. Back to you.
Thank you, Cristian, and thank you, Gary. And meanwhile, we do have a result. NBL has scored his first victory over a very difficult opponent, Fabiano Caruana.
Yeah, a very big win today for MBL, beating Fabi, who came very well prepared in that line, but then went astray in the tactical complications. And this is the current score, with some games still, of course, ongoing.
Exactly.
MBL on top of the leaderboard on +1, as is Bogdan Deac, who also finished his game. The game between Wesley and Jan is still in progress. If Wesley wins, he will be clear first.
Exactly, and he's still nursing the advantage of an extra pawn, and he's made progress. He's managed to trade his h5 pawn for the g7 pawn, rather unprovoked.
Provoke the or not provoke, but still achieve somehow.
Yeah, he has achieved. I don't want to say the maximum because, we always reaching for more and more and more.
Yeah, it's an interesting question whether this trade actually favors white or not, because on the one hand you have obviously compromised your kingside situation a little bit, but on the other you've given yourself a g7 square for the king, and you have reduced the number of pawns on the board, very simply put. So
that is true.
It's a somewhat controversial decision. We were slightly surprised on break while listening to Gary talk about the other positions. We were slightly surprised that Jan chose this exact moment to do this, because it didn't seem like that would be the last time he ever had the opportunity to play g6. But he clearly felt that the threat of getting stuck with a pawn on g7 forever if white actually does get the bishop all the way to d5 was too strong. Wesley obviously will continue for as long as he likes, and eventually the central pawns will start climbing up the board. You can't win this position with white without getting the pawns to f4 and d5, and then perhaps the threats will materialize. But you can wait for as long as you like before doing that.
Yeah, the dream being that we put our bishop on b1, for example, we put our queen on c2. We are constantly patrolling, trying to create a battery. And before this last move by Ian, if I could just make a bad move, for example, this is more or less a dream, I want to say.
But even that doesn't really do that much. Yeah, I mean, queen g7 would not be a move I would like to. I like it on f6. I would play something like bishop e7 or bishop g7. Because queen h7 check really, as long as we control the h8 square, queen h7
it's not
check
the end of the world.
Check,
yeah, it's just you can just sidestep it. Like this. All right, we'll definitely keep an eye on that as we get a prep for an interview with MVL and ask him about these tactical complications that he had in his game with...
Absolutely. It's interesting to see if he thought he was doing well throughout or if he was worried at any point.
For me, I must say that it's a pretty darn confounding game because so much of the game had been so very well played up to this moment by Fabiano, and we actually thought, well, let's say the engine taught us that the move b5, b4 in this particular position might have given black an edge.
Absolutely, and I think it's very, very difficult to judge this. It was difficult for us unplugged to judge what's going on there, and I think even for MVL, and of course you always have a better clue of what's going on the board when you're actually the one playing the game, but even for him, I suspect he was kind of operating on a move-by-move basis. He knew queen takes e3 was the best move, and it really didn't matter that much to him whether he was better or worse, if it's really the best decision he can make. But yeah, I'm very interested in that interview.
and your conjecture being that the move bishop d1 was just kind of missed. The strength of this move was missed by Fabiano. Fabi pursued a number of tempting tactics, but they all fell to naught, and he came out with a big 0. One fantastic tactic.
Yeah, that was
really spotted very nicely by Peter, was this unusual checkmate featuring queen h3
and then knight f5.
Yeah, that was
almost,
visual.
Almost. I mean, clearly it's not, but it's about as close as you can get in a practical game to an ideal mate, where every single black piece is participating in the attack, even though there's 5 pawns on the board which can be removed. But still, like
that one you need
for a practical game. It's a very, very unusual construction and a very beautiful one.
And again, as we're just waiting for setup from Bucharest.
In our remaining games, we just saw Gary correctly point out that a pawn is a pawn in this one. And I would also echo his sentiment that you probably take Levon to win this, simply because it's just very difficult to continue not making mistakes and defending a position like this, where your counterplay is, limited to non-existent. Because e7 square will forever be covered by the bishop on c5, meaning that
beautifully anchored
this is about as active as your pieces can get.
Right.
And you need to balance all this with, the necessity not to blunder a 5, f4 somewhere, which will open the king side and just give black a crushing attack. You probably don't want to allow any trades. Like, if the rooks come off, black's conversion probably becomes simpler. If the queens come off, I think the position immediately becomes technically winning.
Especially because there's an a2 pawn.
I just don't see how that happens very easily. But if the queens do come off, I think you kind of know you've lost. You will, of course, still continue fighting, but you kind of know your cause is hopeless. And he's also clearly burning time yet again. He's down half an hour, and that will be the eternal time trouble when it comes. This one never ends.
Yeah, and we saw again Lanier making a move in the first time control with a mere second on his clock. And he did it rather elegantly, like it was no problem. But yeah, for Levon, this is fantastic considering the last 2 games. Yesterday we considered his situation close to hopeless.
Well,
I want to say.
It was hopeless, yeah.
Yeah, and he managed to draw, and now today
wasn't.
he's on the sunny side, as we would like to say, Alejandro.
Sunny side is good, but let's go back to another game that we thought really held a lot of interest. And we analyzed it a little bit with Peter in this rook endgame, and I just went a little bit deeper with the engine and what's going on here. Between Alireza and Richard, we have the move rook a3 played, covering the 3rd rank. Of course, there was this soft thread of rook c3. Rook c2 was played, and we were wondering during break if this was the best and most direct way to make a draw for black. You are throwing a perpetual. The king doesn't have anywhere to hide. So to prevent the perpetual, Alireza played a very clever move, the move rook d3. Giving him a little bit of space, hiding behind this rook to avoid the perpetuals on the 4th rank. So if you go check, which happened in the game, king e3, I assume king e3, right? Yeah, king e3. The king is going to be hiding on d4 in many variations. And I was playing around with this, trying to mate white or combining threads on how to continue. And the correct continuation is only rook bc2. And that was what surprised me about the position, is that only the move rook bc2 fully works. There are other moves. For example, you could start this way, and I was trying to checkmate Peter here with the move rook bc2, try to get rook e4 in, but the engine says rook dc3, and you're not getting in not only your perpetual, you're not catching the pawn. You're not catching the pawn. You have to play down a rook and capture a bunch of pawns and hope for the best. It does not work. Spoiler alert. So you actually have to play check king e3 and rook bc2. Play it on this move order first, so that if anything like this happens, you can just take and go rook a2, get the rook behind the pawn, and draw the position this way. So,
and this is just basically it's the same position, but just with a very important extra tempo, because the king is on e3 and not on d4, just for clarity. And that tempo just changes from.
Well, it's not just that, right?
You take with the king.
You take with the king on the other variation,
okay.
Right? In this position. The Deac went here. Yeah, if you go rook dc3 and you take, I actually take with the king, and you don't have a way to protect against the pawn. You're out of the square of the pawn, so you cannot trade on e3 and a3. So this is lost for the black pieces. Rook dd3 is on the board. Richie calculating his variations. It's already move 41, so he can dedicate a serious amount of thought on what's the most precise, but he has to find the only way to fully draw the position. Check, and then rook bc2.
And the point of rook bc2, because we just kind of gloss over it, is that if you put this on the board for a sec after check rook bc2, the idea, of course, is if you play a7 here, rook fe2, king g4 runs into a slight problem.
Mate.
Slight problem, but it is still a draw if you go this way, which is kind of funny.
Yeah, of course. But yeah, you need to take away the squares on the c file, creating the threat of rook e2 check and then rook e4 mate if you continue along the way that you've prepared for yourself.
And help me out here, Alejandro, because I'm still struggling here. After rook c2, I've got this position. You played...
Let's say rook dc3, yeah.
Rook dc.
We take and we go rook h. So.
Why don't I just play rook here?
Where's here?
Pardon me, rook on c2.
To d2.
To d2.
Here you want to play rook cd2. It's actually a good move, and it forces the move rook d3 according to the engine.
Thought.
So
and then I go back.
You would be fine there. The better try is, this is one try.
Okay.
But taking rook a2 is going to be generally a good idea in many positions.
Agreed.
In this particular one, yeah, rook cd2 forces a repetition because after rook c2 in this position.
Right.
Another try for white would be to give yourself the d file. And it says that rook db3 actually is an attempt. Why is this not a perpetual? Let me check. Check rook d3. So you're still kind of catching on. And we've seen that the move rook e2 is not quite enough. In this variation, rook takes g2 seems to be enough. And that one is not so easy. We're going to let Richard analyze this. As you can see, there's a very complicated series of variations.
It is.
But someone that saw a lot of variations and came out on top is Maxime Vacher-Lagrave. He is in Bucharest with Cristian.
Thank you, Alejandro. Yes, we are indeed here with the victor of today's round, one of the victors of today's round. That is Maxime Vacher-Lagrave. Maxime, first of all, welcome back to the studio and congratulations. A big victory for you against one of the toughest opponents in the circuit. Tell us a bit about this game and your feelings as of right now.
Yeah, I mean, as always, when I play with Fabi, we end up in big fights. Mainly because Fabiano is a huge fighter, always looks for sharp positions, and I generally do not back away from a fight as well. So this was one of those fights.
It felt like he sort of surprised you with his long
Queen
line.
d7.
Queen d7.
Yeah, I mean, I know the two main moves are bishop g4 and queen d6, and queen d7 is intended against bishop e3, because queen d6, the move would be bishop e3, because bishop g4 would be answered by bishop h7, king h8, queen e1. So that's why queen d7 would protect the bishop.
So the bishop on g4 stays protected.
Yeah. So I was just trying to figure out why to play, because I mean, I must have looked at queen d7 obviously, but it's not one of the main moves.
And you came up with this move, bishop g5, which makes a lot of sense. One of the top engine
against
moves
bishop
as well.
g4 because bishop b3. But the problem of making engine moves, I mean, top
now
engine
no
moves,
rook to d8.
is that of course Fabi was prepared against it, and
he immediately blitzed out rook a8.
Yeah, and especially after queen d2, he blitzed out d4.
Were you worried at this point once he played this move d4?
I was not especially concerned about my position, especially when, you know, when Fabi blitzed out, it probably means that I played a good move. So here I thought king h8 even was interesting, to be honest, but turns out it's not so great. But yeah, so d4, and here, yeah, maybe I mean, maybe I went a bit too optimistic. Although what I did is probably correct, but yeah, maybe rook e1.
Definitely seems logical, just trying to take advantage of the light squares.
Yeah, rook e1, I guess. Well, what was I scared about? I mean, there was something, and I just thought knight g3 is good. But I must say that here, I mean, here of course I could bail out with Queen D7, and this is an
We were
exchange
looking at
turn,
this
but
position. How did you feel? How did you assess this position?
I felt it should be holdable, but I mean, I have two bishops. I have passed pawns where when it comes, and also black's pieces are
a bit awkward for the moment.
Yeah.
But it does feel like black is the one, at least with the initiative and
So I thought Queen
potential to
C3,
win.
and here, yeah, I must say that before I saw, and I was a bit concerned about which square to put my queen.
And what is the idea after queen to c5?
Yeah, knight d4.
Knight to d4.
Yeah, because now knight e5 doesn't work anymore because of queen d5.
Which wins on the spot.
Yeah, this was it. So, okay, probably I'm turned out okay. I didn't see bishop a4, I must say. Seems like should be able to hold. I mean, I wouldn't.
And we saw you discussing also with Fabiano at the end. Did you guys discuss this particular
No,
case?
we discussed what happened later.
Later on in the game.
Because it was definitely exciting. So rook f3 came as a big surprise, I must say.
Did
because
you see
even
this
knight
move at
d4
all before he played it, or
no, I was
completely off your radar?
concerned about knight d4 and b4. So knight d4, I thought I'm okay, and then probably and before I was not completely sure. Also, I must say that yeah, after b4, queen e3, knight d4, this would have been a bit because I realized later in the game after he played rook f3 that here this is very strong.
Take rook f8 and
yeah.
now there's no more
because
good defense. Bishop to e4?
Because here, if I go
bishop to e4,
rook f4, and the bishop
Right.
is trapped. Yeah.
Right. So you guys got all the way, and he probably missed, or at least that's what we think, that he missed bishop to d1, a very good move. After rook to f4, a lot of fun
No, but it's
situations.
crazy. No, it's crazy because here, of course, my plan was bishop f2,
Mm-hmm.
but I was not 100% certain after bishop e2, it takes, and here, of course, I'm better, but you know, I thought there might be some tricks in storage. So I thought king g2 is very clever, and because I saw queen h3 check, I saw it doesn't work, and then Fabio played rook f4. I mean, I saw after I played king g2 that rook f4 was, I mean, strong. It turns out it's bad, but it looks very strong because bishop g3 or bishop f2 both lose to queen h3.
But you, excuse me. But you did found this move bishop to e1.
Yeah, it came out of necessity, and what's lucky is that he doesn't have a move. Fabi doesn't have a move here, and this is so strange, but after bishop d5 I just come back to g3 because the bishop isn't on f1, and yeah, I couldn't find a way for him to keep the initiative, so probably, and after queen f5, knight d2, it's already...
e4 came on the board?
Yeah, after a very long shot, and here, yeah, I mean, f takes e4 even works, but I just saw bishop g3, ef, obviously knight f3, again.
Queen to h3, yes.
Yeah, and bishop f3, well, seems it's, but anyway, so king f2, and this is just over.
And, well, big victory for you. Congratulations, Avial, and we'll see you in the rest of your games.
Yeah, thank you, Cristian.
Back to you guys.
Can you hear it? It's the sound of hope and health and strength. It's the sound of compassion, of open doors, where people and machines are in tune and miracles occur. It's the sound of personalized healthcare and active communities. It sounds like life, and it's what you hear when you really listen.
Hello again, and we continue with our coverage of round 4 of the Superbet Chess Classic in Bucharest, Romania. And what a round we have.
Well, we have
today.
2 results in our current standings, as MBL has won a very nice game
Indeed.
today, Peter.
And he is currently, as you can see on your screen, up top with Bogdan Deac. They've played 4 rounds, and there's still a game ongoing between Wesley So and Jan Nepomniachtchi, which could produce an
Huge
outright
game.
leader if Wesley converts his extra pawn.
And sorry.
Yeah, and this is a lot of people who were picked as our predictions to win the tournament are actually somewhat struggling. Fabiano lost today, which means he's a point and a half out of 4 on -1.
Yep.
Levon is also having a quiet tournament, but his 1.5 points is out of 3, and he's still playing and has a very promising position against Dominguez. So he might actually be in with a share of the lead if he wins and Wesley doesn't.
Whereas Ali Reza and
this
Richard,
is a very striking shirt, you have to say. Even by Levon standards, this is quite something.
You've got Shark Week.
This shirt should get more screen time. This shirt should have its own Instagram account.
Well, you just have to go to Q Boutique.
I think if QBoutiqueSCL.com sells this shirt, I mean, we need to get it for us.
A lot of pre-ordering going on.
I talked to Brian Flowers about getting this very relevant to chess world shirt on.
Exactly. Now that we're back, how much progress has Wesley made? It feels to me that he's made a lot. Like this is an enormous amount of progress, and we might have a clear leader.
It's possible. You still have to ask yourself exactly what sort of the end result of all this progress is. You will get to play f4 and e5. It will require some preparation. Currently, f4 would be a horrible mistake because it allows queen b2. The queens come off, and it's once again immediately a draw.
Correct.
But of course, white can avoid this by starting with queen somewhere or king h3. I was thinking that
queen h5 followed by f4 and e5.
Yeah, I was thinking that once f4 and e5 lands, perhaps there is maybe some point in putting our king on h5 just to take away some of the additional squares.
I'm just putting some moves on
the
the board.
Yeah, let's go e5 here. I think you can play.
The same.
Doesn't matter. Yeah, queen e7, e5. So we get here, but it doesn't really resolve the big question of. I mean, it all looks fantastic.
It does.
Yeah, as you say. Yeah, take a picture. It's a fabulous position to look at. It still doesn't present you as well for white with a clear-cut way to actually land this decisive blow.
Mm-hmm.
You get the pawn to e5, but the pawn to on f7. I mean, the number of attackers and the number of defenders is going to be equal for the rest of the game. Black is not going to blunder the f7 pawn,
right?
And the king on g2 cannot really join the attack on the f7 pawn. Your pawn breaks have run out apart from e5, e6. g4, g5 is going to be pretty much always going to be an improvement for black, I would say, allowing a trade-off of one of the weaknesses for a very healthy pawn on g3.
Right.
f4, f5 weakens, probably lethally weakens the pawn on e5, so it's very rarely going to be playable. So you need to somehow find a way to improve from a position like this. And this is where, yeah, like you can put even a king on h5, a kind of an idea very reminiscent of that king to h4 maneuver Wesley used to beat Shahryar Mamedyarov in round 1.
Exactly.
But I'm not sure what it does here. Like, it's beautiful, but what does it do?
Well, at a certain moment, if I do get my king to h5 and we get a position like this, where I've got what we might call a complete domination, at a certain moment, e5, e6. Isn't that just going to cause a checkmating
But how exactly? I mean, we can actually get there.
Okay,
well,
sure.
Let's analyze concretely, because I want to draw your attention to the fact that a move that I didn't consider was good was played. And it scares me for Jan, because he just played the move bishop d4, and I'm wondering, in this position, can't you just start with e5? We can keep up.
Just cut the bishop off completely from
off.
the defense. Yeah, that's a scary idea, because if the coordination gets broken up, you lose.
Right.
This is a kind of a position where passive defense is nice, and I mean nice as in as in not nice.
Yeah,
and I understand his desire to keep his pieces somewhat active, but how do you even reply to e5? Queen f3 here just seems to end the game.
Checkmate.
Because
Queen let's just put a sample line of queen a7. bishop takes f7 at the very least.
Yeah, at least you get the queen ending, which is completely winning. But I have a feeling there might be some kind of a mate which we could go for.
Exactly.
Yeah, bishop d4. Bishop d4 looks like Jan just kind of grew tired of not making any forward
threw it out
moves.
there, and maybe.
Yeah, maybe you go e5 like king f8, queen f3 is maybe even worse. And maybe queen c7 here, but yeah, I don't think this is great.
Wow. We were a moment ago. We were wondering how on earth White could break through.
e5
now
king
we're
f8,
wondering.
only move not to resign in a few.
Pardon me. e5 king f8, only move.
I did have a feeling that this might be best because you need to sidestep queen g4 check tactics.
Yes.
You can't leave the queen g4 tactics on the table. But this is horrible. Like queen f3, queen c7, e6, f6 or something appears to be best play, but this is not an improvement.
My goodness,
this is not an improvement.
Yeah,
Wow.
I'll just give you the engine lines. You can look at it on your board.
Sure.
After the move,
e5, king f8.
King f8, queen f3 doesn't quite do the trick. Unfortunately for White,
queen g6.
Black has queen g6, correct.
This I missed. Yeah, this I missed completely.
And this just about holds on to White's Black's position. The problem is that after king f8, there's a very clever move, queen e4. Now you can't take on f2 because queen f5 just picks up the bishop. And the point is that you're tethered. You're tethered right now to the defense of the bishop to d4, and I'm going to get my queen either to f5 or I'm going to just push e6. And with your king specifically on f8, it might just get mated or force you to lose the h6 pawn, both of which lose the game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, queen e4 looks.
Yeah, queen e4 is a very
tremendous.
And I think like a hawk, you can see that Wesley, he's been maneuvering for a while, but he says
Right.
bishop d4, and he's like, wait a second.
That's
wait a
suspicious.
second.
And he's reaching for his e-pawn.
He's reaching for e5. There it is.
Boom.
e5. Jan in serious problems here.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, this is not good for Jan at all.
During our break, Alejandro, we were talking about Wesley, and we seem to we both have the same impression that if he starts well, he has this approach that says, okay, I'm shutting things down. I'm going to play very, very solid from now on. I'm going to coast to my +1, +2 result, and then his opponents seem to self-destruct.
Yes, absolutely. I've seen it so many times. It happened, I think it was in the London Chess Classic in 2016, the first time that Wesley won the GCT. He was playing against Hikaru. I think Wesley was already on +1. And Hikaru just destroyed his own position by 18 moves with White. And Wesley just won easily. And at that time he was +2 and just cruised to victory.
Right. And you were mentioning at the start, Peter, that Nepo actually has a bad result in their individual matchups with Wesley.
Yeah, well, Wesley definitely is, what is known as an awkward opponent for Jan. And I think this is also kind of playing into what we're seeing today. I get the feeling that there might be a very simple kind of a explanation to what happened today in very simple chess terms, similar to what we heard Shahryar say in an interview. I think it's extremely possible that Jan just mixed up the move order. Mm-hmm. He kind of remembered that both knight takes c3 and knight c2 happen, and
much earlier in the opening.
And he forgot which one goes first, and he ended up having to defend a position he did not want to defend, because it's very difficult for me to imagine that this actually was the World Championship prep against Magnus, because Wesley I think is a kind of a close number 2 you don't want on the white side here, but I mean Magnus is probably very
easily number 1,
very clear number 1 in the list of people you absolutely want any other position against, like any other position, just not this one. So
strange prep.
I do get the feeling that he just decided not to triple check which order those moves come in, and drifted into having to defend this, and kind of hated life ever since. And the fact that it's Wesley on the opposite side was not helping at any point, obviously.
No, for Shaq, by the way, I believe defending champion, he won with a +3.
Right.
No losses for Shaq last year.
No losses. I believe he beat Fabi with the black pieces in a Spanish. He beat Lupulescu in a crazy game. I'm blanking out who he beat as well.
But it was a 12-person round robin.
No, it was 10 player.
No, it was 10. It was 10. Same. A very, very similar field. Duda was no.
He's played Queen G6.
He's played Queen G6, which looks logical, but apparently is a very poor move. I kind of wonder why. There has to be some kind of a very simple tactical refutation.
Bishop F7. Bishop F7, you resign.
Oh dear.
That's it.
It's a beautiful tactic, by the way.
Beautiful, but it's also very easy.
Yeah, I mean, king takes queen, c4 check is an easy pickup, double attack, and 2 pawns up. Who managed to draw 2 pawns down and a queen ending?
That was Levon against Lanier.
That was just unbelievable.
Yeah, but not this one. And the other one, he at least had a pass pawn counterplay kind of position. But this one is just terrible.
Not 3 against 1. As we by this point know, some 2 against 0 are actually drawn, but not 3 against 1, and not G, F, and E against H. Yeah. I think probably F and G against 0 are also not drawn. I think it's specifically G and H because of how little hiding space
the king
you have on the board. Yeah.
But Bishop F7 is actually a rather easy tactic. It's a double check, a double attack. Sorry, double check. Wow.
Yeah, we'll wait for Wesley to spot it, because if it didn't exist, this would become borderline holdable. Like if you give Black a tempo here to somehow consolidate, play Queen F5, or Queen F5 actually still allows Bishop takes F7. Maybe King G7.
King G7 also allows Bishop takes F7.
Right. I was going to say, if you don't see the tactic, Bishop takes F7. How good or bad would you evaluate F2, F4?
I would still really, yeah.
Yeah, but there it is. There's no doubt that Wesley's going to see this simple tactic.
I think he saw Queen G6 when he played E5. I think he saw it in advance. Yeah,
and do we expect
for Nepo, this is an absolute disaster.
Yeah, I think a very disgusted Jan is going to show up at the board and just resign. Yeah,
exactly.
Because I mean, you can play on, but it's completely hopeless, and also you just sit there hating life so much that why would you do this to yourself?
Well, as Levon revealed, we were wondering what he thought about for 50 minutes in his game against Firouzja, and Gary said, "Oh, he's cursing himself." And it was a confirmation.
Yeah, we did get immediate confirmation.
I was just cursing myself.
He's not going to be hating life today. He is cruising through victory in this one. This is extra pawn, better pieces, and this will be very easy for him.
Yeah, I think the cleanest way to win here would be to play C4, C3, the white king gets to D3, and then you prepare it and you play C3, C2, king takes C2, king E4, and then you pick up the pawn on G3 and you win.
The nice thing about it is you don't have to prepare it, right? You're just zugzwanged.
Yeah,
just the very fact
you can actually even just pass for a bit.
You can just pass it.
Right.
No, but I get king D3, king E3. So I mean, eventually, the C pawn will have to be sacrificed, but it's just such an easy sacrifice. You play bishop E5 here, king E3. You go C2.
I know, king E3, bishop G3. No, it doesn't work. I was lying. I'm lying. The knight on E2 is covering C1.
Yeah, just go C2, and this looks
C2.
cute, but actually kind of might throw the game completely.
Let me show Alejandro what you missed. Alejandro, it was a very nice tactic.
Thank you.
Great combination.
Thank you.
But what you had said earlier was absolutely spot on.
Yeah, just go
this
king,
is
king
just
E4.
so easy suddenly.
King E3, king F2. I mean, actually king F3 and take on G3 immediately. To have king G4 after knight D4 check. This might be somewhat relevant, actually, not to give up the pawn on F5. And then we collect the entire king side, and the 2 pawns win very, very easily against none.
Exactly.
Wow. If we're watching something in the playing hall, we should probably be watching the Sony Nepomniachtchi board. Yeah,
there is the handshake. As Wesley So. Wow. +2.
It's a GCT dream start for the defending champion. +2 off the gate, sort of 4 games, playing solid chess, never being worse. 2 opposite color bishop endgames in which he's pressing the entire game. Both of his opponents cracking under pressure.
Right.
And he just cruises to +2.
Now, we've spoken about this. Our top players are so close in terms of their ratings that, Fabi losing today, Wesley winning, Levon winning.
You want to know how it matches up?
Yeah.
I'll look it up.
Just to our Olympic team is always in a constant state of flux, Peter. And this is where we stand, thanks to Wesley's victory, Peter.
Absolutely. Wesley will be the outright leader after this round. He's on +2. The two names following him are on +1. And there might be one more player on +1 if Levon, as we expect, converts his overwhelming advantage against Linier. Even though I'm honestly kind of shocked by the method he chose to continue from that position. I assume it's still winning. I assume he calculated it out, but I really don't know why you would give. Yeah, I mean, it's not on the screen. I'll wait until it's on the screen.
Mm-hmm.
So the standings are there's still nobody on -2, but there's a number of people on -1, and Wesley is the only one on +2, so he will lead the tournament outright.
2 games remaining. Levon, we expect, will win his. And to answer your question, Yasser, Wesley actually moves on to number 5 in the world. He's still behind Fabi, but only by 3.3 points, which is a very, very, very close affair. Yeah,
exactly.
And because of Mamedyarov's performance here, America now has 40% of the top 10 chess players as Hikaru enters the top 10 since Mamedyarov left it.
Wow. Mm-hmm. Go America.
It'll be a fun Olympiad in Chennai.
Now, Peter, with the way our Olympic team works is basically a ratings formula. I mean, you've got this rating formula. A lot of teams around the world are chosen by selection committee. Mm-hmm. How does it work in Russia?
It is pretty. I mean, ratings obviously come into it, but it has never been set in stone exactly who gets in, who gets. I mean, sometimes I would guess most times, the reigning national champion gets a spot on the team, even though there have been exceptions. And this is how I first got onto the team, and I'm pretty sure they regretted it because the first time the Russian championship was held with enough prize money to attract most of the top players, but nowhere near all of the top players. That was in 1994, and they made a mistake of actually writing it into the regulations for the tournament that the winner will get a team on the Olympic team. And yeah, I won that, and I was really, I mean, I will be the first one to say I was nowhere near ready.
Right.
But they kind of hard committed themselves. Yeah, they had no way out, so they did
so
have to put me on the team.
Invite
yeah, they did put me on the team, and I did okay at the Olympiad. I played board 6. I didn't really ruin anything, but there were clearly players who were much more deserving.
Okay.
But yeah, it's a selection process, which is
a lot of countries, a lot of teams from the various countries use the national championship to at least pick one.
This is a total prize fund breakdown for the tour in general in 2022, and you can see there is $350, as I mentioned earlier, for the classical events, and $175,000 for the Rapid and Blitz tournaments. So twice as much money for classical, putting a lot of weight on those tournaments.
And nice bonus placement money too. That's why they play for those Grand Chess Tour points as another svelte $100,000 bonus prize for the player who is the most successful on the tour, Peter.
Absolutely, yeah. The GCT continues being very much a flagship series.
And let's jump to Bucharest as we have a very happy tournament leader with Cristian.
Thank you, Yasser. Yes, we are indeed here with Wesley. First of all, Wesley, big congratulations. That's a huge victory against one of the co-leader going into this round. Take us to your strategy going into this game. How did you approach it?
Well, Ian is very strong. He's the challenger, obviously. I mean, I think he did very great play in order to qualify for the World Championship match. So I have a lot of respect for him. And I just want to play a normal game, see what happens. I mean, it's not easy to get advantage or win these days. Also, he has great preparation. But
you went back to your beloved Catalan, now with the white pieces. And did he surprise you at all with his opening choice, this pawn sacrifice?
Well, actually, the reason why I played the Catalan is because I was inspired by Fabiano, who played against me yesterday. So I think it makes sense to copy your opponent's openings for the other side sometimes, just to get more familiarity. So that's the only reason why I played the Catalan. But obviously, Ian prepared this variation in the match, and he's very well prepared. You know, like actually our opening followed a game by Anish Giri, and I mean, of course, I didn't expect to win. Like, I was just slightly better for the most part, but winning is a huge deal.
And just to stop you for a second, Levon actually has won his game against Lanier. Big victory for Levon as well. But let's get back. Let's get back to your game.
Winning with the black piece is almost
It's huge.
Yeah, it's almost impossible this level. Yeah,
impossible. And you guys played quite quickly all the way up to Summer this point, and he was still playing, finding this almost only moves quite quickly. This move H6, very good move.
He actually played this before with black, like Anish.
Oh, really?
I think Anish Giri was white. No, I'm sure Anish Giri was, but I think it was a Blitz game in the World Blitz a few months back. So he played this, and I mean, computers showing close equality at all times, but I thought black is still pawn down. So.
And you are still playing quite confidently at this point. You are still within your preparation, more or less?
Yeah, until Queen H4.
Got it.
Yeah, Queen A5 was the computer. But basically, I think if black can trade queens, then he should hold the endgame quite easily. So white has to try to keep queens. Maybe rook d8 was not the best. Maybe like bishop f6. And then the point is queen f4, some queen b8. Like I think
exchange the queens.
Yeah, take, e3, bishop f3. And I think black holds this. But of course, I mean, it's not...
It's still going to be some pressure.
Yeah, I thought this is not... According to Ian's style of play, he was very aggressive to defend the pawn down, so I thought it's worth a try. At the very least, I didn't see full equality.
Now, I want to ask you something about this particular endgame. This variation in a lot of sub-variations, you end up in this endgame. Did you look at it at all at home?
Sorry?
Not before the game, but maybe in previous months?
In this position?
Exact endgame, yes, this structure.
Yeah, I mean, white is a pawn up, but it's objectively a draw. I mean, I think players would be happy to get this slight advantage these days, but I mean, there's not much to analyze. Basically, black puts his rook on the second rank and just plays g6, h5. But still,
there are still some ideas.
Yeah, it seems weird because black has many other good lines, and to go straight from the opening pawn down. But actually, this line is becoming very famous. This b5 line,
the pawn sacrifice.
Yeah, lots of players have been playing. Nakamura's been playing it also. Like he plays it all the time. So
I know that.
Sure.
My student also tried it once, and it didn't work out very well for him. So
yeah,
I know it's very unpleasant.
Maybe bishop takes here is also interesting. Bishop takes.
Bishop takes a.
Yeah, so that way you keep some pressure on the d file. But
got it.
I mean, it's theoretical openings.
So let's go to this situation. Once you guys simplify the position a little bit.
He started shaking his head and then took an f3.
Really?
Yeah, like after queen g4. I think he thought for like 30 minutes here on this position. Yeah, I mean, I guess he realized it's just pawn down.
Yeah.
And then he went for this. But I mean, without the queens on board, it's a draw. But with the queens, some chances.
Okay, so when did you feel like you got some extra chances to win this one and getting closer to a victory?
I mean, I felt I wanted to keep the rooks, but I couldn't really find a way to make it work because he always has rook b2. So, I mean, of course, I want to play this. But here I started shuffling moves, getting time control. Like, I couldn't find a way to make progress.
To increase the pressure on f7.
Yeah, like I was considering some g4, but I think e4, f4 is better.
g4 probably weakens the king too much, and then all sorts of perpetuals, I guess.
Yeah, it weakens the dark squares. So I wasn't sure how to win here if he just waits queen f6. I think I have to go e4, f4 at some point. And it's unpleasant. But I was surprised when he played g6. I mean, of course, it's still a draw.
Do you feel he just lost patience at this point? Psychologically, how did you feel him at this point when he played this move, g6?
I thought he was very confident at first, but then he started thinking, using up some time, some like 20 minutes. And I think he saw some ghosts. So that's why he played g6. But I thought if black waits, queen f6, I don't know, just keep waiting. It's not so easy to make progress. Maybe it's better for black just to wait. Then I have to go e4.
And this one, the game that we're seeing right now between Firouzja and Rapport did
end up in a draw. Right now, they're repeating the position. So
all the games are finished.
all the games are finished. We're going to go back to your analysis, Wesley.
Sicilian, 4 nights.
4 nights, very interesting.
Very popular.
Sicilian, absolutely. So it did seem like at this point already you were starting to pressure him quite unpleasantly. And he played this move, bishop to d4.
This is a blunder.
Did you understand that this move loses?
Yeah, I was very surprised when he played this because I started calculating some lines, and I think the bishop is misplaced, his king is under pressure. So bishop d4, I guess, was the losing blunder. But, I mean, I think Ian also didn't particularly like this position. I think objectively it's still a draw, but if I get e5 and queen d7, like...
Queen f6, let's say?
I don't know, maybe black has better ways, but I was hoping to get this position, something like this. And then bring my queen over to, I don't know, d7. Yeah, maybe. I wasn't sure.
It's already starting
like
to get unpleasant, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, I was hoping to get something like this, queen f5.
And maybe you can set up the battery to give a checkmate, a1, b1, queen f5, yeah?
Yeah, bring my king to h5, because many endgames are actually winning for white sometimes when I win a second pawn.
Even the bishop endgame.
Mm-hmm.
If he tries to go some queen to e6 and exchange it over there.
Yeah,
right?
exactly. I mean, something like this looks very bad for black. I mean, I was hoping for something like this.
It reminds me of your game
yeah.
against Shaq.
Yeah.
Just walk the king up the board.
Yeah, I'm sure the computer will draw this quite easily, but for humans, it's not. Also, you're like suffering, like pawn down. You don't really want to keep playing.
Wesley, thank you very much. +2, big victory today. How do you feel about the tournament so far? And what makes you play so well here in Bucharest and on the Grand Chess Tour?
Yeah, thank you. I mean, +2, yeah. I mean, leading them. But obviously, I like to thank the Lord for all wins come from Him. Also thank my mom and people of St. Louis. Also, yeah, thank you, Cristian, for you always very cheerful here. You seem to
appreciate that.
Yeah, you seem to bring me very good luck. And yeah, you're always friendly and cheerful. And I'm just satisfied I can still win games after the horrible tournament in St. Louis. Like, can understand it. Sometimes I play well, sometimes I play horrible. But it seems I always need the horrible tournament to play well. Like, I just need a lot of focus. But it's nice when you're winning and people are friendly.
Well, up to this point, this is definitely your tournament. Keep the spirits up, keep the energy up, and we'll see you in the rest of your games.
Yeah, one game at a time. I mean,
absolutely. Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Cristian, and again, our congratulations to Wesley on his victory.
And you're watching something quite rare, actually, because the threefold repetition is not straight up the same moves all the time. They actually went to a different board, and Richie showed to the arbiter the repeated position, and that it will occur the third time if he goes rook ac2. And you do have to check when it's not just the same, you know, bishop f5, bishop b4, bishop f5, bishop b4.
I thought it was the arbiter that goes through the moves.
Normally,
actually,
it's the arbiter.
yes, it's not the players.
Yeah.
I'm used to seeing the arbiter sitting there.
Yeah, Richie took control of that. Yeah, the game is a draw, which concludes our round with 3 decisive games out of 5 today.
Absolutely, yeah. We've been having 1 victory per round only, but Alejandro, this round 4 was extraordinary. 3 wins.
That means nobody is on 4 draws. We have everybody at least with 1 decisive result, and Wesley with 2 wins finds himself at the top of the leaderboard. Levon Aronian, I have to say, after his position yesterday, I would not have expected him to reach 2.5 out of 4, but there he is up there with Bogdan Daniel Deac playing very well in this tournament so far, and an MVL that said, I don't shy away from a fight. You want to fight? Come here. You can sacrifice as many pieces as you want. I can calculate very well, and finds himself also tied for second. Great round today we had. And we've had great rounds here every day.
Absolutely. And interestingly, there, straight in the middle of the standings, there is Jan Nepomniachtchi, who actually had 2 decisive games. The only one on 50% after 4 rounds.
Right.
Very, very interesting situation with Wesley, of course, sitting very pretty up top there on +2, obviously.
Indeed.
Enjoying his time in Bucharest.
Well, again, a very eventful round. I just, at the very end here, it just did seem to be a lot of toing and froing. And whenever Richie was asked a salient question.
He answered it precisely. Yeah,
he certainly did. That was exactly what I wanted to say.
He has another facet of his play. You know, we've seen him play crazy tactical games, but he defended the somewhat unpleasant technical. Well, I mean, not that technical, but still. It's a rook ending. It's a whole different, kettle of fish compared to some of his previous efforts. And after the time control, he made a sequence of very precise decisions. And the one I'm very sort of impressed by, looking at your screen here, Yasser, is that he played rook cc2 on move 40. And that's also a sign of somebody who trusts in his chess abilities right now. I think he kind of knows he's playing well, because I don't think he had that much time.
Yeah.
And on move 41, it's a decision you take reasonably comfortably. You get up, you get yourself a beverage, you chilled for a bit and calculate. But on move 40, it's a very committal decision. If it backfires, you probably lose.
Exactly.
And yeah, he calculated clearly enough and trusted in his calculation well enough to go for it on move 40.
Exactly. Well, let's jump once again to Bucharest, Romania, as we have Cristian with Levon.
Thank you, Yasser. We are with a very happy Levon Aronian. Levon, yesterday you had this Houdini-like escape. It almost emboldened you to go for a victory today. Also, you're wearing this nice shark-themed shirt. Tell us a bit about this.
Oh,
how did you choose it?
Well, it's Ani who got this shirt for me, and she said, I told her that, it's maybe it's not a good idea to wear it, and maybe it's distracting to my opponents, and but she said it's a beautiful shirt, so I have it for like 3 tournaments already, but today she finally convinced me to wear it.
Emboldened maybe by yesterday's game, for sure.
Yeah, I thought, generally people are very friendly here, and I don't think the arbiter will come and complain.
Why not? Absolutely. Let's go through today's game. Did he surprise you at all in the opening, or who do you feel like won the opening stage of this game?
I think I surprised him more, because this A5 move is very tricky, and here he started taking some time.
F5 at...
A5.
A5.
Yeah, on move number 8. And then, because, well, main line is knight e4, bishop e6, knight c3, which is very challenging. And then you have a bit of crazy complications starting with bishop e6.
And we're not going to question you too much about that, because obviously
that's... knight g5, knight c3, queen h5, knight e2 check, and it's just the start.
yeah, that's just the start. Okay, we're not going to get into that. He shied away from that. He played the move
this is
c3.
a normal way, and I thought f6 is precise. This is what I remember, that this is more or less equal.
d4.
Yeah.
Okay, rook to e1. King to h8. Take on d4, and now you get this IQP type.
Yeah, I thought bishop f5 is a normal move. During the game, I didn't remember what I have analyzed, but I thought bishop a5, a3, then some rook e8. This should be kind of normal for black. I thought that queen d7, and I get this active play with rook e8, bishop e4 coming.
Should be enough compensation for the 2 bishops.
Yeah, I think it should be around equal.
And then he played this move, knight to g3.
Yeah, which kind of looked interesting. And yeah, I knew that I could maybe play knight e7 here, without needing to play rook e8. But somehow I thought, it doesn't hurt just to get there slowly, exchange one more piece. So maybe it was imprecise.
And at this point also, Anastasiya was making the point that you are trying to rope your opponent into some sort of false sense of security. Was that your thought process as well?
No, not really. I was just trying, calculating, trying not to make the mistakes that I did in the previous round by, playing too fast. I thought spend some time, and when we got this position, I mean, well, I've analyzed, starting with knight d7, of course I have this other moves, knight c7, or I don't have to take on f5, of course. I can play knight d5. Of course, it's easier to play with black, especially when my opponent was down on that. But I was very tempted, just to kind of provoke him. Because I thought that, okay, knight b4, I saw this queen f3 that is making a draw, but this rook d1 ideas. But then I was, kind of telling myself this is so difficult to see because, you know, your rook is on the open file.
Yeah.
I mean, it seems like you should be striking there
Right.
instead of bringing it back.
Bring it back on the d file.
Yeah. So this was my hope, and I think my hope
paid off.
Paid off, and I got a good position. Maybe I didn't play the most precise way, but I don't think I've missed, you know, a win or immediate win. So I think I was always better.
In control.
Yeah,
absolutely. And you ended up in this winning endgame, which you converted easily. Levon, how would you assess your performance up to this point?
Very shaky, but today was a good game.
Perfect. Thank you very much for joining us. We'll see you,
Thank you.
in the rest of your games. Thanks. Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Levon. Love the shirt. Love the game. Let's take a look at our standings, Peter, with all the games done in this round 4.
Yeah, and once again, this is the standings. Wesley clear first here with 2 very, very nice, smooth victories in opposite color bishop endings. Levon, MVL, and Bogdan Deac on +1 with 3 draws and 1 victory. Jan Nepomniachtchi made 2 draws, 1-1, and lost 1. And then we have a bunch of people tied for either 6th or last, whichever way you wanna
tied for
serve.
6th.
Tied for 6th.
It just sounds nicer.
Yeah, all of them losing 1 game and drawing the remaining 3.
And as we look at our schedule going ahead, we have one more game, and then Tuesday's our rest day.
Absolutely, yeah. And the whole discussion of whether players are more inclined or less inclined to be combative in the round before the rest day can be saved until tomorrow, I suppose.
Exactly. I've always felt that on the day before the rest day, I give it my all. Because I know I've got this extra rest day, so I tend to.
I think that's
really
the prevailing opinion, but I'm not sure if it's borne out by facts. You know, we need more statistics in our lives. I think
we get a lot of decisive games, like we had today, Alejandro. But first, our predictions. Let's see how we're doing.
We're doing
not necessary to look at any of these predictions.
So that's
for me. That'd be disappointing.
VAR is doing well. VAR is doing really, really well. Everybody else is on -1 out of our prediction.
My guy's in 6th place.
Yeah, so is mine.
I don't know about your guys.
So is mine, but VAR is doing exceedingly well so far.
And let's jump to Romania for some final thoughts.
Well, what a day, guys. 3 decisive results. I actually lost my voice because of it. But what an amazing day this was. Even that game that finished in a draw between Bogdan Deac and Mamedyarov could have swung in either way. So we're having a lot of very fun, exciting, and fighting chess. And we love to do casting on that type of chess. How about yourself, Anastasiya?
Yeah, absolutely. We agree with you, Cristian. Actually, I was asking for more decisive results, and here we are, 3 decisive games after first 3 rounds. And of course, all the games deserve a lot of attention, and those who missed something, you should definitely go and check everything. Also, it was nice to see once again the world champion here in the studio. Garry Kasparov came again and shared his thoughts with us. And overall, it was a great day, and I'm really looking forward to see tomorrow the game between Wesley So and Levon Aronian, the winners of today. And also, I was actually quite interested in the result in the game of Levon, because he managed to escape in the previous day. And I was just kind of asking myself, is it just luck for one game, or he will push his luck again? And actually, he's doing well, it looks like. So, Cristian, are you happy about the day today?
Oh, absolutely, and I'm definitely looking forward to tomorrow's round, because tomorrow is the day before the rest day, and we know how bloody those type of rounds usually get. Today we got 3 decisive results. Let's see what it brings on tomorrow. Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Anastasiya and Cristian. And final thoughts. Alejandro,
it was a great day. 3 decisive results that just speak for themselves. And as Cristian mentioned, the Deac Mamedyarov game could have gone either way. And we had a candidates matchup between Firouzja and Rapport that really left nothing on the off the table. We had a theoretical duel, calculations, an end game that was extremely sharp, and it was a well-played game from beginning to end. So it was a great day if you look at it from it just chess-wise, and I'm happy to cast it.
Absolutely, combined with a very unusual opening, this knight e4, king e2, king f3 opening. I enjoyed it.
Unusual looking opening, let's put it like this, because these days everything is theory.
Well put. Thank you everyone for joining us. Join us tomorrow, same time, same channels. We'll be bringing you round 5 of the Grand Chess Tour.
Stay tuned, or see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow too.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.